Chapter 1604. I'm her husband. Let's go, little flame. Let's go take a look. Lin Ling said to them. At this moment, little flame was staring at a strange banana. He was curious, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, he still followed Lin Ling. In the Fire Tribe's region, due to the high temperature, there were many strange treasures. 4 fire elemental warriors, this was their heaven. The street ahead was even hotter. The ground was paved with crystal rainstones, which could withstand the high temperature for a long time and prevent the ground from cracking. The buildings around the street were also built with crystals, which looked extremely luxurious. Groups of people stared at the middle of the street. These people were dressed differently from those in Shenping province. They were not weak, but at this moment they were a little quiet as they watched the scene on the street with a faint smile. He saw a 5 or 6-year-old girl pouting as she walked down the street. She wore a red outfit and a pair of snakeskin boots. Her small face was like a jade carving, giving off a lively and cute feeling. Behind her, several figures followed. One of them was a 17 or 18-year-old handsome youth who was constantly trying to curry favor with her. But from the looks of it, he was pestering her. Wow, he even dares to pester the Fire Spirit Princess. That boy has guts. Someone said softly. You have to know that in the Fire Clan, the Fire Spirit Princess was everyone's princess. She was domineering and no one dared to provoke her. Yet now that well-dressed youth was pestering her. It was shocking. Xiao Jun, I said, get lost. The Fire Spirit Princess finally stopped. She stomped her little feet and was flustered. Hee, Fire Spirit Princess, I only invited you to Earth Moon Mountain to watch the rainbow and admire the moon. Why do you have to reject me? The boy behind her was not discouraged and continued to smile. Obviously he was pursuing the Fire Spirit Princess. Although the Fire Spirit Princess was young, everyone knew that once this little girl unleashed her full strength, she would turn into a beautiful woman. Coupled with the Fire Spirit Princess status and talent, who among the younger generation would not want to pursue her? Moreover, many people in this world had eccentricities. They liked lively girls. And Xiao Jun was one of them. I don't like you. Get lost. Princess Hualing shouted again, pointing at Xiao Jun. If it was someone else, she would have attacked already. Unfortunately, Xiao Jun's background was not small. He was from the Yi race. This Yi race had the same history as the Fire race. Most importantly, her sister Princess Wuxia always told her that in front of the Yi race, she could not be willful. That was why she tolerated it. As a matter of fact, she felt very wronged in her heart. Her sister was going to marry a peerless genius of the Yi race, but what did it have to do with her? Why should she swallow her anger? Princess Fire Spirit, your sister, the Crimson Cloud Celestial Emperor, and my cousin are a match made in heaven. In Shenhuang Deyu, you and I can cultivate our feelings from a young age. When you are 15 or 16 years old, I will marry you. Xiao Jun said with a smile. Seeing the Princess Fire Spirit's cute appearance, he was even more moved. So it's the young master of Yi clan. Everyone's eyes flickered. No wonder that young man was so arrogant. He dared to flirt with the Fire Spirit Princess on the street. It turned out that his background was not small. I won't like you. I already have someone in my heart. The Princess Fire Spirit said angrily. She was thinking of a way to get rid of that fly. Hee, who doesn't know the name of the Princess Fire Spirit in Shenhuang Dayu? Who dares to marry you? Who is qualified to win your heart? Xiao Jun was not angry. He did not believe the Princess Fire Spirit's words at all. Him. The Princess Fire Spirit spoke incoherently. She was just casually looking for an excuse. She looked around and her eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at a handsome man. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the scene with a faint smile. Of course, he would not interfere in this kind of matter. The Princess Fire Spirit came from the Fire Tribe and had a strong background. He was not qualified to interfere. However, when the Princess Fire Spirit looked at him, his eyebrows twitched. He had a bad premonition. He is the one in my heart, my husband. As expected, the Princess Fire Spirit pointed at Lin Ling and said. As soon as she said this, the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi's expressions changed drastically. Since when did the Princess Fire Spirit fall in love with Lin Ling? They knew that the Princess Fire Spirit was one of the 3 myths of the human world. She was the youngest peerless genius of Champion University. Many people had tried to woo her, but they had all been rejected. On the contrary, Lin Ling had quietly won her heart. Lin Ling, I admire you. Brother, you're so strong. I wouldn't have thought that you were hiding such a secret, said the 9 spirits of heaven. Lin Ling smiled wryly. That naughty little girl, he really wanted to spank her. Haha, as expected you came looking for me, said the Princess Fire Spirit excitedly. She walked over to Lin Ling and said sweetly, my husband, you came. She was using Lin Ling as an excuse to get rid of Xiao Jun. Who is that guy? The crowd was astonished. The youngest peerless genius of the three myths of the human world had a husband? Was that young man good enough for the Princess Fire Spirit? Lin Ling shook his head again helplessly. He looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and saw her begging eyes. Coupled with the strange gazes from all around, he couldn't help but laugh and said frankly, that's right, I am her husband. What? What? The crowd was astonished again. That young man was brave, he was admitting it in front of everybody. Who are you? What? Xiao Jun pulled a long face and looked ferocious. He had thought that the Princess Fire Spirit was joking, but now the truth was right in front of him. He couldn't accept it. Don't you understand? I'm the Princess Fire Spirit's husband, said Lin Ling indifferently. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the Princess Fire Spirit was begging him to help her. As a man he couldn't back down. You. Xiao Jun hadn't thought that the young man would be so arrogant. He said in a low voice, do you know who I am? The people around noticed that Xiao Jun was angry. Of course it was normal. He was the young master of the Yi clan, and the person he liked was taken away by someone else. Where would he put his dignity as a man? As for the young man, he was brave, but he had provoked the Yi clan. They wondered how he was going to face Xiao Jun's anger. I don't know who you are and I'm not interested to know. I only know that when you encounter a problem, do you like to ask others who you are? Also, if you want to court the Princess Fire Spirit, please come up with something new. Do you think you can get her by pestering her shamelessly? Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently. Haha. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. They also felt that Xiao Jun was too weak to court the Princess Fire Spirit. Enough. Xiao Jun shouted angrily, I don't know who you are and I don't know where you came from. But now you've angered me. His eyes were extremely cold, and the experts behind him were also filled with murderous intent. What? You want to fight because of a disagreement? Chapter 1605. Essence of the Earth, Emperor Peerless, there's no need to hesitate when dealing with you. Cripple him. Xiao Jun said indifferently. The people behind him strode forward and a tyrannical aura erupted. They were all in the early stage of the Saint Rudiment realm. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Jun's status in the Yi clan was not low. After all, not everyone could have guards in the early stage of the Saint Rudiment realm. Cripple me? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, little flame behind him pounced forward and a tyrannical demonic aura rolled out. As for the 9 spirits of heaven, the halberd behind him shot into the sky and turned into 9 spirits, suppressing the heavens and earth. The guards were all in the Saint Rudiment realm. Although there were many of them, none of them could hold their own. Hence they were defeated very quickly. So strong? Xiao Jun's expression changed drastically. He did not expect this young man's friends to be so strong. You don't need to hesitate when dealing with me? At this moment Lin Ling's laughter rang out. Xiao Jun's eyes narrowed and he instinctively said, I'm the 13th young master of the Yi clan. Xiao. Just as he finished speaking, a figure shot over and slapped down in the air. It was Lin Ling who had made his move. You're courting death. Xiao Jun did not expect Lin Ling to be so overbearing and dare to touch him. The Fire Spirit Princess's eyes widened. She was helpless against Xiao Jun because the latter's background was too strong. However, she did not expect Lin Ling to attack for her. Bang! Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's slap sent Xiao Jun crashing to the ground. Even the crystal tiles on the ground cracked. One could imagine the power of that slap. The Yi clan is the deacon of the highest deacon palace in the human world. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. On the ground, Xiao Jun spat out blood and roared. Obviously, he was stunned by Lin Ling's attack. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another slap came and slammed him into the ground. I've said it before. If you want to chase after the Fire Spirit Princess, that will depend on your ability. Are you trying to prove your inferiority by mentioning your family background? Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out again, causing the surrounding people to suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was ruthless enough. He dared to hit someone from Yi clan even though he knew they were from Yi clan. Xiao Jun was also extremely surprised. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond imagination. At this moment, the sound of footsteps rang out. In Xiao Jun's eyes, Lin Ling walked over slowly with a faint smile on his face as if a friend had come to visit him. Of course, at this moment, he didn't think that Lin Ling treated him as a friend. What do you want to do? Xiao Jun's face paled slightly. His family background, which had everything going for it, seemed to be of no use at this moment. I quite like people like that because it saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Ling looked down at him and said with a smile, do you want that thing between your legs? What do you want to do? Xiao Jun's voice was somewhat incoherent. Lin Ling was more violent and ruthless than he had imagined. Kowtow 3 times and swear that you will never pester the Fire Spirit Princess again. Then get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind making you unable to touch women forever. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile was even colder and more domineering. Using his family background to suppress Lin Ling without a word. Encountering such a person, Lin Ling naturally didn't need to give any face to Lin Ling. Moreover, in Lin Ling's heart, the Fire Spirit Princess was the second dream. The second dream was being humiliated. How could he not stand up? Kowtow 3 times? You dare to make the young master of E-Clan kowtow? Xiao Jun gritted his teeth. How could he kowtow? If he kowtowed, where would his face go? I say, sir, to be so arrogant in Shenhuangdayu, aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded abruptly. A young man in black armor walked over with a large number of people behind him. He was tall, his long hair casually hung down to his shoulders, and he had a wisp of a wild aura. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, the ground seemed to ripple like waves with every step he took. Looking carefully, in fact, he didn't walk. It was the crystal bricks on the ground that were pushing him. Cousin. Xiao Jun seemed to have found a life-saving straw and hurriedly crawled towards the youth. However, if he dared to move, Lin Ling stepped on him, preventing him from crawling over. Moreover, he stared at the other party with a serious expression. He could sense that the other party was very powerful. So far, Lin Ling had seen such strong young people. Princess Wuxia, Baiyun Tiendi, Dugukong Lei from Champion University, and the young man in front of him. That young man was a cultivator of the late Saint Layer. He wasn't weak, he had D-grade talent. In terms of strength, he was definitely stronger than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Piece of trash. Shouted the armored young man furiously. Then he said indifferently, Your Excellency, I'm from the E-Clan, you don't have the right to teach me a lesson. His voice was extremely dignified and his eyes were filled with murder. Lin Ling, that's Emperor Peerless. He's extremely strong. He's famous in Champion University. Whispered the Fire Spirit Princess. She could sense that things were getting more and more troublesome. Even Emperor Peerless had come. Even though she was the youngest Peerless genius, it didn't mean she was the strongest. Emperor Peerless, the son of the E-Clan's Earth Spirit? The crowd was astonished. As cultivators from Shenhuangdayu, they knew about him. According to legends, he was a cultivator of the Earth Spirit. He was a peerless genius of the E-Clan, just like the Fire Spirit Princess. The most important thing was that he had just become a disciple of the human world and had immediately become a celestial emperor. That was rare in Champion University. I've heard that Princess Wuxia from the Fire Clan is going to get married to someone else. It seems like that person is Emperor Peerless, said someone else. Many people looked at him in awe. He was a peerless genius. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Transformed from the essence of the earth? It meant that that person was extremely strong. No wonder he was a celestial emperor. Lin Ling, he's famous in the world of great emperors, said Xinyuan Jiuhun in a low voice. Lin Ling nodded again. Xinyuan Jiuhun was stronger than Lin Ling. At the very least, Lin Ling hadn't entered the world of emperors yet. But the arrow was already on the bow, he had no choice. Could Lin Ling admit defeat? Could he give the Fire Spirit Princess away? Lin Ling could not help but look at Princess Huoling. He saw that the usually mischievous little girl was very quiet at this moment. She seemed a little uneasy. Lin Ling smiled and said, Don't worry. Leave this to me. This sentence made the Fire Spirit Princess reveal a sweet smile and nod heavily. Indeed, but your people are harassing my little girl. As a man, I don't think I should tolerate that. Could it be that in your heart, people from the E-Clan can harass and humiliate people as they wish? The world is vast, the E-Clan doesn't represent everything. All right. After that, Lin Ling smiled and looked at Emperor Peerless. As a man, you can't tolerate that. But in this world, some things are more important than dignity, for example, your life. Besides, the E-Clan doesn't represent everything, but we can control everything, said Xiao Wushuang indifferently. He wasn't very handsome, his skin was dark and he looked ordinary. However, nobody dared underestimate him because of his chi. Chapter 1606. An intense battle. Thank you for your reminder, but to me, if I can give up my dignity, then I'm just a walking corpse. Lin Ling shrugged, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Lowly commoners are walking corpses. Xiao Wushuang's face turned even colder. He didn't expect this nameless guy to refute him. You're tough, but I can tell you that in Shenhuangdeyu, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Lowly commoners should have the awareness of lowly commoners. You said you want my cousin to kowtow to you, then you can try. As soon as he finished speaking, the earth trembled, and the origin energy roared, forming a terrifying sandstorm lion. Deng deng deng. Many people's faces changed as they frantically retreated. Xiao Jun was an 8th-stage saint, and his origin energy was extremely powerful. In the ancient city, the sandstorm lion was galloping and roaring. It pounced towards Lin Ling, wanting to drown him. Lowly commoners will always be lowly commoners. Xiao Wushuang's cold snort came from the sandstorm lion. He, Emperor Peerless, had dignity. How could a lowly commoner offend him? Go to hell. I, Xiao Jun, am unrivaled in Shenping province. Even if the 5 heavenly kings see me, they will take a detour. Who do you think you are? Xiao Jun sneered from the ground. That arrogant youth should be dead by now. The sandstorm blocked everyone's vision. They were all shocked at Xiao Wushuang's ability to control the earth. He was indeed the essence of the earth. You keep calling me a lowly commoner. To be honest, if you're not the essence of the earth, you're nothing. However, at this moment the flames began to boil. The void, the sky, and the earth were all burning. The fire dragon king roared and actually rushed out from the sandstorm, burning the sandstorm. Then a blue-robed youth quietly appeared. At this moment he was like a flame god. What? He broke Xiao Wushuang's origin energy? In the distance, many ancient martial artists gasped. Xiao Wushuang was the essence of the earth, and he was born with the ability to control the earth and sandstorm. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was more powerful than ordinary people, but now, a nameless youth had broken his origin energy? Great success of the holy mark martial arts. Xiao Wushuang frowned as well. Obviously he had underestimated Lin Ling. And at this moment on the ground, Lin Ling appeared in front of Xiao Jun, causing Xiao Jun's countenance to turn pale. His elder cousin's technique was broken by this young man? Teasing others, pestering them, and immediately killing them after being interrupted. Are these the people of the Yi clan? Lin Ling looked down from above, staring at Xiao Jun on the ground. His leg was also raised high, as if it was a giant axe that could split the heavens and earth apart. You dare. At this time Xiao Wushuang let out a cold voice. He sensed that Lin Ling wanted to kill Xiao Jun. Ridiculous. Lin Ling sneered. In the beginning he didn't think of killing Xiao Jun. Although Xiao Jun had sent his subordinates to kill him, he wasn't so ruthless after defeating those subordinates. The reason was that Xiao Jun's strength was too weak. Lin Ling didn't like to bully the weak. But now he wanted to kill. Calling him a lowly commoner, then let's see how noble this Yi clan's bloodline is. Moreover, Xiao Wushuang killed him without a word. How could he hold back? I can tell you, if you dare to kill him, you definitely can't leave this place. Xiao Wushuang's expression became more and more ugly, the sandstorm behind him roaring. You don't need to worry about that. Lin Ling didn't even look at him, his right foot stomping down heavily. Boom. The ground split open, sparkling crystals sputtering in all directions. Between the ground and Lin Ling's foot, flesh and blood splattered. Xiao Jun was stomped to death alive. Even before he died, his mind was blank. Clearly, he didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to kill him, and even more didn't think that he would die here today. I don't dare. The entire street was silent, only Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifting out. A fierce dragon didn't cross the river, a strong dragon couldn't fight a local snake. Xiao Wushuang was a reputable figure in Shenhuangdeyu, a powerful presence like the local snake. In the world of monarchs, many heaven monarchs would not dare to act recklessly, but Lin Ling had made his move, shocking the crowd. Your cultivation isn't high, but your martial talent is impressive. You can be considered half a peerless genius. You will surely achieve something in the future. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have interfered. Xiao Wushuang said in a cold voice with a twisted expression. I've already interfered even if I don't want to, so what are you planning to do? Lin Ling stared at Xiao Wushuang and said with a smile, as if he had no idea what Xiao Wushuang represented. I've only underestimated you before, so you were able to take advantage of me. Do you really think a lowly commoner like you can stop me? The sandstorm lion behind Xiao Wushuang gathered once again, as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to kill me, bring it on. Lin Ling let out a hollow laugh and snapped furiously. He kept calling Xiao Wushuang a lowly commoner. He could not wait to see how powerful this noble genius that was formed by the essence of the heavens and earth was. Roll, sand, devour. Xiao Wushuang said in a deep voice. He reached out his right hand and clenched his fist. Rumble. Above the ground, endless sandstorms appeared. The seemingly tiny grains of sand contained a terrifying force that could crush everything. The reason being that the grains of sand were the origin sand, the first sand of the heavens and earth. Misty clouds. Just as the two sides were about to draw their swords, a white cloud mysteriously floated out. It seemed ethereal and formless, but it was extremely tough. It actually formed a large area of clouds that enveloped Lin Ling. Finally, it turned into an ancient cloud palm that collided with the sandstorm lion. Rumble. On one side was a cloud, while on the other was a sandstorm. The cloud carried the rain, while the sand devoured the rain. The clash between the two sides shook the heavens and earth. Even from 10,000 li away, the cultivators could see the clash between the two extreme forces in the ancient city. It was a shocking sight. Pop, pop, pop. Meanwhile, in the ancient city, the entire street was rolling as the force swept across it, causing it to flip in the sky. Even the crystal street has been overturned. What a terrifying force. Is this the power of an emperor? In the ancient city, the ancient cultivators were all startled. The experts of the heaven and earth emperor's world were indeed terrifying. The power of clouds is so strong. Among the three legends of the mortal world, I vaguely remember that the spacetime emperor of the seven emperors heaven had this kind of power. The killing cloud emperor of the ancient immortal platform also had this kind of power. However, in terms of the purest power of clouds and rain, it should be Baiyun Tiandi of the seven emperors heaven. At this time, a majestic voice spread out. Under countless gazes, the fiery clouds in the sky arrived. A fiery red robe stepped on the clouds, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Princess Fire Cloud. Seeing the symbol of the fiery clouds, many people cried out in surprise. Another emperor had arrived, and their intuition told them that Princess Fire Cloud would help Emperor Peerless. Chi. At the same time, under the clouds and rain, a woman in white also appeared. She looked ordinary, but in the rain, this woman had a different kind of beauty. She was Baiyun Tiandi. Chapter 1607. The Emperor of the Hua clan. I've long heard of Baiyun Tiandi's arrogance. Now that I've seen it, it's truly extraordinary. Emperor Peerless said coldly. His confrontation with Baiyun Tiandi did not seem to have an advantage. Princess Wuxia also descended from the sky. The scene was in an uproar. Several celestial emperors had descended. Their battle prowess was astonishing. Everyone was excited and looked forward to a fierce battle. You keep calling me a lowly commoner. You said you would kill me. Why am I still alive? At this time, a disdainful voice was heard. Many people looked over and saw Lin Ling standing there. His robe was fluttering in the wind. He was fearless. This guy is so bold. He actually made Baiyun Tiandi help him. Many people could see the situation and were shocked. They were surprised by the arrival of the celestial emperors and forgot about the mysterious youth. As for Heavenly Emperor Peerless, his complexion became even uglier. He didn't manage to kill Lin Ling and lost a bit of face. This caused his previous words to be somewhat ironic. I couldn't kill him before, but I can now. Emperor Peerless looked at Princess Wuxia and said again. His meaning was obvious. He and Princess Wuxia would join hands to kill Lin Ling, is that so? How about I join too? At this time, a voice suddenly floated up. The heavenly halberd divided into 9 halberds. They soared in the sky with an unparalleled domineering aura. In the eyes of the crowd, 9 generals of heaven and earth appeared in the sky. They held heavenly halberds in their hands. 9 spirits of heaven. Princess Wuxia's face changed slightly. The 9 spirits of heaven were mysterious characters. They did not seem to have the title of celestial emperor. However, in the world of celestial emperors, this short youth's strength was hidden very deeply. It seemed that there was a strong reliance in his bloodline. In a life and death situation, he would soul transform and fight against the celestial emperors. Not many people knew about this matter. However, Princess Wuxia was lucky enough to know about it from a celestial emperor. This was because that celestial emperor had tried to take action against the 9 spirits of heaven but failed. Princess Wuxia couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She didn't think that Lin Ling would have such charisma that 2 celestial emperors would fight for him. Sister, it's not like that. At this moment, Princess Fire Spirit shouted anxiously. She did not expect this matter to become more and more sensational. Shut up. Father has told you not to be willful and unruly. Look at yourself. Princess Wuxia reprimanded. She knew that today's incident was caused by Princess Hualing. I'm not being willful. Princess Fire Spirit instantly lowered her head in grievance. Her large eyes were moist. She wasn't in the wrong. It was Xiao Jun who kept pestering her. That's enough. You saw your sister being molested by others. As her sister, you were indifferent. You didn't even think about protecting her. Now that something has happened, you don't blame others. Instead, you reprimand your sister. Are your eyes a dog's eyes? Seeing Princess Hualing's appearance, Lin Ling's heart was filled with anger. This is my fire tribe's matter. What qualifications do you have to speak? Also, who told you to come to my fire tribe and cause trouble? Lin Ling, don't think that because you're favored by the 7 emperors, I won't dare to do anything to you. Princess Wuxia angrily shouted. Lin Ling actually reprimanded her? Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling? The crowd was surprised. Lin Ling's name was quite famous in the mortal realm, especially in Shenhuangdaiyu. There weren't many people who didn't know about him because not long ago, Lin Ling had killed 2 of the 5 heavenly kings. So it's Lin Ling from the 7 emperors. No wonder he's so arrogant. Emperor Peerless was also staring at Lin Ling, but he didn't care because in the mortal realm, there were many strong disciples. Lin Ling was just a disciple who had made some achievements. I'm causing trouble? Said Lin Ling laughing loudly. His laughter shook the firmament. Your sister is being molested by others and I came to help her. You say I'm causing trouble? As her sister you can't do that, but I helped you and you say I'm causing trouble? Princess Wuxia, you're a cultivator and you can't even protect your own family. What makes you think you're qualified to be Princess Hualing's sister? Let me tell you, even if the champion of Champion University dares to bully the Fire Spirit Princess, I'll still fight him. Boom. The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling was insane. But many cultivators admired him. He was a real cultivator. He didn't fear the heaven and earth. Many people looked at Princess Wuxia disdainfully. Indeed, when Princess Wuxia saw her sister being molested by others, she didn't want to help, but now she was speaking up for an outsider. But I understand why you're doing this. I've heard that you're married to someone from the E clan, so you don't want to offend them. You're a selfish, ugly sister. You're sacrificing your sister for your own future. You even told your sister to be patient when she meets people from the E clan. Haha, if I were Princess Hualing, I'd slap her 3 times. Lin Ling laughed loudly once more, magnanimous. Even if the celestial the arch disliked him, he was not afraid. Princess Firecloud's face was cold. Lin Ling's words were true. She had a marriage alliance with the E clan. The other party was an unparalleled genius in the Shenhuang domain. When the 2 of them were together, they were a match made in heaven. It was also a beautiful story in the human world. That was why she asked the Fire Spirit Princess to endure the E clan. What about me? For your own future, you've wronged your sister. Only a bitch like you would do that. But if I'm not wrong, your future husband is Emperor Peerless. You're really a snake and a rat from the same nest. Lin Ling laughed again. He scolded Princess Wuxia. Many people couldn't help but laugh. According to Lin Ling's words, Princess Firecloud was indeed very cheap. In order to form a marriage alliance with the E clan, she actually lowered herself. Most importantly, it was fine if she was cheap, but she even made Princess Firecloud lower herself. I'm going to kill you. Princess Wuxia couldn't hold back her killing intent. As for Emperor Peerless, he couldn't hold back his killing intent either. Seeing this, Baiyun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven looked at each other and sneered. They weren't afraid to fight, but they were happy. Lin Ling had said what they didn't dare to say. Don't tell me you haven't lost enough face in front of the world? At this time, there was a volcano roaring in the distance. The flames of Luding and Lubing were burning like the most ancient divine flames in the world. Obviously, the matter here had attracted the attention of the big shots of the Fire Tribe. Fire Tribe Emperor. Many people began to tremble with fear. What a strong pressure. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Even if he hid the divine flames of the underworld, he found it difficult to breathe at this moment. The flames in his body seemed to be out of control. Obviously, the person who spoke was very strong. His martial arts of fire had reached the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, Lin Ling guessed that in terms of talent, the other party was still weaker than him. The reason why he felt pressured was because the other party's cultivation realm was too much higher than his. You're Lin Ling? What's your purpose here? At this time, a vast voice spoke to Lin Ling. I have an agreement with Princess Hualing. I'll bring her to the sacred rainforest for a walk. Lin Ling thought for a while and said lightly. No, what do you think the fire tribe is? Do you think you can take away a princess just because you want to? Chapter 1608. Invited, we can reach an agreement. As long as Princess Hualing goes out with me, I can help the fire tribe with one thing. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He was not in awe of the ancient figures in the human world. What a joke. The fire tribe has a history of 10,000 years. We can get anything we want. What can a junior like you do for the fire tribe? The voice in the sky was filled with disdain. You can't see yourself clearly. Do you think you are one of the 7 emperors? Princess Wuxia said with a mocking smile. If it was one of the 7 emperors who said such words, the Hua tribe would hesitate. After all, the 7 emperors were very strong and had many treasures. Maybe the Hua tribe would be interested in some of the treasures. However, Lin Ling was the one who said such words. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. It was undeniable that Lin Ling dared to take responsibility for his actions. He had the spirit of a warrior. However, he seemed to have overestimated himself. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice the crowd's laughter. He said faintly, I can make Princess Hualing's talent reach the heaven rank. Silence. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world became silent. Talent was innate. Although it could be improved, it was obviously very slow. Many people would not be able to improve their talent even once in their lifetime. However, to be able to improve one's talent by 1 grade was enough to make a warrior excited for his entire life. This was because the increase in one's talent could be exchanged for several times more combat power. Princess Hualing's talent was at the earth rank and her speed of improvement was very slow. It was difficult to determine if she could reach the heaven rank. However, Lin Ling said that he could do it. What? Princess Wuxia's expression changed drastically. She knew what the heaven rank talent meant. At their level, it was even more difficult to improve their talent. As for the heaven rank, it was unimaginable. Even the ancient voice was shocked. This was because he could not do it. What makes you think you can do it? Because of this. Lin Ling walked towards Princess Hualing. Then he patted her back. The ancient flames from the Avalon of 5 elements surged into Princess Hualing's body and formed a mysterious force. It crazily improved Princess Hualing's talent. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the burning clouds appeared. Princess Hualing's nihility devouring flame was getting bigger. Earth rank 8. In the sky, the ancient voice was also shocked. The fire spirit princess's talent wasn't weak. She was earth rank level 5 at the beginning, and after a few years of improvement she reached earth rank level 7. According to the fire tribe's guess, the fire spirit princess should be able to reach earth rank level 8 when she was around 15 years old. If this continued, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the heaven rank. Bastard you. Princess Fire Spirit was also pleasantly surprised. She sensed an endless stream of ancient flames surging into her body. These ancient flames did not seem to exist in the present, but only existed 10,000 years ago. The heavens and heaven and earth. Is that enough? Lin Hua Flame you flame News Nation is. His words were like a silent slap to the face of Princess Firecloud and the Fire Tribe. Aren't you all omnipotent? Whoa fire. The sky remained silent. Although they knew that Lin Ling was mocking the fire race couldn't care less. Lin Ling could increase the talent of the fire race. This was the fire race's lucky star. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick to burn, I'm currently at earth rank 8. If I also improve, then I'll be even closer to heaven rank. Even Princess Wuxia was excited. She looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. She subconsciously opened her mouth and said, if it's my talent, can you also improve it? It was common knowledge that the younger one was, the better it would be to improve one's talent. The older one was, the harder it would be to improve. Aren't you mocking me? Lin Ling didn't answer and simply said, this? Princess Firecloud was once again slapped by Lin Ling. Before she was laughing so loudly, but now she was humbly asking Lin Ling. How ironic was this situation? I was wrong before, I shouldn't have looked down on you. Princess Firecloud clenched her teeth and quickly apologized. Princess Firecloud, aren't you a heavenly emperor? Isn't your fire tribe omnipotent? Now you're apologizing? Lin Ling's mocking laughter was even more intense. However, he still said, although you're older, it's not difficult for you to improve to heaven rank. Boom. As soon as these words fell, Princess Firecloud's body trembled. It was as if she had stepped into Xiandi's world. Because if her talent was improved, then she could be titled as a heavenly emperor. Why are you so excited? Did I say that I would help you? I'm not interested in bitches. However, Lin Ling sneered again. He was clearly telling Princess Firecloud that he had the chips to make her stronger, but he wouldn't help her. Hearing this, Princess Firecloud was angry, but there was nothing she could do. Alright, I can promise you that I'll let Princess Fire Spirit go with you. However, you have to help improve the talent of the Fire Tribe. At this time, the voice in the sky became more polite. Alright. Before Lin Ling came here, he had already thought about it. If he could let Princess Fire Spirit go with him, improving her talent was the only thing he could do. Then, little friend, please come to my Fire Tribe. My Fire Tribe will treat you with respect. Pass down the order to treat the guest with hospitality. In the sky, the majestic voice sounded again. I'm so envious. The Fire Tribe is an ancient race that has existed for thousands of years. Even the 5 heavenly kings have to be humble when they come here. However, Lin Ling is treated like an important guest, and the whole tribe treats him well. For the Fire Tribe, Lin Ling is their lucky star. If Lin Ling goes to other places, he won't be treated like this. The crowd discussed spiritedly. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would be treated as an important guest after making a scene in the Fire Tribe today. As for Emperor Peerless, his face was distorted. How did things turn out like this? At this moment, even if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he didn't dare to do it rashly. After that, Lin Ling and the others walked towards the Fire Tribe. Scoundrel, you are still the best. Father is the most serious. You are the first guest that he has welcomed. On the way, Princess Fire Spirit said excitedly. She was extremely naive and lively. Baiyun Qiandi and the others followed Lin Ling. They were also surprised that Lin Ling was treated with respect by the Fire Tribe. One had to know that the Fire Tribe was one of the highest deacons in the human world. Not many people in the human world could make them bow their heads. This guy is not strong, but he has so many secrets. Baiyun Qiandi's eyes flashed. Lin Ling could stimulate her talent, but she didn't expect that he could also improve the talent of a fire element warrior. What was Lin Ling hiding? Everyone walked all the way as if they had come to a world of purgatory. In the ancient mountains, all kinds of colorful flames were blooming, and what was surprising was that it was not hot here. Instead, it felt cool. As expected of the race with the strongest understanding of fire in the world, there were a large number of totems around the mountains. There were ancient ones that drilled wood to make fire, mythical ones that chased the sun to find fire, and so on. It could be seen that the Fire Tribe's history was indeed very ancient. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward with Princess Fire Spirit. They passed by a tall rock mountain. Lin Ling suddenly stopped and stared at it curiously. What is that place? Chapter 1609. Talk, I don't know. It's a forbidden area of the Fire Clan. According to legends, the ancestor of the Fire Clan is there, but we've never seen it, said the princess of the Fire Clan. Lin Ling was disappointed. He had the feeling that the forbidden area of the Fire Clan was hiding some secrets of the human world. Ling, don't talk about the secrets of the Fire Clan, said Princess Wuxia at that moment. The princess of the Fire Clan stuck her tongue out and didn't dare say anything. I'm talking to the princess of the Fire Clan, it's none of your business. If you don't like it, piss off. Lin Ling didn't like Princess Wuxia. She was snobbish and always bullied the princess of the Fire Clan because she was young. Princess Wuxia had been a proud girl of Champion University ever since she had become a celestial great emperor. She had never been humiliated like that before. But when she thought about how useful Lin Ling was, she controlled herself. I've heard about you, Princess Wuxia. You're like the Empress of Fire. It seems like you're not as famous as you seem. White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, who had been silent all this time, laughed. Her strength was on par with Princess Wuxia. Seeing Princess Wuxia suffer, she felt extremely satisfied. Hurry up, my father is waiting for us, said Princess Wuxia. She pulled a long face and walked away. After a long time they arrived at a valley. There were also flames here, but the temperature was extremely cool. A large number of people from the Fire Tribe were already waiting there. They were wearing the style of the Fire Tribe, but they were all extremely strong. Each and every one of them was an outstanding cultivator of the fire element. A tall and sturdy man was standing in front of them. He was about 40 years old and had a square face. He didn't look angry. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. That was the Emperor of the Fire Clan. He was one of the 3 greatest legends of the human world. That guy is extremely strong. Lin Ling was shocked. Even with his current strength, he couldn't see through the man. This was the strongest person Lin Ling had seen so far. Baiyun Qiandi and the others also looked a little serious. Was this the strength of the mortal realm's giants? Aha, I've long heard of little friend Lin Ling's fame. Now that I've seen you today, you're truly a peerless talent. You really didn't disappoint. After seeing Lin Ling, the Fire Tribe monarch laughed out loud. His voice was heroic and gave people a feeling that he was very straightforward. With this sentence, Lin Ling's impression of him had improved by quite a bit. Men welcomed the important guest. The king of the Fire Tribe obviously valued Lin Ling a lot. He waved his hand. Bang bang bang. In the valley the fire drums sounded. With each beat the earth shook and flames blossomed. In the sky, flames and fireworks rose into the air, forming beautiful and brilliant flowers. The fire race hasn't treated a guest like this for a long time. Lin Ling, you're the first young man to do so, said Princess Wuxia with a smile. She and Lin Ling seemed to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Their previous conflicts and grudges seemed to have disappeared. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much. He was very clear that the so-called attention meant that he was still useful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be greeted with courtesy today. Greetings, senior of the Fire Tribe. However, Lin Ling still knew how to act. Since the other party treated him with courtesy, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't put on airs. Aha, heroes come from the young. Come take a seat, said the Fire Tribe monarch with a smile. Then he led the others to the square in the valley. There were already good wine and spirit fruits. Lin Ling and the others sat down. After a few conversations, the Fire Tribe monarch's generosity left a good impression on them. Here are some Fire Emperor fruits. They are a specialty of the Fire Tribe. One fruit every 100 years. Now I'll give them to you, said the Fire Tribe monarch. Lin Ling and the others accepted the treasures with a smile. Especially Lin Ling, he sensed that the treasures contained the fire origin qi. It would be helpful for his cultivation. Well, Ling, you've made a good friend. There are many talented people in this world. There are actually people who are more powerful than us in the Fire Martial Dao, said the Fire Tribe monarch to Princess Huoling with a smile. Ah, that's for sure. Don't you know who I am? Princess Huoling was as innocent as ever. At this moment she seemed to be happier than Lin Ling. The Fire Tribe monarch looked at Princess Huoling with affection. Then he looked at Lin Ling deep in his eyes. Lin Ling's talent wasn't high. He seemed to be only at the 10th level of the profound realm. It was just that his body was strong. He couldn't understand where he got the ability to increase the talent of a fire martial artist. Of course, although he was curious, he wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. He was like an elder, giving people a comfortable feeling. Moreover, he had a bold personality. In just a few words, everyone became familiar with him. My Fire Tribe is a good place for cultivation. If you want to do me the honor, you can stay here for a few more days, said the Fire Tribe monarch after a long while. He didn't mention a word about Lin Ling's ability to increase talent. Lin Ling and the others replied politely. They also planned to stay here for a few more days. After all, not everyone could come to the Fire Tribe. It was night. Stars dotted the sky. The world was quiet. Father. In a quiet room in the valley, Princess Wuxia stood outside the door and said softly, "What's Wuxia? Come in." A deep voice came from inside the room. Then the door opened. The room was extremely hot. There were flames dancing in the room. Greetings, Father. Princess Wuxia immediately bowed. The Fire Tribe monarch was sitting cross-legged. There were flames of various colors on his body. It was as if he controlled the flames of heaven and earth. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, "How is this Lin Ling? This person is very arrogant. However, I didn't expect him to have the ability to increase talent," Princess Wuxia said bluntly. Then she pondered for a moment. Father, Princess Huoling is still young. She can increase her talent slowly. However, I'm about to compete for the title of CND. I just need to increase my talent. Why don't I let Lin Ling increase my talent? This Lin Ling came for Princess Huoling. You snatched her opportunity. I'm afraid that little girl is not willing to accept it, said the Fire Tribe monarch with a frown. I'm her elder sister. Logically speaking, the benefits should be obtained by my elder sister first. Furthermore, although the Fire Spirit Princess is my younger sister, she is formed from the essence of the fire of heaven and earth. To be honest, her blood relationship with me is not very strong. Princess Wuxia flicked the black hair on her forehead. She was reminding the Fire Tribe monarch that she was her father's blood. The Fire Tribe monarch frowned. Although Princess Wuxia's words were like that, he still treated her equally. Moreover, father, aren't you curious about Lin Ling's ability? Princess Wuxia said again. This sentence moved the Fire Tribe monarch. One must know that the fire tribe controlled the flames of heaven and earth. There was no flame that they didn't know. However, Lin Ling had this ability. It would be strange if they weren't curious. Moreover, what if they could obtain that ability? Chapter 16:10. The Emperor of the Human Clan's proposal. Princess Wuxia smiled and said, Princess Hualing is young. Even if Lin Ling has a special ability, she can't find out. Besides, Hualing and Lin Ling have a good relationship. She'll help Lin Ling. But I'm different. At least I'll be fair. Therefore, I can find out why Lin Ling has such a special ability. Alright. If it doesn't belong to him, we can use the name of the Fire Clan to steal it. After all, the Fire Clan is the strongest clan in the world. Alright, you're right. Alright. The Emperor of the Fire Clan nodded. He had too many things to consider, not personal grudges but the entire clan. But why are you so sure that Lin Ling will help you? I don't think Lin Ling has a good impression of you, asked the Emperor of the Fire Clan. Marriage alliance. If he helps me increase my natural talent, I'll marry him as his wife, and this is an advantage for him because I'm a titled Celestial Emperor. On top of that, I have the power to topple cities, so he won't refuse, and will even feel overwhelmed by the favor, said Princess Wuxia confidently. Of course that was normal. Princess Wuxia had many suitors in Champion University. That's unfair to you, said Princess Wuxia. The Emperor of the Fire Clan shook his head. Lin Ling was only good at that kind of ability. His own talent and strength were not good enough for the Emperor of the Fire Clan. The best match for Princess Wuxia was still the Peerless Sky Emperor. If Lin Ling's ability is incredible, it won't be unfair. After all, he can improve the talent of the Fire Clan, said Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia smiled and shook her head. She didn't feel wronged. You're right. If you marry him, you can tie him up and make him work for the Fire Clan. Alright, I'll talk to him tomorrow. I'm sure he won't refuse, said Princess Wuxia, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, nodding. Princess Wuxia bowed and left. The Fire Race Monarch sat down cross-legged again. He was curious about Lin Ling's ability. Unfortunately, such an ability should only appear in the Fire Race and not in the body of an ordinary young man. Even if this young man was famous in the mortal world, in the eyes of the Fire Race Monarch, this young man was only Essos. The heavens are indeed unfair. Such an ability appeared in his body. What a waste. The night passed quietly. Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the valley of the Fire Race. There were fireflies around Lin Ling, floating into Lin Ling's body, making him feel very relaxed. The Fire Race was indeed an ancient race. Cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. The body of the Fiend God Overlord is improving rapidly. It seems like I'll be able to make a breakthrough in the next few days. Lin Ling's heart was filled with excitement. His cultivation this time could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. The 6th level of the Celestial Devil Overlord Physique, Wind Movement and Lightning Strike, allowed Lin Ling to possess the power of 12 universes. Furthermore, he had countless avatars. The Ancient God Overlord Physique took form, and he was one step closer to Ancient God Descent. And with the improvement of his physical body, he could use more of the Yellow Spring's flame. Of course, such rapid improvement was mainly due to the Half-Saint's essence from the symbol Ancestor. After all, there were a total of 1,000 drops. It was a huge sum of money anywhere. When I reach the 6th level, my innate immortal physique will be Earth Grade 10. Lin Ling opened his eyes. Flames were burning in his eyes. Currently, he was the #1 Eastern Supremacy in Shenpeng Province. However, compared to the 3 great legends of the mortal world, his strength was still insignificant. Without mentioning others, Baiyun Tiandi was much stronger than him. As for the 9 spirits of heaven, their strength was on par with Lin Ling. However, they had hidden trump cards that Lin Ling did not know about. Therefore, they were also very powerful. Of course, Lin Ling had also hidden his trump cards. If he were to face a late Saint Rudiment Realm expert head-on, he would not be afraid. Lin Ling, are you there? The morning air was extremely fresh. At this moment, a polite voice came from outside the house. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he pushed the door open. There were 3 figures standing outside the house. They were the Fire Clan Emperor and the Fire Spirit Princess. The 3 of them looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Especially the Fire Spirit Princess, her smile was extremely cute. Lin Ling could not help but want to hug her. How do you feel in my Fire Clan? The Fire Clan Emperor said warmly. Senior treats me like an important guest and feels at home. This junior is overwhelmed by Senior's favor. Lin Ling said with a bow. That's good. I was afraid that you would not be used to it. The Fire Clan Emperor nodded with satisfaction. He waved his right hand and asked someone to set up a table and chairs. The few of them sat down outside the house and were served with good wine and spirit fruits. Lin Ling, yesterday I saw that you were not afraid of the Emperor Peerless of the Yi clan. Hehe, this courage is really rare. The Fire Clan Emperor drank his wine and said with a smile. Princess Firecloud seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Ling. She smiled and said, Father Emperor, he is just like this. The tougher the person he meets, the tougher he becomes. He is simply not afraid of the heavens or the earth. However, I admire this temperament of his. When a martial artist goes against the will of the heavens, they sometimes rely on this kind of courage to move forward. Her words surprised Lin Ling because he could clearly hear that Princess Firecloud seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. Her tone was not like that of a friend but more like that of a lover. He is just a boorish man. Lin Ling said with a modest smile. For the sake of the Fire Clan Emperor, he did not refute Princess Firecloud's words. He had his own principles. He would treat others the way they treated him. Although he did not like Princess Firecloud, the other party treated him with respect. Naturally, he would not be calculative. The situation at that time was not that I was arrogant, but I could not bear to see Princess Firecloud being humiliated. Moreover, although Emperor Peerless is strong, if we really fought, it was not certain who would win. Lin Ling said with half-truth. He naturally knew that arrogance without strength was called overestimating one's strength. Since he dared to not fear Emperor Peerless, he must have some confidence in himself. The Fire Clan Emperor and Princess Firecloud's eyes lit up. Lin Ling was so confident? Of course, they were all too familiar with Lin Ling's talent, so they thought he was just trying to show off. Lin Ling's talent was at the 10th level of the Mystic class, and his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Saint realm. His martial arts comprehension wasn't bad, but he wasn't a match for Celestial Emperor Peerless. If it wasn't for Celestial Emperor Peerless underestimating Lin Ling would have suffered a lot already. I believe in Batty. Princess Firecloud was eating an apple as she raised her small hand. Even though she wasn't old, she was extremely convinced by Lin Ling. Because she knew that Lin Ling had returned from the Ocean of Anarchy, so he surely possessed unknown secrets. Let's not talk about this. Lin Ling, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. The Fire Clan Emperor raised his wine cup and clinked it with Lin Ling's. He said in an amiable manner. Senior, please speak your mind. The other party was a big shot of the human world. His strength was many times stronger than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Since he respected Lin Ling so much, Lin Ling would naturally respect him. You can increase your talent, but I hope you can help my Fire Cloud increase her talent and let her reach heaven rank as soon as possible. How about it? The Fire Clan Emperor pondered for a moment and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Chapter 1611. Improving Princess Wuxia's talent. Hualing, you are still young and have great potential. You can improve slowly, but your sister is about to compete for the title of Xiandi. This is the most important thing, so you must learn to be patient. The Emperor of Fire Tribe said indifferently, his tone was reprimanding. Hualing, you are not a child anymore. You must be sensible. Do you remember the inheritance of our Fire Tribe? There is a totem called Kong Rong Giving Pair. That story teaches us to be courteous. Yes. Princess Wuxia said with an indifferent voice. I know. Yes. Princess Wuxia lowered her head, but she still felt wronged. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He could see that although Princess Wuxia was willful and unruly, she was very obedient in the Fire Tribe. No wonder she was often bullied by Princess Wuxia. And now, Princess Wuxia was using her sister's name to take advantage of Princess Wuxia. However, Lin Ling did not mind, because he could also help Princess Wuxia improve her talent. He immediately comforted Princess Wuxia, making her nod with a smile. Moreover, I see that Lin Ling is also a dragon among men. Xianping Province's #1 East Venerable, and also the 7 Emperors Heavens titled Heavenly Emperor. Your future is bright. Today I will be the matchmaker and let you marry Princess Wuxia. I wonder if you will dislike me, Lin Ling? The Emperor of Fire Tribe laughed again. Princess Wuxia also laughed, but there was a hint of shyness in her smile. Lin Ling and Princess Wuxia's eyes narrowed. They did not expect the Emperor of Fire Tribe to make such a request. Could it be that Lin Ling dislikes me, Princess Wuxia? Or do you think that my Fire Tribe is not worthy of you? The Emperor of Fire Tribe frowned, making Lin Ling smile bitterly. He wanted to refuse, but that would make the Emperor of Fire Tribe lose face. Because if he refused, it would mean that Lin Ling disliked Princess Wuxia. Let's talk about this later. I can help Princess Wuxia improve her talent first. However, the Emperor of Fire Tribe should not refuse Princess Wuxia's promise. Lin Ling did not agree or refuse, but he did not mention his purpose of coming. Sure. The Emperor of Fire Tribe nodded. He thought Lin Ling. As for the promise with Princess Wuxia, it was not a big deal. Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia. Wuxia Wuxia Prince. But to Wuxia de Hua to Wuxia Wuxia Princess Wuxia Lin, it Lin to de Wuxia's Wuxia de Wuxia you to Hua Wuxia Wuxia. Hua. Hua Hua. Hua 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 to Hua Hua Hua, Hua 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 Hua. The Emperor of the Fire Clan was clearly in a good mood. After drinking a few more mouthfuls of wine, he left with a hearty laugh. Princess Wuxia also followed him. However, there was a hint of shyness on her face, which was extremely attractive. Your father is quite hospitable. After the two left, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Scoundrel, do you want to marry my sister? Didn't you say you were going to be my husband? You lied to me. Princess Wuxia whispered with her head lowered. It was as if her favorite toy had been snatched away by someone else. Most importantly, the person who snatched it away was her sister. This made her feel even more wronged. Silly girl, did I promise your father? If I refused your father's proposal, it would be embarrassing for him. Lin Ling looked at the wronged little girl and could not help but laugh. Princess Wuxia raised her head and her big eyes twinkled. First, I will help your sister improve her talent and fulfill the promise. After that, I will take you away and never come back. Lin Ling said. Ah, so that's what you think. You are so bad. Princess Wuxia Yutu was very happy. In the afternoon, Princess Wuxia brought Lin Ling to find Princess Wuxia. Along the way, the people of Fire Tribe were discussing. I heard that he is the new son-in-law. No way. Princess Wuxia Yutu and Emperor Peerless are married. What is Emperor Peerless? Lin Ling is the best son-in-law of our Fire Tribe because he can improve the talent of fire element warriors. How can Emperor Peerless compare to him? Indeed, but Lin Ling is handsome and has extraordinary potential. He is a match made in heaven with Princess Wuxia Yutu. No one knew when the news had spread. Many people of the Fire Tribe were looking at Lin Ling respectfully as if he was Princess Wuxia's husband. Lin Ling frowned. He did not expect the Emperor of Fire Tribe to take this matter seriously. It must be my sister who said it. Ever since we were young, my sister always wanted to snatch things from me. It is the same now. The Fire Tribe must have thought that Huodo can improve the talent of the Fire Tribe, so they want Huodo to stay here and improve the talent of the Fire Tribe. Princess Wuxia Yuta said whatever came to her mind. In fact, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling's origin and talent did not enter the eyes of the Fire Tribe. Only his ability to improve the talent of the fire element was what they valued. Thinking about it, if Lin Ling could improve the talent of the Fire Tribe, then wouldn't the Fire Tribe become more and more powerful? Huodo is not an item. He is a person. He is not for you to improve your talent. Princess Wuxia Yuta whispered. Lin Ling touched Princess Wuxia Yuta's head. He did not care too much because he did not plan to marry Princess Wuxia Yutu. The most important thing now was to take Princess Wuxia Yutu away. Baiyun Qiandi and the others also heard the news. They were silent about it, but there was some conflict in their hearts because the Fire Tribe had changed too much. After a long time, Lin Ling finally arrived at Princess Wuxia Yuta's room. The room was simple and there was a faint fragrance of a woman. The Fire Tribe Emperor and Princess Wuxia Yutu had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Ling, they were full of anticipation. Little friend Lin Ling, this is my Fire Tribe's 10,000-year inheritance, the 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition. It is absolutely helpful for cultivation. It will be twice the result with half the effort. At this time, the Fire Tribe Emperor gave Lin Ling a jade pot with 9 dragons coiled around it. This jade pot had an ancient aura. As long as water was poured into the pot, it would automatically turn into spiritual energy. It was extremely rare. Lin Ling looked at the jade pot and immediately discovered that the 9 dragons coiling around the pot were in fact real dragons. However, they were dead young dragons that had been cruelly refined into a treasure. Its grade had reached the level of a divine weapon. Senior, this item is too precious. Lin Ling lightly said. Haha, just treat it as my Fire Tribe's dowry, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, smiling. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. After he left the Fire Clan, he would return the treasure. Princess Wuxia, sit cross-legged and calm your heart like water. After that, Lin Ling said to Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia Yuta was excited. Was it going to start? Princess Wuxia Yuda quickly sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling came behind her and gently touched her back. An endless stream of flames flowed into Princess Wuxia Yuda's body. These flames came from the Avalon of 5 elements. They were flames that had existed for 10,000 years. They were one of the most mysterious forces in the world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling could not control these flames at the moment. He could only use them to improve the talent of others. Chapter 16:12. First grade heaven rank, Lubing heavenly flames. Heaven and earth warriors have different talents, also known as the tree of talents. The fruits at the bottom of the tree have ordinary talents, while the fruits at the top of the tree are much more noble. As for the fruits at the top of the tree, they are the rarest because they enjoy the essence of heaven and earth. However, the fruits of talents are not immutable. Although they can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, they can be replenished by the essence of heaven and earth. Lin Ling said indifferently. The mysterious flame in Princess Firecloud's body actually merged with her talent and slowly increased. Princess Firecloud closed her eyes slightly, but she was excited. Don't be emotional, relax. At this time, Lin Ling lightly shouted, causing Princess Firecloud to quickly regain her composure. Following which, her talent continued to increase. Amazing, she actually reached Earth Rank 8 and is moving towards Earth Rank 9. Princess Fire Spirit said in surprise, but she was also happy for her sister. On the other hand, the Fire Emperor's face was solemn. After witnessing Lin Ling's ability with his own eyes, he knew how mysterious this junior was. It seemed that his decision to let Lin Ling and Princess Firecloud be together was the right decision. With Lin Ling's ability, he could only serve the Fire Tribe. Otherwise it would be a waste. It increased again, reaching Earth Rank 9. At this time, Princess Fire Spirit said in surprise. If one's talent increased by 1 grade, the help it brought would be as much as 30%. Work harder, raise Princess Firecloud's talent to heaven rank. The Fire Emperor said excitedly. Lin Ling frowned. He sensed that there was not much flame left in his body from the Avalon of 5 elements. He did not expect the Fire Emperor to be so greedy. However, Lin Ling did not care because these flames were wasted. In the future, Lin Ling could absorb them back from the Avalon of 5 elements. Rumble. At this moment, Princess Firecloud's face was filled with pain. Obviously, the process of increasing her talent was not easy. In the past, Lin Ling forcefully increased the talent of the Divine Map King, causing the latter to explode and die. Therefore, he could not bite off more than he could chew. Fortunately, Princess Firecloud's ability was stronger, and her endurance was greater. As for increasing the talent of heaven rank, Lin Ling was under a lot of pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. The mysterious flame in Princess Firecloud's fire cloud was greedily absorbing it. Rumble. The voice rang out again. Divine fire began to appear around Princess Firecloud's body. Lubing flame. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe smiled happily. This was the inherited flame of the Fire Tribe. Princess Firecloud and Princess Fire Spirit's flames were different. The latter was born from heaven and earth. From a certain point of view, Princess Fire Spirit's talent was more powerful than Princess Firecloud's. But now the gap was slowly shrinking. Boom. As the last sound rang out, Lin Ling was sent flying by the powerful impact and smashed into the wall. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. I finally succeeded. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Firecloud's body exploded with a terrifying flame aura. The whole room exploded and flames filled the sky. At this moment, other than the Fire Tribe Emperor, everyone else sensed how terrifying the flames were. Even the Fire Spirit Princess felt the heat and found it hard to resist. On the surface, Lin Ling looked like he was having a hard time resisting, but in his soul, the Yellow Springs flame was roaring. This caused the pressure to not affect him at all. First grade heaven rank, Lubing heavenly flame. At the same time, Princess Firecloud stood up in high spirits. She could not help but smile excitedly. It was as if she could see herself being titled as Xian Di. Congratulations, Princess Firecloud has reached the heaven rank. Heaven rank, that's the highest level of immortal body. Every grade of immortal body increases one's strength by several times. Great, through Princess Firecloud's efforts, our Fire Tribe has given birth to another Empress. The entire Fire Tribe was cheering. At this moment, Lin Ling was ignored by everyone. Everyone was happy for Princess Firecloud. After a long time, Princess Firecloud finally retracted all the flames. She seemed to have the strength to control the world. Every word of hers was domineering. Linling, thank you. She looked at Linling and said, no need, this is what you deserve. Linling shook his head. The agreement with the fire tribe was finally fulfilled. Linling, go and rest. This matter has been hard on you. The fire tribe emperor bowed to Linling. He was even more polite to Linling because he had personally witnessed Linling's miraculous abilities. Therefore Linling was their fire tribe's lucky star. Linling nodded. At this moment he was also a little tired, so he bid farewell and left. The fire spirit princess happily followed him. Firecloud, how do you feel? After Linling left, the fire tribe emperor looked at Princess Firecloud expectantly. Linling's body has ancient flames. Those flames may have come from 10,000 years ago. It was with these flames that my talent was stimulated and I reached the heaven rank, Lubing heavenly flame. This Linling is really mysterious. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid it would take me 100 years to reach the heaven rank. Princess Firecloud's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a fire empress, extremely elegant. Then how is his ability? The fire tribe emperor was even more expectant. But speaking of this, Princess Firecloud frowned. When he was helping me to improve my talent, I sensed that there was an ancient flame in his body. But now it has been absorbed by me. Without those ancient flames, he seems to have become very ordinary. What? The fire tribe emperor's face changed. He was disappointed. I guessed that he might have had a fortuitous encounter, so he swallowed the 10,000-year flame and used it to improve the talent of others. Unfortunately, in order to improve my talent, his ability is no longer there. Princess Firecloud shook her head and said with disappointment, his current cultivation is too weak, so he can't control those flames. Otherwise, those flames wouldn't belong to me and would be refined by him in the future. So, you have seized his flames and reached the heaven rank, but he has become an ordinary disciple of the human realm. The fire tribe emperor frowned. That's right. Princess Firecloud nodded with disdain on her face. I thought he had some mysterious power, but I was disappointed. He only relied on those ancient flames. What's the use of someone who can't help our fire tribe? The fire tribe emperor's face was filled with anger. His square face also regained its dignity. He had high expectations for Linling. He hoped that Linling could continue to improve the fire tribe's talent. But who would have thought that Linling was so useless? His ability could only be used once. In this way he felt that he had been deceived by Linling. Because he, the fire tribe emperor, had put down his face and treated Linling with respect. But Linling was too useless. No matter what, he is still useful. At least my talent has reached the heaven rank. Princess Firecloud was also disdainful of Linling, but she was still very excited. Heaven rank, this might be Linling's only use. Unfortunately, she didn't know that although the ancient flames in Linling's body had been absorbed by her, Linling's most terrifying part was the yellow spring flame. Those ancient flames could still be absorbed by Linling. She didn't know that Linling actually had a god-rank flame. Chapter 1613. Useless people should be abandoned. Your Majesty, the people from the E-race request an audience. At this time, someone in the distance said respectfully, it seems that Emperor Peerless knows that your talent has reached the heaven stage. The E-race received the news quickly. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe muttered to himself and then looked at Princess Wuxia. Oh right, what about your marriage with Linling? Cancel it. If Linling has the ability to increase his talent, I will marry him. Linling will also work for the Fire Tribe for the rest of his life. But Linling is useless, how can I marry him? Princess Wuxia shook her head, her eyes cold. After reaching the heaven stage, she felt that Linling was trash and could not be compared to her at all. She had completely forgotten whose help she was able to reach heaven stage. Yes, the E-race is also one of the deacons of earthly paradise. And Emperor Peerless has a bright future. He is indeed much better than Linling Wuxia. You and Xiao Wushuang are more compatible. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe nodded. Xiao Wushuang and I have gone out to train many times. We have some feelings for each other. He is indeed more compatible than Linling. Princess Wuxia sighed and nodded in agreement. Then she said, then how should we deal with Linling? What's the use of keeping a useless person? And he dared to trick me. Then kill him. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe's eyes turned cold. He was still angry at Linling because Linling had deceived him. But father and Linling have an agreement. If Linling helps me increase my talent, he can take the Fire Spirit Princess away. Princess Wuxia said calmly. What qualifications does he have to take the Fire Spirit Princess away? The fire spirit princess was left behind by the ancestors. Although she is not of my bloodline, she is of the fire tribe. The emperor of the fire tribe shook his head. Obviously he had gone back on his words. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He had returned to his residence and Baiyun Qiandi and the others were also there. They were surprised to see Lin Ling. Your ability is indeed abnormal. You actually raised Princess Firecloud to heaven rank. The 9 spirits of heaven said with admiration. He knew what the heaven rank represented. It wouldn't take long for such a person to reach Xiandi's level. You raised her talent. Did you give those ancient flames to her? Baiyun Qiandi said with some jealousy. Then she saw Lin Ling nodding with a smile. Her face immediately turned ugly. This Princess Rosie was really greedy. She shook her head and said, the capital that you rely on belongs to her. After that, you have nothing. Lin Ling was startled. Are you speaking up for me? Bastard, I'm not feeling indignant for you. I just can't stand Firecloud Celestial Emperor becoming stronger. Baiyun Qiandi was stunned for a moment, then she immediately shouted angrily. Seeing Baiyun Qiandi's angry expression, Lin Ling touched his nose and said confidently, I can make her stronger. Naturally, I can make others stronger. The ancient flames that I lost, I can absorb them again. So it's not a big deal. Sigh. Baiyun Qiandi's beautiful eyes narrowed. She thought that those ancient flames were unique, but who knew that Lin Ling could absorb them back? This meant that Lin Ling was hiding an existence that surpassed the ancient flames. And to be able to cultivate a heaven-rank talent so casually, could it be that Lin Ling had a god-rank flame? Her heart rumbled. God-rank flame. If she guessed according to this, Lin Ling's potential was even more terrifying than Princess Firecloud's, and 1,000 times more terrifying? Lin Ling, are you here? At this time, several figures walked into the small courtyard. The leading old man looked indifferently at Lin Ling. However, his question was obviously asking the obvious. Because Lin Ling was right in front of him, yet he asked if Lin Ling was here. Lin Ling and the others frowned. The old man was an elder of the Hua tribe. He was not weak, having reached the 8th layer of the Saint Realm. A few days ago, this elder had given them a good impression, treating them sincerely and courteously. But now his attitude seemed to be a little arrogant. What was going on? Lin Ling is right in front of you, yet you ask if he's here. Isn't this a little too useless? Lin Ling did not speak, but the 9 spirits of heaven spoke first. Who allowed you to speak? The old man coldly retorted, then looked at Lin Ling and said, hand over the 9 dragons jade exhibit. How can you possess such a thing? 9 dragons jade exhibit? Lin Ling frowned. May I ask, did the emperor of the Hua tribe ask me for this 9 dragons jade exhibit, or did you ask me for it? The old man's attitude was obviously different from a few days ago. Coupled with his overbearing and rude attitude, Lin Ling faintly sensed something. Could it be that the Hua tribe wanted to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Just hand it over, what's the point of talking nonsense? The old man reprimanded again, his tone extremely dignified. Baiyun Qiandi and the others' faces changed dramatically. They also noticed the change in the Hua tribe's attitude, which gave them a bad premonition. Xianping Province's Dong Zun, do you really think you're something? Let me tell you, our Hua tribe is the deacon of the heavenly earth in the mortal world. A mere Dong Zun is not qualified to be arrogant. Beside the old man, a young man shouted coldly. They had received orders not to give face to Lin Ling and should do what they were supposed to do. Quang. Lin Ling did not say anything more. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 dragons jade exhibit appeared and he threw it on the ground. If you want it, pick it up yourself. How dare you throw the 9 dragons jade exhibit? The old man and the others obviously did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant as to throw a treasure on the ground. This made their faces turn cold. This was just handed to me by the emperor of the Hua tribe, but now he wants to take it back. Not only that, but he's also so arrogant. I want to ask the emperor of the Hua tribe what he's planning. You don't have to pick it up, but let the emperor of the Hua tribe take it back. I'll ask him. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He was not a fool. He guessed that something must have happened since the other party's attitude suddenly changed. The Hua tribe's people were furious. However, thinking of the emperor of the Hua tribe's warning, they suppressed their anger, picked up the 9 dragons jade exhibit on the ground, snorted and left. A toad wants to eat swan meat. You want the emperor of the Hua tribe to come personally and marry Princess Wuxia. You don't know what you're doing. The old man left behind a disdainful sentence when he left. Too much. What do you think we are? Beggars? A few days ago the emperor of the Hua tribe personally treated us with respect. Who would have thought that his attitude would change today? The 9 spirits of heaven frowned. Their hearts were filled with anger. It seems like Lin Ling, your usefulness has been exhausted. So, the Hua tribe has begun to forget your kindness. Baiyun Chendi pondered for a moment. The other party's attitude changed too suddenly. So, she guessed the reason. The 9 spirits of heaven and Little Flame's expression changed. Faintly they also guessed the reason. Could it be that they think that Lin Ling can no longer improve his talent, so they abandon Lin Ling? Isn't this too snobbish? You should know that Princess Rosie Dawn's talent has improved because of Lin Ling. Ugly face. A few days ago he was polite and courteous. Today he turned his back on us. Ungrateful. Chapter 16:14. Ingrate. I'll go and ask the Emperor of the Fire Clan if he's that materialistic. This was the first time the White Cloud Celestial Emperor had been treated like this. She was a straightforward person, so she strode out of the courtyard. It's useless even if you go, said Lin Ling coldly. Since he's decided even if you go you'll just be humiliated. He'll say that we're trying to curry favor with the Fire Clan. Besides, this place has been sealed. The strong cultivators of the Fire Clan are watching. What? Shouted the 9 spirits of heaven furiously. Too much. Too much. Lin Ling had helped Princess Wuxia, but now nobody treated him with respect. On the contrary, because Lin Ling's ancient fire had disappeared, the Fire Clan had abandoned Lin Ling. They looked down on Lin Ling. Who do you think you are? Princess Wuxia agreed to marry you and you want to become the second king of the Fire Clan? Who do you think you are? Asked Wuxia. Wuxia was furious. Now, Princess Wuxia's talent has increased. Do you think you're worthy of her? I don't understand. You're shameless enough to ask for her hand in marriage. We can tell you that the Emperor of the Fire Clan can't stand your greed, that's why he rejected you. At that moment, many people were shouting outside the courtyard. The members of the Fire Clan were cursing Lin Ling and the others furiously. Moreover, the Emperor of the Fire Tribe gave an order that made Lin Ling become a greedy person. Obviously, the Emperor of the Fire Clan knew that abandoning Lin Ling would leave a bad impression, so he had an excuse. His excuse was that Lin Ling was greedy for the position of the Fire Clan and had asked for a lot of things. To others, Princess Rosie Dawn was a heavenly emperor with a heavenly tier talent. Lin Ling's strength was ordinary. He was trying to climb up the social ladder. What qualifications did he have to make so many requests? Therefore, Lin Ling was overestimating himself. What a hypocrite. The 9 spirits of heaven were even more furious. Not only did they abandon Lin Ling, but they also slandered Lin Ling. Could it be that the fire race was afraid of being criticized by others, so they pushed all the blame to Lin Ling? Your marriage with Princess Wuxia has been cancelled. Tonight, the people of E-Clan and the human realm will come. The Fire Clan will announce the marriage between Princess Wuxia and Emperor Peerless. You Lin Ling can only be a toad in a ditch. Another voice came. To the Fire Tribe, the Fire King's orders were the heavens. If the Fire King was slandering Lin Ling, they would naturally believe him. Even if they didn't believe him, they wouldn't side with Lin Ling because the Fire Tribe had 10,000 years of history and was extremely prestigious in the mortal world. They couldn't lose face. What a pitiful person. Just a moment ago, he was still a distinguished guest of the Fire Tribe, enjoying the treatment of our Fire Tribe. The next moment he became a toad. If I were you, I would have already dug a hole and buried myself in it. The laughter was getting farther and farther away. Obviously, the Fire Tribe people had left, but there were still experts monitoring this place. And in the small courtyard, the 9 spirits of heaven were trembling with anger. They looked at Lin Ling with a trace of unwillingness in their eyes. Even they felt like they had been humiliated. Lin Ling's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. I never thought of being the son-in-law of the Fire Tribe. I only wanted to take Princess Wuxia away. Everything was caused by the Fire Tribe, but now they are biting me. It seems like it will be very difficult for me to take Princess Wuxia away. His heart was filled with anger. He didn't care that Princess Wuxia's innate talent was increased by him because it was a fair trade. But he cared about the attitude of the Fire Tribe. That kind of slandering and looking down on people. What made Lin Ling angry the most was that the Fire Tribe Emperor had also gone back on his words. He couldn't take Princess Wuxia away. Not to mention Lin Ling, even I can't swallow this anger. The Fire Tribe is too arrogant. Do they think we are beggars? Lin Ling, say something and I will fight with you. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling and said. He clenched his fist tightly. Baiyun Chendi didn't say anything, but she also looked at Lin Ling. She also couldn't swallow this anger. Big brother? Little Flame was the same. Lin Ling's face was cold. Just as he was about to speak, a figure ran into the small courtyard. It was Princess Wuxia. Bad guy, not good. Father and the others want to kill you. At this moment, Princess Wuxia's eyes were moist. There was a palm print on her delicate face. Obviously, she was arguing about something and was slapped by the Fire Tribe Emperor. Obviously, she knew everything. She didn't expect the Fire Tribe to repay kindness with enmity. Most importantly, in order to satisfy the Yi Tribe, the Fire Tribe Emperor wanted to kill Lin Ling and the others. Of course, this was normal. After all, this kind of thing didn't sound good. Therefore, the Fire Tribe Emperor wouldn't let Lin Ling and the others leave alive. Spreading rumors would damage the Fire Tribe's image. Father, you shouldn't call me that. Lin Ling looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and felt gratified. This little girl was reasonable. Especially when he saw the slap mark on her face, the anger in his heart boiled even more. Repaying kindness with enmity was one thing, but they even slapped Princess Wuxia. He couldn't wait to destroy the Fire Tribe. The Fire Tribe's attitude was too much. Father's way of doing things is too ugly. But you still have a chance. Tonight I will take you out of here. Yes. Princess Wuxia raised her eyes and looked at Lin Ling. At present, Lin Ling was no match for the Fire Tribe. If he didn't leave, he would definitely die. She couldn't watch Lin Ling die here. Although she was young, she knew that the Fire Tribe had gone too far. Baiyun Qiandi and the others clenched their fists tightly. After being humiliated like this, would they still want to escape? However, Princess Wuxia's words reminded them that in the face of the Fire Tribe, the giants of the human world, even if they were the overlords of various forces, their strength was still too weak. Let's talk about this tonight. Yes. Lin Ling didn't answer. He left a sentence and then entered the house. Baiyun Qiandi and the others stood in the small courtyard. Their eyes flickered, but they were all silent. After entering the house, Lin Ling directly entered the Purple Mansion to cultivate. Right now he was in the middle of a storm, so he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. In the Purple Mansion, 1 day in the outside world was 1 year in the Purple Mansion. Although there was still half a day, it was enough for Lin Ling to increase his strength further. Moreover, Lin Ling was not far from the 5th layer of the Heavenly Devil Tyrant body. Your Majesty, people are all selfish. When you are still useful, they will flatter you and respect you. When you are no longer useful, they will abandon you and even hit you when you are down. Therefore, strength is everything. Elder Z appeared in front of Lin Ling. He also knew what happened outside. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. I know. Yes. Chapter 16:15. The 6th stage of the Divine Devil Overlord body. I'll treat people the same way they treat me. If the fire race wants to keep their face, then I'll tear off their mask of hypocrisy. Lin Ling said again. His eyes were burning with a crazy flame, then he sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. At the beginning, the fire race treated him sincerely, so Lin Ling reciprocated. Now that the fire race treated him ugly, Lin Ling had to reciprocate. At the very least, he would let them know that he, Lin Ling, wasn't someone to be trampled on. Pop, pop, pop. Along with Lin Ling's anger, the small worlds in his body started to explode and awaken, forming a terrifying energy ripple. It had to be known that the further one went, the harder it was to cultivate the body. Every time one's strength increased, the effect would be significant. Lin Ling's strength had reached 11 universes of strength. Once he reached 12 universes of strength, his strength would naturally increase by several times. Once his body improved, his control over the Yellow Springs flame would also improve. In this cultivation, Lin Ling not only wanted to improve his Divine Devil Overlord body, but he also wanted to regain his lost dignity. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't lack cultivation resources, which made him feel gratified. The 5th layer of the Purple Palace realm, the living soil. Dense spiritual energy filled the air from the mysterious void gourd. There were already a large number of mysterious void gourds in the living soil. As time passed, the earth in the living soil surged and a terrifying soul force bloomed, forming the blade of nirvana that swept through the heavens and earth. It had to be known that the half-saint's essence was extremely precious. It could increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects, and soul force was no exception. However, ordinary cultivators mostly used it to increase their cultivation, but Lin Ling had enough resources this time, so he naturally increased his essence, energy, and spirit domains. With the half-saint's essence, Lin Ling's soul force reached the 132nd level. Although it was only an increase of 2 levels, it was much harder to increase soul force than body strength. Although it seemed like an increase of 1 level, the power it brought couldn't be underestimated. Currently, Lin Ling didn't know how powerful the Blade of Nirvana would be after it was used. After the Blade of Nirvana swept through the world, endless flames bloomed. The Fire Dragon King roared as if it was born from the void. Boundless Fire Dragon King. Omnipresent, indestructible. This was the greater mastery realm of the sacred rune martial arts, which was also the realm of ethereal fire. With Lin Ling's current strength he could only use it once. This was because his cultivation realm was not high enough, and the power of his Saint C was insufficient. Therefore he did not use it again after fighting against Emperor Peerless. The reason was that the power of his Saint C was insufficient. However, one time was enough. Because of this enlightenment, Lin Ling could make the Flame Dragon King appear in the void with a wisp of the flames of the underworld. Compared to his previous control, this time it was clearly more. He was confident that with this move, he could easily kill a 7th layer saint. With this move he wouldn't need to fear the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the past. The flames of the underworld was a divine grade flame. Just from its name one would know how terrifying it was. The only flaw was that Lin Ling could only use it once. This time he could control more flames of the underworld than before because Lin Ling's Fiend God Overlord physique had entered the 6th layer. Boom. In the soil of breath, the ancient God Sovereign appeared. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. He looked at the sky with disdain. The power of 12 universes caused the soil of breath to shake violently as if it couldn't withstand Lin Ling's power. Lin Ling quietly looked at the sky in the distance, and the cold light in the depths of his eyes became even more intense. The power of 12 universes. With this power, my absolute defense has increased again. I can even destroy ordinary origin energy with one punch. When lightning strike. Then Lin Ling shouted. A terrifying thing happened. On the soil of breath, tens of thousands of Lin Ling appeared. Moreover, all of them were real bodies. Their power was vast and unparalleled. This was the external avatar technique. For other martial artists, cultivating this kind of martial art was very powerful and could fight against a sea of people. However, for Lin Ling, it was even more terrifying because those avatars all had the power of 12 universes. It was terrifying. Think about it, if tens of thousands of ancient god sovereigns with the power of 12 universes appeared, how could he continue fighting? And this was the terror of the Fiend God Overlord physique. The further one went, the harder it was to cultivate. However, the power it brought was also stronger. Absolute defense. In a physical battle, I can turn into an army of 10,000. However, the death of one avatar consumed a lot of my internal small world. Fortunately, I have the mysterious Void Gourd and can quickly recover. One could imagine that if he didn't have the mysterious Void Gourd, Lin Ling's avatar would be killed and he would be severely injured. Absolute attack. In addition to fighting against a sea of people, I also have the power of the underworld flames origin energy. The power of that attack is extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, with my current strength I can only use it once. Absolute speed. Although my understanding of the void hasn't increased with the power of a sea of people, it can be considered a kind of speed. What a pity. If my tyrannical song sword could be repaired, my strength would be even stronger. Lin Ling stood quietly on the ground and continued to analyze his own strength. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. With pressure came motivation. In this cultivation, although Lin Ling's cultivation realm didn't increase, his Fiend God Overlord physique had increased, which led to a continuous increase in strength. If his cultivation realm increased, his battle strength would be even more terrifying. Currently, he estimated that if he fought with all his strength, he wouldn't be afraid of an 8th layer saint. He even dared to fight a 9th layer saint. And in the world of heaven and earth emperors, there was a distinction between strong and weak. For example, Heavenly Emperor Baiyun belonged to the extremely powerful category. For a rising star like Heavenly Emperor Peerless, his strength was much weaker. Lin Ling did not fear this level of Heavenly Emperor. As for the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, Lin Ling no longer feared them after his physical body had improved. This half a year of bitter cultivation didn't seem to be wasted. After a long time, Lin Ling walked out of the Purple Palace. At this moment, night had already fallen. In the small courtyard, Baiyun Tiandi and the others were sitting cross-legged. When they saw Lin Ling walk out, they were stunned. They could feel that Lin Ling seemed to have changed. Your strength seems to have increased, but your cultivation realm hasn't. I hope it's just our misconception. Because only half a day has passed, How could your strength have increased? Baiyun Qiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven said in disbelief. Lin Ling was wearing a blue robe, standing there with a smile on his face. He was as calm as the clouds in the sky. He knew that the pressure was brought to them by his soul force. Because his soul force had increased, it formed a more terrifying pressure. So you still feel this way? Lin Ling withdrew his soul force and said with a smile. This time it's not so strong. Baiyun Qiandi frowned. He felt that Lin Ling had become more mysterious. There were too many secrets hidden in his body. Big brother, the fire tribe is very lively. I heard that many experts have come. Those guys are from the highest deacon palace of the mortal world, heavenly earth. Little Flame didn't pay attention to Lin Ling's increase in strength. Instead, he looked at the sky in dissatisfaction. Chapter 16:16. Fight together. The purpose of tonight's feast was the marriage between the E-race and the fire race. It was said that the E-race had taken out a treasure called the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light as a betrothal gift. The fire race did not want to miss out on such a treasure, so they immediately announced the marriage. The 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light, the E-race is really generous. No wonder the fire race treats them so well. It is said that this treasure has the power of the heavens and earth and is very helpful for fire element warriors. Even if it is an ordinary fire element warrior, as long as he has this treasure, he will be a giant in the human world. Baiyun Qiandi had obviously heard of this treasure. So powerful. Xinyuan Jiuhun sucked in a breath of cold air. It should be known that there were strong and weak fire element warriors. For example, the strength of an ordinary innate spirit body was limited. However, with the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light, he could immediately transform into a giant of the human world. How could the treasure not be precious? The fire race is shameless. They only care about benefits and have no morals at all. Little Flame did not care about the treasure, he just felt that the fire race was too sinister. Now that the fire race was announcing the marriage and they had become prisoners, how could they swallow this anger? There is one more thing, the fire race emperor also wants to announce to the human world that his princess Wuxia has achieved the heavenly body. Baiyun Qiandi said with disdain. Most importantly, the fire race emperor said that the increase of Princess Wuxia's talent was due to her hard work. Shameless indeed. The 9 spirits of heaven snorted. Lin Ling smiled. He was not surprised. It was not the first time he had seen the shamelessness of the fire race. Well, now that more and more people are coming, we can take this opportunity to escape. While they were talking, the fire spirit princess walked in and whispered. She knew that this place was being monitored. It would be difficult for Lin Ling and the others to leave. Fortunately, she had found a way. Now, the fire race was entertaining the giants of the human world and did not have time to care about Lin Ling and the others. It was the best time to escape. The members of the 9 spirits of heaven looked at each other and frowned. They had suffered such humiliation. Were they going to run away? You can leave now. The fire race is not something you can mess with. Lin Ling looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and said. This matter had nothing to do with them, and he didn't want the 9 spirits of heaven to be implicated. What about you? The 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling and said. Of course I'm staying. I can't miss this wedding. Lin Ling said lightly. His voice was sharp. Scoundrel, you're crazy. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. My sister has already made her decision. Even if you go back, she won't marry you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the fire spirit princess suddenly became anxious. She thought that Lin Ling couldn't let go of Princess Wuxia. Lin Ling looked at her indifferently and shook his head. He said word by word, I'm not going back because I've lost anything. I'm going back because I've lost my dignity. The dignity that they took by stepping on me, Lin Ling, I'll take it back no matter who the other party is. His voice was calm, but there was a strong determination in it. Dignity could not be humiliated. The fire race's attitude towards Lin Ling was trampling on Lin Ling's dignity. Therefore, even if he was going to die, Lin Ling would not throw away his dignity and run away. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts for so long. He would not give up his dignity. What a good dignity. Lin Ling, I'll accompany you. The 9 spirits of heaven laughed. The flames of war were boiling. 9 spirits of heaven, this has nothing to do with you. You better leave. If you stay, you might die. Lin Ling frowned. He still didn't want the 9 spirits of heaven to get involved in this mess. Because the fire race is also trampling on our dignity. The 9 spirits of heaven refused directly. He waved his right hand and the sky piercer appeared. His fighting spirit was boiling even more. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the 9 spirits of heaven sneered, "If you say any more nonsense, we won't be brothers anymore." Obviously he had made up his mind. "You bastard." Lin Ling was touched. He looked at Bai Yin-Tiendi and wanted to persuade him to leave. However, before he could say anything, Bai Yin-Tiendi sneered, "You should know my name. In the world of heaven and earth monarchs, I'm the most arrogant and hot-tempered. So, don't say any more nonsense. Besides, the fire race treated us with respect a few days ago, but today they are trampling on us. Who do they think we are? I can't take this lying down." Lin Ling was stunned. He did not say anything else. If they lost their dignity, they would take it back. These guys were indeed the top peerless geniuses of the mortal world. If that's the case, let's join hands. Their attitude is ugly. They are shameless. Today we will make them lose their dignity. So let's make a scene. Lin Ling took a step forward and led the 9 spirits of heaven out of the courtyard. "Bastard, you are crazy." The fire spirit princess shouted anxiously. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so stubborn. He was not afraid of the fire race. She had a feeling that there would be a storm in today's banquet. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had made up his mind. Even she could not persuade him. She could only look at the blue-robed figure and pray in her heart. At this moment, outside the courtyard, several people from the fire race were supervising. They were drinking and chatting happily, talking about the glory of the fire race today. However, at this moment, one of them noticed something was wrong because the people they were supervising had left the courtyard. "Go back. Before the fire race emperor gives the order, you are not allowed to leave the courtyard." The leader of the group, an old man, stopped drinking and walked out indifferently, blocking Lin Ling and the others. "You should remember that you are not guests now, so do not challenge the fire race's bottom line. Go back immediately." The others also walked out. Their strength had reached the late saint realm, and the strongest one was an 8th layer saint. In the sky, the bright moonlight shone down. Lin Ling and the others stood there indifferently, looking at the people from the fire race coldly as if they were looking at dead people. "What if I don't go back?" Lin Ling smiled gently as if he did not know what the fire race's bottom line was, so he asked the obvious. "Die." The old man was the first to speak, "So, go back." Saber of Nirvana. However, as soon as his voice fell, a terrifying soul force attacked, and the sky changed color. Those people obviously did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to kill them in the fire race. Put on. The old man still wanted to say something, but he was scared out of his wits. "Kill them all." Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. Behind him, Bai Yin-Tiendi, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others sneered. "You are crazy. Today the giants of the mortal world are here. You dare to behave atrociously in the fire race? You will die for sure." The rest of the people were shocked. Unfortunately for Lin Ling and the others, how could they not dare to kill them? "Although we will die for sure, you will not see it." Chapter 16-17. A lively marriage. Those few people weren't very strong, but they naturally wouldn't rely on them to supervise the small courtyard. There was another person who was even stronger, and at this moment he received the news and hurried over. "You're courting death." Seeing the people from the fire clan being killed, that person's voice was cold. He was about 50 years old, his long hair casually fell to his shoulders, and his face was extremely cold. "Your fire race wants to kill me, am I not allowed to fight back?" Lin Ling's footsteps didn't stop as he spoke indifferently. "Grandpa Huosher." Princess Fire Spirit naturally knew the old man. She knew that the old man used to be the old ancestor's subordinate. He had made a lot of contributions to the fire tribe. Now that he was powerful, his status in the fire tribe was very high. "Good, Huoling, so it was you who let them go. You're really bold." The old man immediately shouted angrily, "Based on today's crime, you will be locked up in the forbidden area and cannot come out for 10 years. Then the old man stared at Lin Ling and the others. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke first. "Bai Yin-Tiendi, 9 spirits of heaven, little flame, the 3 of you worked together to kill him. How dare you?" The old man didn't expect that Lin Ling would still dare to kill him. One had to know that his strength had reached the level of Wuxia. To him, Lin Ling was like an ant. "Kill." Lin Ling didn't waste his breath and strode forward. "Lin Ling, go ahead. We'll look for you after we kill this old man." The 9 spirits of heaven slowly raised their halberds. They also knew that the other party was not weak, but if they worked together they would still have a chance to fight. "You're older than us, so if we join hands you won't be unhappy, right? Plus, your fire race wants to kill us, so if we kill you, you won't hold a grudge, right?" The Baiyun Chendi unleashed a terrifying battle strength. Ignorant, ignorant. A group of juniors who have only cultivated for 100 years dares to provoke the ancient fire race? Good, 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 all of you die. The old man's face turned ferocious as he laughed out of anger. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about the battle over there. He walked towards the most lively place. Today was the day of glory for the fire race. How could he let the fire race lose their glory? Oh, it turns out to be Wuxiang Xiandi. I have long heard of Wuxiang Xiandi's fame in heavenly world. You are the right-hand man of Tranquil Emperor, one of the 7 emperors. It's my honor to have you here today. Fire Clan right now was extremely lively. Fiery light rushed into the heavens, drum sounds and immortal music transmitted tens of thousands of li. The Fire Tribe was one of the oldest tribes in the human world, and its reputation among the 3 mysterious tribes was not low. It was the birthplace of all fire attribute martial arts, and it gathered the most ancient fire martial arts in the world. There were even some who said that the Fire Tribe's old ancestor was a character who created the world and could be traced back to millions of years ago. No one in the mortal realm would not give face to such a clan. Oh, Princess Wuxia and Emperor Peerless are united in marriage. This is a great thing in the mortal realm. How can no one from our 7 emperors' heavens not come? In the sky, there was a white crane spreading its wings, covering the sky and splitting the sun. This white crane was the king of cranes, and it had 2 heads, causing many people's expressions to change. It seemed to be the Yin-Yang Crane King, which was also an ancient divine beast with a lifespan of millions of years. It could be said to be the ancestor of martial artists. And on top of the white crane, there were many figures standing there with smiles on their faces. These people represented the 7 emperors' heavens, and the person in the lead was Wuxiang Xiandi, an expert with the title Xiandi, a top warrior of the mortal realm. And the people he brought were also extremely famous, such as Lu Susu and the Unhindered Sky Emperor. This must be the symbol ancestor. I have long heard of your great name. The Fire Tribe Emperor was as polite as ever, giving face to the guests. Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me. Together with Wuxiang Xiandi, there was also a top warrior with the title Xiandi, and it was the symbol ancestor. He took out a jade talisman that was sparkling with green light and gave it to the Fire Tribe. This is the Jade Light Heavenly Talisman. It can borrow the jade light of heaven and earth to protect one's body. Although it is not a great treasure, it is still extremely valuable. Take it as my symbol ancestor's betrothal gift. Haha, for the symbol ancestor to come, my Fire Tribe is already honored. There is no need to give such a precious gift. The Fire Tribe Emperor asked his people to accept the betrothal gift, and looked towards the sky. Above the sky there were more experts arriving. A green wooden cauldron floated over from afar, and wherever it passed, countless poisonous creatures would rush towards the cauldron. There were centipedes, spiders, snakes of all colors, and it was a ghastly sight. Poisonous creatures of heaven and earth, it must be the 5 poison primordial spirits Xiandi, said someone laughing on the ground. The one who had just spoken was a member of the Yi clan. At that moment he felt extremely proud. Those who had come were all famous cultivators in the human world. For example, the 5 heavenly kings of Shenhuangdayu, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Shenping province, they weren't qualified to come. An arrow, look, an arrow is breaking through the vault of heaven, shouted someone else at that moment. In the sky, a gigantic arrow streaked across the sky. That arrow looked like a jade pagoda, it was extremely fast and the atmosphere was exploding. Celestial Bao Xiandi, back in the days during the Great War in the Demon region, he killed the demon monarch with 1 arrow. Exclaimed some strong cultivators in admiration. During the Great War in the human world, Celestial Bao Xiandi had left an unforgettable record. Celestial Bao Xiandi is from Champion University. Look, those celestial emperors are following him. Yungu Celestial Stage, Arhat Wangzun is here too. Wow! More and more cultivators arrived, and the atmosphere became even more lively. The leader of the northern desert, ha, you're in charge of the demon region, I wouldn't have thought you'd come. Rumble. At that moment the earth began to shake. A strong cultivator was pulling a coffin like a giant. It was the master of the northern desert, famous for his ability to pull coffins. The jade coffins he pulled were not to be underestimated, because every time he pulled a coffin, the dead cultivator inside would be used by him. He was a terrifying existence. Brahma the Great Emperor, Your Excellency Yeksha. Rumble. The 3 great elders of the demon region. Rumble. It seemed like the strongest cultivators of the human world had gathered there. Apart from those who had been famous for a long time, there were also many peerless geniuses. Wuxia, it's so lively, it seems like the earth and the sky are celebrating our marriage. Rumble. On a high platform, Emperor Peerless was sitting there calmly. He looked at the strong cultivators of the human world proudly. He could imagine that after tomorrow, the 3 Shen cultivators of the human world would talk about him and Princess Wuxia. After that, he looked at Wuxia Heavenly Emperor beside him, and his eyes were filled with satisfaction. Wuxia Heavenly Emperor's status was very noble, and her talent was extremely powerful. Such a woman was indeed worthy of him. Wuxia Heavenly Emperor also had the same thought. At their level, reputation was very important. If their husband was trash, they would rather not marry him. Therefore, if they really wanted to tie the knot, the other party had to be a peerless hero, and Emperor Peerless had reached that level. I heard that the E-race took out the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light as a dowry. This treasure is said to be forged by the Realm Lord. The E-race is indeed generous. Among the lively wedding, an ancient expert laughed. His words were filled with curiosity. That's right, the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light was indeed left behind by the Realm Lord. Someone from the E-race found it in a ruin in the chaotic demon sea. However, this treasure is good news for fire element cultivators, so we gave it to the Hor race. A strong elder from the E-race laughed proudly. Chapter 16:18. Your mouth stinks. But many people were staring at Emperor Peerless. They thought he was a good match for Princess Wuxia. Emperor Peerless had been born from the essence of the earth and sky. He was extremely talented. He was so young and he was already a celestial emperor. He was a perfect match for Princess Wuxia. Emperor of the Fire Clan, I've heard that Celestial Emperor Wuxia is a celestial emperor, is that true? Good. Asked Celestial Emperor Tiangong, smiling. He was wearing white armor and had a gigantic bow on his back. Celestial Emperor Tiangong smiled and said, "What about you?" As soon as his words fell, everyone stopped talking and looked at the Fire Tribe Emperor with curiosity. They wanted to know if this was true or not because they also knew what a heaven-tier celestial body represented. It could be said that as long as one spent a bit more time cultivating with such talent, it wouldn't be difficult to enter the mortal realm's Earth ranking. Everybody knew that the Earth ranking list was incredible. People who could become a celestial being were the strongest cultivators in the celestial world. Indeed. Good. Said the Emperor of the Fire Clan smiling. How strong. Good. Celestial Emperor Wuxia is so young and he's already a celestial body cultivator. Good. Emperor Peerless, you have to work hard. Don't let your wife surpass you. Good. The crowd was astonished. They looked at Celestial Emperor Wuxia in awe, as if he was a Celestial Emperor Xiandi. Thank you for coming today, but there are so many strong cultivators in the Earth ranking list. I'm not qualified to be arrogant in front of them. I'm not qualified to be called Xiandi yet. Let's not talk about it, otherwise I'll feel ashamed, said Princess Wuxia in a clear and melodious voice. She sounded natural and unrestrained. She didn't sound arrogant at all. Everybody nodded. No wonder she was Princess Wuxia. With that kind of attitude, it would be difficult for her not to become Xiandi. Celestial body. Princess Wuxia practiced cultivation for many years and finally became a celestial body cultivator. Nobody knows how much effort she put into it. Therefore, if she becomes a celestial body cultivator, she will be called Xiandi. Someone from the fire race laughed and shouted. His words made many peerless geniuses look at him with admiration. They naturally knew how difficult it was to improve a heaven-tier talent. Princess Wuxia must have put in a lot of effort to achieve it. She was their role model, they had to work hard to achieve it. Princess was Celestial Body Cultivator, Celestial Body Cultivator. Said Huoshue Celestial Body Cultivators. Emperor Hua Celestial Body. Emperor at Wuxia. Emperor Hua Emperor. Hua. Nonsense. Emperor Peerless frowned. But soon he waved his hand and said, "It's just a rumor. I admit it." Lin Ling, the disciple of the 7 emperors, did come to the Fire Clan. He fought with Emperor Peerless at first, but Emperor Peerless didn't want him to die because of his young age. He knew my daughter, so I invited him to the Fire Clan. Everyone knows that the Emperor of the Fire Clan is very hospitable. I liked him very much. He kept trying to please me, so I was very satisfied with him. At that time he asked me to marry Princess Wuxia. I was a little tempted at first, but he was too greedy. Not only did he like Princess Wuxia, he also coveted the cultivation resources of the Fire Clan. He wanted to become the second king of the Fire Clan. So, I rejected the marriage and drove him away. Alas, his talent is not bad, but his temper is bad. The Emperor of the Fire Clan's voice kept coming. Who is Lin Ling? The crowd was curious. With their seniority, they naturally didn't know Lin Ling. He is the new peerless genius of Shenping Province. It is said that he is the East Zun of Shenping Province. He is quite famous among the disciples of the Seven Emperors. Someone said. He dares to propose marriage with such confidence? More people were disdainful. They naturally didn't put the East Zun of Shenping Province in their eyes, because they were the giants of the entire human world. The Emperor of the Fire Clan is hospitable and passionate. Who doesn't know that? But that junior doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. A toad wants to eat swan meat. That's fine, but he can't see himself clearly. Only the Emperor of the Fire Clan is so righteous. If it was me, I would have killed such an arrogant junior. The ancient figures shouted angrily. Most of them believed the words of the Emperor of the Fire Clan. Some people think they are famous in the entire human world just because they are famous in Shenping Province. He really overestimates himself. As his senior, I wanted to give him some advice, but unfortunately his breath stinks. If it weren't for the Seven Emperors, I would have killed him. What I want to say is, although you have to surpass your seniors in the path of martial arts, you must show enough respect to your seniors. Only then can you be neither arrogant nor humble and be fearless. These words are for the peerless geniuses who are fighting for the title of Heaven Emperor. At this moment, Emperor Peerless also spoke. As expected of Emperor Peerless, you indeed have the demeanor of a Heaven Emperor. That's right. In the path of martial arts, you must surpass your seniors, but you must show respect to your seniors. That's the way to be a person. Lin Ling trash, said many peerless geniuses. Emperor Peerless smiled indifferently and waved his hand. He modestly stopped those peerless geniuses from praising him. That's nice to hear, but as far as I know, Lin Ling is proud and arrogant. He's not a lowly person. No matter how proud his wife is, he won't lower his head and ask for her hand in marriage. Besides, when Lin Ling fights against his opponents, he won't talk behind their backs. He's always strong. At this time, a voice that disagreed with the crowd floated out. The crowd was stupefied and looked at the speaker. It was a young man they didn't know. Who are you? What gives you the right to talk? Shouted a disciple of Champion University icily. Emperor Peerless was their idol. Surprisingly, someone dared say that Emperor Peerless wasn't as good as Lin Ling? I'm Emperor Xiao Yao, said the young man smiling indifferently. He didn't hide his social status. Emperor Xiao Yao? Never heard of him? What the hell are you talking about? So you're from the Seven Emperors world. No wonder. It seems like they don't want the Seven Emperors world to lose face. That Emperor Xiao Yao isn't even a disciple and he dares talk like that? Does he want to die? Shouted the disciples of Champion University furiously. The strong cultivators of the human world remained silent. They were amused, said one of the disciples of Champion University. He looked at Emperor Peerless and smiled coldly. A broadsword appeared in his hand and red lights dashed to the sky. You're too talkative. Today is a happy day. I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of Champion University. He raised his broadsword high in the air. He wanted to teach Emperor Xiao Yao a lesson. The crowd smiled coldly. They didn't stop him, they just watched indifferently. Pa. Chapter 16-19. Because I'm Lin Ling. Do you want to die too? Umph. The disciple was stupefied and looked ferocious. He had wanted to teach Emperor Xiao Yao a lesson on behalf of Emperor Peerless, but someone had interrupted him. So many people were watching, he felt humiliated. I don't want to die. I just want to say that the strong cultivators of the human world are here. Can't you tell me the truth? All right. He was wearing a long robe. It looked like the clouds were dancing in the sky. Even though there was a storm, the clouds didn't disperse. You know that the strong cultivators of the human world are here. What gives you the right to talk? Shouted the disciple of Champion University furiously. Because I'm Lin Ling, said the voice. Said the person softly, causing the disciple's face to stiffen. Lin Ling? That was Lin Ling? At the same time, the strong cultivators of the human world were astonished. That was Lin Ling? Nobody would have thought that Lin Ling would dare show up in front of so many strong cultivators. The Emperor of the Fire Clan's eyes were twinkling. He was surprised. The courtyard was under surveillance. How had Lin Ling come out? Lin Ling had come out, why hadn't he run away? Princess Wuxia was surprised too, but she looked amused. Lin Ling had come, she could use him to prove herself. As expected, that guy isn't willing to suffer losses. If you humiliate him, he won't take it lying down. In the distance, Prince Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He was all too familiar with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was arrogant and was not the kind of person rumored to be. That was why Prince Xiaoyao had stood up for Lin Ling. Now everything was clear. Even if the strong cultivators of the human world were there, Lin Ling would still come. This guy is really fearless. Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and there was a wisp of worry in them because Lin Ling was facing an overlord of the mortal dimension. The one the 7 emperors think highly of? Not bad. Wushang Xiandi said calmly, waiting for everything to happen next. So you're Lin Ling. You're so thick-skinned. You failed to propose marriage and now you're here to behave atrociously? The disciple whose wrist was being held by Lin Ling sneered. I don't think it's your turn to tell me what to do. If you want to be someone else's dog, then you have to look at your own strength. Lin Ling didn't get angry and said indifferently. Are you calling me a dog? The disciple's face turned cold, the power of the sacred sea erupted, wanting to use his blade to cut Lin Ling in half. However, after his power erupted, the power that was grabbing onto his wrist was even stronger, like an iron clamp, causing him to be unable to move. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones breaking rang out at the same time. Let me go. The disciple screamed in pain. I've said it before. If you want to be someone else's slave, then you have to look at your own strength. Lin Ling said again. I know I'm wrong. I beg you, let me go. I'll apologize to you. The disciple's voice became more anxious. The bones in his arm began to break inch by inch and it spread to his body, causing many bones in his body to crack. Most importantly, he saw that no one was speaking at this moment. Obviously, the human realm's giants didn't care about his life or death. What they cared about was Lin Ling's purpose for coming here. Apologize. Lin Ling looked down at the disciple indifferently. The coldness in his eyes made the disciple tremble, and he actually knelt down subconsciously. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He kicked out and landed on the disciple's chest, breaking all the bones in his body. He flew hundreds of meters away and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. After that, he didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again. As a disciple, the difference between him and Lin Ling was obvious. Pitiful piece of trash. You spoke up for Emperor Peerless, you thought you could please him. Unfortunately, he didn't even look at you when you were injured. That's the celestial emperor you worship, said Lin Ling mockingly. Many disciples of Champion University were astonished. Lin Ling ignored them and looked at Emperor Xiaoyao. He smiled and nodded. He hadn't thought that in such a situation, the only one who supported him would be an enemy. This scene made him feel extremely ironic. Lin Ling, that's enough. Piss off back to the 7 Emperors' world. Haven't you lost enough face? At this moment, a cold shout was heard. It was the symbol ancestor and he was reprimanding Lin Ling like an elder. Many people smiled coldly. They hadn't attacked yet because they wanted to see why Lin Ling had come. Secondly, there were strong cultivators in the 7 Emperors' world, so they didn't need to attack. The cultivators of the 7 Emperors' world would teach Lin Ling a lesson. Of course, there were also some neutral people. They were curious. The young man was wearing a blue robe and his hair was tied behind his head. He looked handsome and elegant. He didn't fear the heavens and earth, he was frivolous and unrestrained. However, that was true. He was only a saint and he had dared come here. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Lin Ling looked at the symbol ancestor and shouted, You're the one who should piss off. Many people's eyes flashed when they heard Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was truly arrogant. After all, they knew the talisman ancestor was a titled celestial emperor. In a way, Lin Ling's status was higher than Lin Ling's. Therefore, Lin Ling should have listened to the talisman ancestor. The symbol ancestor's face instantly turned ugly. He felt extremely embarrassed. Lin Ling had disregarded him, a powerful cultivator with the title Xiandi, in front of countless people. Symbol ancestor, the main character hasn't even said anything. You should speak less. Wushang Xiandi said indifferently. He had the air of a great general and the symbol ancestor fell silent. The symbol ancestor gritted his teeth with a gloomy face. Lin Ling, the big shots are gathered here. Don't spout nonsense. If you offend all the seniors, even the 7 emperors won't be able to protect you. Wushang Xiandi picked up the wine cup in front of him, took a sip, and said coldly. His words seemed to be scolding Lin Ling, but he was also telling Lin Ling that as long as he was in the right, the 7 emperors would protect him. Wuxiang Xiandi knew how important Lin Ling was to the 2 human emperors. Therefore he could not help Lin Ling. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling wasn't a fool. When he saw Lu Susu he knew that Wuxiang Xiandi was helping him. Then he looked at Lu Susu with a grateful expression. That unscrupulous merchant had helped him many times. The entire land was filled with an oppressive wind. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. Lin Lin, is it because the fire race rejected your marriage proposal that you came here because you're not willing? So I thought that you were a peerless talent. Unfortunately, I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. Finally, a calm voice drifted out. It was the Fire Tribe Emperor. At this moment he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's appearance. Perhaps he had imagined that Lin Ling's appearance would prove the Fire Tribe's innocence. Yes, I am narrow-minded and I will definitely take revenge. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling admitted it directly. How shameless. Indeed, he was rejected. That's why he is here to cause trouble. In my opinion, we should beat this person to death and bring his corpse back to the 7 emperors. We should ask them how they teach their disciples. Chapter 1620. Here to snatch the bride. As for Princess Wuxia and Emperor Peerless, they sneered. They did not expect Lin Ling to admit it. He was simply digging his own grave. Then what are you doing here? Since I've rejected you, I won't agree to your marriage proposal anymore. So you should leave. I'll let you leave peacefully for the sake of the 7 emperors. The Fire Tribe Emperor sneered in his heart, but he still waved his hand in a righteous manner. You also know that I am a vengeful person. I will take back what I have lost. Today is the wedding of your daughter, Princess Wuxia. So, I am here to snatch the bride. Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently. Boom. The crowd's heart exploded. This Lin Ling's shamelessness had reached the level of heaven collapsing and earth rending. He actually did not leave even after being chased away. Shameless to the extreme. Shame on you. Princess Wuxia sneered. She did not expect Lin Ling to still want to marry her. Even if he died he would still come here. Could it be that he was really attracted to her? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was useless now. Otherwise she could have kept Lin Ling by her side. Then what qualifications do you think you have? Or do you think you are worthy of Princess Wuxia? At this time, Emperor Peerless sneered. He thought that Lin Ling would come here to cause trouble, but who knew that he would come here to snatch the bride? This was even more ridiculous. Why am I not qualified? Facing an ungrateful and heartless woman, how can I not be qualified? Facing a woman who only cares about benefits. A moment ago she welcomed you with a smile, but after knowing that you are useless she abandoned you and even wanted to kill you. How can I not be qualified? Lin Ling sneered. His mocking voice was like thunder in a clear sky, intimidating the crowd into silence. Lin Ling seemed to be scolding Princess Wuxia and disdaining the Wuxia clan. The Wuxia clan has been passed down for 10,000 years. They betrayed and deceived others. Today they are calling the heroes of the world to raise themselves up high to cover up their ugly actions. How can I not dare to come to such a clan? I've seen many shameless people, but today is the first time I've seen such a shameless race. A moment ago Lin Ling was like a calm cloud, but in the next moment, it transformed into a dark cloud. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a storm raged. Shut up. The Fire Tribe's people all shouted angrily. Lin Ling really dared to scold them, scolding them in front of everyone and making them lose all face. You are the ones who shut up. Not long ago you treated us like important guests, but after today that hypocritical mask was torn apart, and you immediately became the ugliest villain. I know that is because I am no longer useful, so you abandoned me and married the Yi clan. I want to ask you, when you grow old and your strength is greatly reduced, will you abandon each other again? The fire race is a race of villains that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Lin Ling's voice sounded like thunder. They didn't even have the strength to talk back. Maybe they really did have a guilty conscience. What are you trying to do? You can't marry me based on this. At this time, Princess Wuxia also opened her mouth. Her voice was cold, rejecting Lin Ling in front of everyone. Princess Wuxia, although I want to marry you, it doesn't mean that I like your shameless methods. You are despicable, greedy, and vain. For your own strength, you abandoned your sister and went back on your words. I don't understand why a woman like you has the face to be proud in front of everyone. As for you saying that I am not qualified to marry you, may I ask, is your talent increased due to your own efforts or my help? Lin Ling took a step forward and questioned Princess Wuxia. Princess Wuxia frowned, but she couldn't refute him. You bewitched everyone, deceived everyone. There are countless seniors here. Do you think all of them are fools? If you have the ability, then answer me. Lin Ling took another step forward. His imposing manner was overbearing. The crowd quieted down. At first, some people said that Princess Wuxia's talent was increased by someone else, but they didn't believe it. But now that Lin Ling mentioned it again, could it be that there was something fishy? And if Lin Ling increased Princess Wuxia's talent, then Princess Wuxia owed Lin Ling a favor. She was so heartless it didn't make sense. After all, a heaven-class talent was priceless. The favor owed was not small. And Lin Ling's words were correct. Then the attitude of the fire tribe was somewhat unsightly. After all, no matter how greedy Lin Ling was, at least he had helped the fire tribe. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly, making the fire tribe's emperor's face unsightly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. His words could directly bewitch everyone and shake their minds. Of course, he didn't panic. He wanted to see what other tricks Lin Ling had up his sleeves. That was because sharp words were useless. Only facts could prove everything. In order to snatch Princess Wuxia from me, you actually inverted right and wrong, Lin Ling. Oh Lin Ling, I shouldn't have let you go from the beginning. A cold voice suddenly resounded. It was Emperor Peerless. Obviously, Lin Ling was ignoring him, snatching the bride in front of everyone as the husband of Princess Wuxia. How could he swallow his anger? Emperor Peerless, I'll teach him a lesson. At this time, someone from the fire tribe walked out, looking at Lin Ling with contempt. Your face is thick enough. After being rejected, you still dare to behave atrociously, even daring to slander our fire tribe, and even think that you're the best husband of Princess Wuxia. Shameless, ugly. That person walked out step by step. A fiery flowing light appeared in his hand, sparkling and translucent, revealing an ancient aura. It's 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light. The crowd was surprised. That's right, this is the betrothal gift of the E-tribe. This is the most ancient treasure. With this, it means that Emperor Peerless is worthy of Princess Wuxia, but Lin Ling's words are incoherent. He actually thinks that he's comparable to Emperor Peerless. Ugly villain. That person stared at Lin Ling, then said disdainfully, "You've never seen this kind of treasure in your life. You can't take it out. Do you still have the face to marry Princess Wuxia? Kill him. Let him know how insignificant he is." The people from the fire tribe shouted angrily. In front of so many strong warriors, Lin Ling overestimated himself and died. Cherish your last moments. To be able to die under the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light, it's your honor to die. That person from the fire tribe held the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light and gently blew it. Rumble. Ancient flames spewed out. Although it wasn't the origin of fire, it was the most ancient flame in the world, the most ancient flame, the fiercest flame, not weaker than the origin of fire. This treasure is indeed powerful. The big shots of the human realm were secretly surprised because they also saw that the person holding the treasure, his strength was not strong at all, but he used the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light to release a powerful flame. This also showed how precious the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light was. From another point of view, Lin Ling came today to steal the bride. Could his sacrifice compare to the E-tribe? Did he still have the face to talk about marriage? Lin Ling and the fire tribe must be hiding something. It's a pity. Lin Ling is too impulsive. He should speak with facts. Relying on words can't make people believe. Although the fire tribe was a bit shameful before, most people don't believe it. Chapter 1621. Facts prove everything. This guy has guts, but it's a pity that he came at the wrong time. Many neutral giants sympathized with Lin Ling. They could see that Lin Ling seemed to be bullied, but what could he do? Shameless clown. Emperor Peerless sneered. As for the person who used the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light, he was sneering. So what if it was Lin Ling? When he had the ancient treasures, he would have been burned alive as well. Scoundrel. As for the Fire Spirit Princess, she rushed out with tears in her eyes. She knew that Lin Ling's purpose in coming here was to regain the lost dignity, and at the same time, to show the hypocritical face of the fire tribe to the world. However, Lin Ling was fighting alone. He was too lonely. He was no match for the powerful fire tribe. Pa pa pa. At this moment, the sky was filled with raging flames. Within the flames, Lin Ling's expression was cold. When he saw the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light, his eye of time felt a sense of familiarity. It was as though the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light was forged by him. This made him realize that the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light was forged by the Realm Lord. Enter my soul. Lin Ling roared with madness in his eyes. The 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light came from the Realm Lord. He was more familiar with such treasures. Most importantly, he realized that the flames were the same as the flames of the Avalon of 5 elements. Then he would absorb all the flames. Boom. At the same time, the flames surged into Lin Ling's body like a tide. At this moment, the people outside were indifferent. They wanted to see how things would turn out. But at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look at those flames!" Chi. The endless flames gradually disappeared. In the eyes of the crowd, a slender figure appeared. He stood there quietly with his long hair and blue robe fluttering. He was still as arrogant and fearless as before. "He's fine." Everyone's heart exploded. The Fire Tribe Emperor's expression changed drastically. How could this be? With Lin Ling's strength, he shouldn't be able to withstand those ancient flames. This is the pride of the Yi tribe? You think you can beat me with a piece of trash? Lin Ling's disdainful voice was like a slap to the face of Heavenly Emperor Wu Shuang and the Fire Race. Was the world's most ancient treasure so useless? Scoundrel, it's good that you're okay. Princess Fire Spirit ran over anxiously and hugged Lin Ling as tears flowed out of her eyes. At the same time, Bai Yun Qiandi and the others also arrived. Although they were injured in the previous battle, they finally relaxed when they saw the slender figure under the countless gazes. Lin Ling, facing the heroes of the world, still chose to fight, fighting alone. "We're here." The members of the 9 spirits of heaven were excited. How could they let Lin Ling be alone in this battle? They had to take back the dignity they had lost. Bai Yun Qiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven, they're here too? Compared to Lin Ling, Bai Yun Qiandi and the others were obviously more famous. At this moment, many people exclaimed, "Today all the strong people are gathered here." Then I'll talk about the ugly actions of the Fire Tribe. Before, when Lin Ling said it alone, you might not believe it. But with us, I think we have enough power to speak. Bai Yun Qiandi glanced at the crowd and said lightly, "Things are as Lin Ling said. The Fire Tribe is ugly." They thought that Lin Ling could improve the talent of the Fire Tribe, so they shamelessly proposed marriage. They didn't know that Lin Ling didn't agree. However, after Lin Ling improved the talent of Princess Wuxia, the Fire Tribe thought that Lin Ling's ability had disappeared. They went back on their words and trapped us, trying to kill us. And this is the Fire Race in your eyes, a race that is selfish and ungrateful. As for Princess Wuxia, her talent was improved. Not only was she not grateful to Lin Ling, but she even hit him when he was down. Such a vicious woman, do you think she is qualified to be the Heavenly Emperor? Bai Yun Qiandi's voice floated, causing many people's faces to change dramatically. Indeed, Lin Ling's words were said by one person. Others thought that he was angry because he was rejected, so he slandered the Fire Tribe. But Bai Yun Qiandi's words were believed by everyone. Because Bai Yun Qiandi was the most famous of the 3 myths in the mortal world. She was the most arrogant. She wouldn't do such a disgraceful and arrogant thing. It seems that Lin Ling and the Fire Tribe really do have a secret relationship. This move of the Fire Tribe is really a bit shameful. Haha, when it's useful, it's a treasure. When it's useless, it's trash. If I were Lin Ling, I wouldn't be able to swallow this anger in my heart. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. They looked at the Fire Tribe with ridicule in their eyes. Don't be so shameless. You're trying to confuse everyone. Hearing the voices around him, the Fire Tribe Emperor's face finally became cold. The reputation of the Fire Tribe could not be ruined in his hands. I don't know what treasure Lin Ling gave you to make you speak for him. But I can tell you, does slandering my Fire Tribe benefit you? Or has my Fire Tribe mistreated you? Let me tell you again, if this is true, how can the Fire Tribe Emperor not marry his daughter to him? The Fire Tribe Emperor roared again, causing the earth to quiet down. Bai Yun Qiandi said that Lin Ling had improved Princess Wuxia's talent. If this was the truth, then the Fire Tribe would be embarrassed. But Lin Ling didn't seem to have the ability to improve the talent of others. Lin Ling, that's enough. How can the Fire Tribe treat you? Don't you know that? Just because I don't want to marry you, you are slandering us like this. Where is your conscience? I have been cultivating my innate talent for so many years. Now that it has improved, you actually have the nerve to say that you helped me. Can you be any more shameless? Princess Firecloud also shouted, giving people a lovely and touching feeling. Many disciples of Champion University shouted furiously. Of course, they didn't believe Lin Ling. As expected, he's a clown. In order to slander the reputation of the Fire Tribe, he's working with others. I think Bai Yun Qiandi, the 9 spirits of heaven and Lin Ling are in cahoots. The Fire Tribe is kind enough to entertain him, but Lin Ling is too greedy. Now the Fire Tribe isn't being polite to him anymore. They're angry, that's why they came to cause trouble. Many people were talking about Lin Ling. The crowd remained silent again. Could it be that Lin Ling and the others had come to cause trouble because the fire tribe wasn't being polite to them anymore? However, at this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and patted the fire spirit princess's back with his right hand. The ancient flames that he had absorbed from the 9 Phoenix life transformation light surged into the fire spirit princess. Under countless gazes, the fire spirit princess's talent rushed from the earth rank to the heaven rank. Silence. The crowd was deathly silent. Princess Wuxia's mouth was wide open. The fire tribe emperor was astonished. He clenched his glass so hard that it broke. The wine splashed on his hand, but he didn't feel anything. Lin Ling's abilities hadn't disappeared. On top of that, he had made Princess Wuxia's talent rise again. This scene was like an even louder slap that landed heavily on their faces. Was Lin Ling making something out of nothing? The facts had proven everything. Who was slandering whom? Chapter 1622. Zhan Wushuang Celestial Emperor. When Lin Ling appeared, he reprimanded the fire tribe, saying that they were ungrateful, despicable and shameless. The fire tribe thought that Lin Ling was slandering them. But now, everything had been proven. Lin Ling indeed had the ability to improve the talent of the fire element. In other words, Princess Wuxia's talent was improved by Lin Ling. However, after Princess Wuxia's talent was improved, she turned her back on him. This kind of attitude was extremely ugly. I thought that Princess Wuxia's talent came from her own efforts. It's ridiculous. I feel that it's ironic when I think of her generosity before. Humph. The fire tribe with a history of 10,000 years is ungrateful. This is a bit unsightly. Humph. Maybe they thought that Lin Ling had lost his ability, so they treated Lin Ling like trash. Humph. In the crowd, many mocking voices drifted out. The people of the fire tribe stood there with an expression as if their parents had died. Old Hua, you can't be so shameless. Humph. At this time a deep voice sounded. The earth rumbled and the giant coffin moved. In front of the coffin, a tall and sturdy man said indifferently. He was the king of the northern desert. This person's temper was very straightforward. If he didn't like someone, he would even dare to say that to the fire tribe. The emperor of the fire tribe must be furious right now. Unfortunately, he had shot himself in the foot by inviting so many experts to the wedding banquet. Even if he wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, he wouldn't dare to do so in consideration of his reputation. A woman named Luoshin said with a smile. All the experts nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Then they found that the young man was still fearless. His blue and white robe was clean and fresh. It was as if to prove his innocence, he dared to step on the 9th heaven. Lin Ling. Humph. The emperor of the fire tribe murmured to himself. He had never thought that the ant would bite back and hurt him so much. The fire tribe's honor and face were all trampled under his feet. The fire tribe had become a shameless tribe. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. After that, he glared fiercely at Princess Wuxia. If Princess Wuxia hadn't been sure that Lin Ling wasn't strong enough, how could today's events have happened? And because of his change in attitude, Lin Ling hated the fire race a lot. At this moment, Princess Firecloud was also worried about her personal gains and losses. She had been brilliant all her life, but now it was ruined. Others would only mock her as a hypocritical and snobbish woman. Most importantly, she seemed to have missed out on Lin Ling once again. Thinking about it, if she didn't underestimate Lin Ling, the Lin Ling in front of her right now might be a member of the fire tribe. He could continue to help the fire tribe improve their talent, and it might even be possible for her to reach the 10th level of the heaven class. However, a wrong move made her very regretful. Have you finished farting? Today is my wedding day. You came here to cause trouble. Do you think I don't exist? In the silence, Emperor Peerless' voice suddenly exploded. His anger soared to the heavens. Lin Ling's arrival had obviously brought him a lot of shame, because he also saw that Princess Wuxia and the others seemed to be regretting it. And such an action was tantamount to cuckolding him. Men should fight. What kind of man are you to talk so much? Emperor Peerless slapped out a palm. A sandstorm swept out and rumbled. That terrifying sandstorm turned into an ancient lion king and pounced on Lin Ling. His attack was like thunder. He didn't even wait for Lin Ling to speak before erupting. His killing intent was extremely strong, forcing Lin Ling to fight even if he didn't want to. This bastard. Bai Yun Chendi frowned. What a good man should fight. He said it so openly and righteously, but he didn't even say anything when he attacked. Emperor Peerless obviously wanted to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Peerless is Princess Huoxia's husband. Lin Ling's actions naturally made him angry. However, Emperor Peerless' actions are taking advantage of people's difficulties. The crowd discussed spiritedly. This bride snatching was getting more and more interesting. Lin Ling had proven that he had the qualifications to snatch the bride. He was even more qualified than the E-clan. After all, the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light couldn't compare to Lin Ling's special ability. Therefore, Emperor Peerless had to prove himself. Otherwise he would lose face. After all, having his fiancée snatched away was not something to be proud of. "Get lost!" shouted Bai Yin Tiendi in a charming voice. Clouds appeared and turned into a hand which blocked the sandstorm lion. "Last time you escaped because a woman helped you. This time a woman helped you again. Seems like you only know how to talk so much. What kind of man are you?" said Emperor Peerless, smiling coldly. He wanted to prove in front of everybody that he, the Emperor Peerless, was worthy of Princess Huoxia. "Brother Wushuang, kill him!" shouted the disciples of Champion University. Their blood was boiling and they were furious. That's right. Only women can nag incessantly. A real man relies on his strength. "Lin Ling, you only know how to complain. What kind of cultivation is that?" Those disciples seemed to have seized the opportunity and ruthlessly suppressed Lin Ling. Everybody thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare fight again. However, Lin Ling jumped forwards and threw himself at Emperor Peerless. Many people were stupefied. Lin Ling had broken through to the 4th Saint Layer and was a Shen cultivator. Emperor Peerless had broken through to the 8th Saint Layer and was a D cultivator. Lin Ling dared fight? Last time I underestimated you. That's why you were lucky. This time I'm going to use my real strength. Do you still dare fight? At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Wushuang never thought that Lin Ling would dare to fight, because he guessed that Lin Ling's strength was inferior to his, and could only be humiliated by him at this moment. Boundless Fire Dragon Kings. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Fire Dragon Kings appeared in the air, densely packed together, as though they had always existed in the air. Their destructive aura pressured Celestial Emperor Wushuang, causing his eyes to narrow. Lin Ling was going to fight? Rumble. The sky continued to explode. Flames erupted and the Dragon Kings roared. Lin Ling used his full strength as soon as he made his move. It was overbearing. Most importantly, it seemed to be a Saint Rune martial skill, but there was a trace of yellow spring flame hidden in it. Ethereal Fire Realm. Emperor He narrowed his eyes. His He clan was the strongest clan in Fire Martial Dao. Naturally, he knew what level Lin Ling's fire comprehension had reached. Unfortunately, although his martial skill comprehension was high, his fire comprehension was too weak. Trash. Heavenly Emperor Wushuang roared in anger. A terrifying sandstorm emanated from his entire body, forming a tornado that protected him. However, it was still a bit too slow. The fire dragons that were everywhere coiled around the tornado was actually burning the sand, causing the sand to explode unceasingly. What? When the Emperor of the He clan saw that, his expression changed drastically. How was that possible? Lin Ling only had Shen-level talent. How could he use his martial skills to oppress Emperor Peerless? The peerless Celestial Empyrean's expression also turned sinister. He sensed that he was in the middle of a volcano and there were only fire dragons in his surroundings. He was alone and helpless. Such a change was simply unbelievable to him. How could Lin Ling suppress him? Trash? In the sky, Lin Ling smiled mockingly. He was getting closer and closer to Emperor Peerless. He flashed and the ancient god ancestor appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Lin Ling's silhouette appeared in the sky, gigantic and lofty, as if he were an invincible giant. What a powerful chi. The students of Champion University were dumbstruck. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so calm when he didn't attack. But when he attacked, he was like a thunderbolt. Boom. Chapter 1623. Forceful means you sneak attacked me? Emperor Peerless spat out coldly. Lin Ling's attack was too crazy. Moreover, he used his strongest attack the moment he attacked, causing Emperor Peerless to be unable to react in time. However, as soon as his words fell, many people laughed. They had seen how Emperor Peerless attacked Lin Ling without waiting for him to prepare. At that time, he did not say that he had sneaked an attack on Lin Ling. Now, when Lin Ling suddenly counterattacked, he said that Lin Ling had sneaked an attack on him. Such words were like slapping his own face. Do you only know how to blabber? How can you be a man? Lin Ling sneered. His voice shook the heavens. This was what Emperor Peerless had said before, and Lin Ling was returning it to him. If Emperor Peerless was really a man, then he could just fight again. Why did he have to blabber on and find excuses for himself? Emperor Peerless' face darkened. He was furious. That should be your strongest technique, right? Unfortunately, it still couldn't hurt me. Now it's my turn. Emperor Peerless could be titled as the Celestial Emperor, so his strength was naturally not weak. Previously, he was only suppressed by Lin Ling's thunderous attacks. He believed that Lin Ling was only SOSO. However, under his voice, Lin Ling still shot towards him. The ancient god emperor's body suddenly changed. His body split into millions and he became an army. The sky and the earth were all filled with Lin Ling's figures. Kill. Angry shouts rang out in unison like a storm, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. External incarnation technique? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Without giving Emperor Peerless time to show his strength, thousands of Lin Ling rushed towards Emperor Peerless and drowned him. Lin Ling knew very well that he was not a match for Emperor Peerless in a head-on battle. Therefore, he could only win with thunderous momentum. If he wanted to fight, he would fight until his opponent did not even have time to breathe. Bang bang bang. Thousands of Lin Lings appeared. His fists and palms shook the heavens and his feet settled the world. These clones all had the power of 12 universes. It was terrifying. How terrifying. Look, the earth is cracking. Everyone's expression. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so crazy and domineering. He suppressed Emperor Peerless with absolute strength. Soon after, many people felt like they were dreaming. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Peerless wanted to prove himself and forced Lin Ling to fight. He wanted to trample Lin Ling under his feet, but who would have thought that before Heavenly Emperor Peerless could even display his strength, he would be drowned in the storm? Lin Ling! Shouted the Emperor Peerless furiously. He wanted to fight back, he wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he realized that the clones were extremely strong. Their attacks, defenses, and speed were terrifying. He had fought tens of thousands of times since he had become a celestial great emperor, but it was the first time he had encountered such a crazy battle. He was confused. He couldn't think of a way to break it. He could only stand there and watch. At this rate, Heavenly Emperor Peerless wouldn't lose, right? Thought the disciples of Champion University. Their faces were deathly pale. They relied on their fellow disciple, but he had no chance to win. Emperor Peerless is not only that, he's also the essence of the earth, said a man in red clothes indifferently. That was the 5 poisonous primordial spirit, CND. He knew the limits of Emperor Peerless' strength. Enough. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, a sandstorm began to fall from the sky, and a hazy sand mist drifted out, trapping the tens of thousands of ancient god emperors in it. Faintly, a giant brown beast appeared. This beast was huge, with sharp scales, and its 4 claws seemed to be able to tear the world apart. Tianling Pangolin. According to legends, pangolins were favored by the earth. Nothing could stop a pangolin. No wonder Emperor Peerless was the essence of the earth, he was a pangolin. Lin Ling lost. The fire race monarch smiled faintly. Lin Ling was able to force celestial monarch Wuxia to unleash his innate talent, which meant that he was quite strong. Unfortunately, the gap between their cultivation levels couldn't be changed. No matter how fierce Lin Ling's attacks were, he still couldn't win. What a pity. Many human realm giants also shook their heads. Lin Ling's combat awareness was very strong, but his foundation was too weak. This was a fact that could not be changed. Blade of Nirvana. However, just when everyone thought Lin Ling was going to lose, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell rang out. The world of sand was separated. The blade of soul cut through the sand and shot towards the Tianling Pangolin. What? At this moment, all the giants of the mortal realm stood up. Lin Ling, he was still hiding a trump card? It's soul power and it's more than 100 levels. Xiandi's expression changed. He was a spirit cultivator, Xiandi, so his soul power was also very strong. He naturally knew what Lin Ling's trump card was. More than 100 levels? What kind of concept was that? It had to be known that when Lin Ling had taken the Pill Forging Union's entrance examination, his soul force had reached over the 40th level, and that had already shocked everyone. Now that his soul force had reached over the 100th level, it could only be stronger. Amazing, a soul power of more than 100 levels. It's rare. This Lin Ling has a lot of trump cards. Each one of them is extremely mysterious. What's funny is that the Fire Clan's emperor abandoned him. It seems like today is his stage. Many people mumbled to themselves, their hearts stirred. Today, Lin Ling had created too many impossible things. He was displaying his strength, his pride, and his qualifications to come here to the giants of the human world. When the terrifying soul power swept out, an ancient aura also spread out in the forbidden area of the Fire Clan. In the endless lava, bubbles kept popping out. Faintly, an ancient existence slowly woke up. It seemed to have sensed a very familiar aura. Is it him? Isn't he dead? At the bottom of the lava, a huge fire toad said. A scene of 10,000 years ago appeared in its mind. 10,000 years ago, it was just an ordinary fire toad, eating the sky moon sunlight grass. However, one day, a mysterious man came and took a fancy to its sky moon sunlight grass. Of course it wouldn't allow it. When it was about to attack, the man slapped it into a meat patty. A little toad dares to be so arrogant? Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate, I'll spare your life today. I'll take the sky moon sunlight grass away. I'll leave a leaf for you. If you're not satisfied, you can come and find me. The mysterious man was incomparably domineering. After leaving behind those words, he left indifferently. The fire toad didn't die. It was shocked because the man was so strong. He actually slapped it flat. If it wasn't for the fact that the man didn't want to kill it, it wouldn't have been able to block a single finger of the man. After that, it naturally didn't dare to trouble the man. It even regarded the man as its natural nemesis. However, in the following years, it finally knew who the man was. It was the #1 emperor in this world, the Realm Lord. And now it actually sensed the Realm Lord's aura. How could it not be afraid? Gurgle. For a time, the lava kept bubbling, but the fire toad didn't dare to rush out of the forbidden area. It was still afraid of that expert, but it was also worried about what happened to the younger generation of the Fire Clan. No, that lord is so strong. If he really wanted to kill me, why would he wait for so many years? Moreover, I heard that the lord has fallen. However, it's just a rumor. That lord is so strong, how could he fall so easily? I just hope that he didn't come to kill me. The fire toad was frightened. If the Fire Clan Emperor was here, he would definitely be so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Their ancestor was actually afraid. Chapter 1624. Marrying Princess Wuxia, Soul Strength. In the middle of the sandstorm, Emperor Peerless' facial expression changed drastically. He sensed danger, he couldn't block soul strength. Tianling Tablet. Heavenly Monarch Wu Shuang anxiously roared and the sandstorm dispersed, forming a huge brown ancient tablet in front of the heavenly tomb pangolin. Kacha. The brown tablet broke apart. It couldn't block the soul strength attack, but luckily because of the tablet, the silent deadly dagger became much dimmer. It penetrated into Emperor Peerless' brain, he coughed up blood and was blown away. Then he fainted. When he crashed to the ground, the crowd remained silent. Heavenly Emperor Unparalleled seemed to have been defeated. A cultivator of the 8th Saint Layer had fought against a cultivator of the 4th Saint Layer, and in the end he had lost. The most important thing was that his opponent was a celestial emperor. What a guy. The strong cultivators of the human world looked at Lin Ling. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying soul strength. The disciples of Champion University were dumbstruck. At the beginning they had thought that Emperor Peerless had been too careless when fighting against Lin Ling. But now, even if Emperor Peerless hadn't been careless, he still couldn't compete with Lin Ling. At this moment there was complete silence. It was obvious that Lin Ling's strength had shocked everyone, and it was too intense. That guy's strength has increased again. Even the 9 spirits of heaven were astonished. They didn't know when Lin Ling had become so strong. He has so many trump cards, but his cultivation level isn't high. If his cultivation level increases, he'll become even more terrifying, said Bai Yin Tiandi. Lin Ling floated down from the sky and glanced at the students of Champion University coldly. Nobody dared look at him in the eyes. The crowd was shaking from head to toe. In fact, they did not know that Lin Ling's soul power had been depleted, and the power of the Holy Sea had been exhausted. The only thing that was powerful was his physical body. Even so, no one dared to provoke him. At least, they were not qualified to do so among the disciples of the mortal world. Emperor of the Fire Clan, how strong am I? In the silence, Lin Ling said faintly. The Emperor of the Fire Clan's eyes were twinkling. Last time, Lin Ling had told him that if he wanted to fight against Emperor Peerless, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. Back then, the Emperor of the Fire Clan had thought it was a joke, but now it wasn't a joke. You're a genius who cultivates 3 things at the same time. You have more potential than we thought. Even if Emperor Peerless is prepared, He won't be able to defeat you unless he uses your soul strength first. The fire race monarch said indifferently. This was a very fair evaluation. Lin Ling could shake heavenly monarch Wuxia because of his soul power. If his soul power was exhausted, then Lin Ling would not be heavenly monarch Wuxia's opponent. So, Emperor Peerless and I, who is stronger? Asked Lin Ling, nodding. The Emperor of the Fire Clan frowned. What did Lin Ling want to ask? You are a bit more powerful. The Fire Clan Emperor replied honestly. This was something that everyone saw, so even if he lied, it was useless. So, I'm more qualified than Emperor Peerless to marry Princess Wuxia, said Lin Ling. Boom. The crowd's heart exploded. They finally knew Lin Ling's goal. He wanted to defeat Emperor Peerless and marry Princess Wuxia. That's for sure. The Emperor of the Fire Clan didn't say anything, but a giant from the mortal world spoke up. It was the king of the northern desert. Apparently, this strong cultivator who guarded the zone of demons was also convinced by Lin Ling. I think so too. The Supreme Immortal Emperor also spoke, causing many people to nod in agreement. As for the E-clan people, their faces were ugly. To Heavenly Emperor Peerless, this was a huge humiliation. Then let me ask again. Compared to Emperor Peerless' betrothal gift, the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light, how is my ability? Asked Lin Ling. His words made all the members of the Fire Clan excited. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's ability was more precious. Although the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light could transform ordinary warriors into giants of the human world, Lin Ling's ability could enhance the talent of all the members of the Fire Clan and transform them into giants of the human world. It's you, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan excitedly. He suddenly understood why Lin Ling asked these questions. Emperor Peerless can't compete with me in terms of strength. Emperor Peerless can't compete with me in terms of betrothal gifts. So, let me ask you, between me and Emperor Peerless, who is more worthy of Princess Wuxia? Lin Ling looked at the crowd and asked. Everyone was silent. Wasn't this an obvious fact? Of course it's you, Lin Ling, said the leader of the human world with a smile. He seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's intention. This Lin Ling was very courageous. In order to marry Princess Wuxia, he actually defeated Emperor Peerless. Moreover, his ability suppressed the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light. If he wasn't worthy, then who was? Then, who among you can compete with me? Lin Ling didn't seem to know what everyone was thinking. He shouted again. At this moment he was shining with a glorious light. Who could compete with Lin Ling? His words were domineering and contemptuous. The disciples of the human world had ugly expressions. However, they couldn't refute him. At this moment, the blue-robed youth was blooming with the most dazzling light. No one of the younger generation here could compete with him. Compared to him, the disciples of the human world were like toads. Haha, worthy of being my good son-in-law. So courageous, so outstanding. This is the peerless genius that my Fire Clan yearns for the most. The Fire Clan Emperor stood up. If he still didn't understand Lin Ling's words, then he would be a fool. Lin Ling was snatching the bride in front of everyone. He was proving that Princess Wuxia belonged to him. At this moment, Princess Wuxia's charming face turned red. She felt proud. Lin Ling had proven so much in order to pursue her. And now, everyone recognized Lin Ling's pride. Then this pride also belonged to her. She had never thought that there would be a day where a man would sweep through the entire human world in order to marry her. This was every woman's dream. And now her dream had come true. This was the peerless hero that she was looking forward to. Princess Wuxia, am I worthy of you? Lin Ling looked at Princess Wuxia and asked indifferently. You're a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. Even the big shots of the human world are praising you. You're naturally worthy of me. Moreover, your ability can improve my innate talent. You're not only worthy of me, you're even prouder than me. Princess Wuxia revealed a happy smile. She was saying in front of everyone that her husband was such an all-powerful character. If you want to marry me, then let's do it today, Princess Wuxia said again. At this moment, it was as if she was experiencing marriage for the first time. She was shy like a young girl. Scoundrel, does he want to marry my sister? In the crowd, Princess Hualing lowered her head sadly. There were tears in her big eyes. When she heard that Lin Ling was going to be killed by the Fire Clan Emperor, she was the first to save Lin Ling. At that time, her sister was enjoying the envious gazes of everyone. She didn't care about Lin Ling. Therefore, she couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. In the 9 spirits of heaven, Baiyin Tiandi also frowned. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling had come here in such a high-profile manner. Was it to suppress all the heroes and marry Princess Wuxia? Everyone was congratulating the two of them. They thought that Lin Ling and Princess Wuxia were a match made in heaven. Only on the side of Supreme Xiandi, Prince Xiaoyao revealed a sneer. This guy's intention is really hard to understand. But now that he's brought out so many things, it's time for a good show. Chapter 1625. Annul the marriage. Emperor of the Fire Tribe, where's the dowry? At this time, Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition. This is the dowry of the Fire Tribe. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe's face was red as he laughed excitedly. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition flew towards Lin Ling and landed in Lin Ling's hand. This dowry is not bad, it's very valuable. Lin Ling played with it and suddenly asked, is this 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition more valuable, or is it a heaven-class talent? His question seemed to be unintentional, causing many people to laugh. Although the 9 Dragons Jade display was precious, it was only useful to ordinary martial artists. This was because its effect was to turn ordinary water into spirit liquid for cultivation. But, the treasures that powerful martial artists needed were not things that spirit liquid could assist in their cultivation. As for the heaven-class talent, it was 1 in a million. At least it saved Princess Wuxia a lot of time for cultivation. Therefore, the heaven-class talent was naturally more valuable. Lin Ling, of course, the heaven-class talent is more valuable. Alright, it's almost time we should start the ceremony. Princess Wuxia walked over with a smile, wanting to hold Lin Ling's hand. Hee, Emperor Peerless can't compare to me, and you said that I'm worthy of you. In fact, I'm even more noble than you. Then this dowry. Lin Ling smiled faintly, but his smile was a little cold. Then he smashed the 9 Dragons Jade Exhibition in his hand on the ground. Clang. The glass jade bottle fell to the ground and immediately shattered. It was as if everyone's heart was broken. Lin Ling, what was he doing? The crowd was puzzled and stared at Lin Ling. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe and Princess Wuxia were the same. Why did Lin Ling smash the dowry given to him by the Fire Tribe? The dowry has been destroyed, which means that I don't like this rubbish dowry. It also means that I'm personally annulling this marriage. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and a shocking sentence floated out. Annulling the marriage. Boom. The crowd's heart exploded. Lin Ling, he actually annulled the marriage? Breaking off the engagement, he's breaking off the engagement. The Fire Clan monarch's eyes narrowed, and his expression became somewhat ferocious. As for Princess Firecloud, who was holding onto Lin Ling's hand, she froze in place. She glared at Lin Ling as if she had misheard Lin Ling's words. One had to know that a moment ago she was the happiest woman in the world. But in the next moment, her engagement was broken off, and it was broken off in front of everyone. This was like a slap to her face. The Fire Clan is too ugly, they don't deserve me. Princess Wuxia is even more despicable and shameless, so she doesn't deserve me either. I don't understand where you get your confidence from. You actually want to become my in-laws? You're just toads trying to eat swan meat. Lin Ling sneered and turned to leave. That back view was free and easy, bold and unrestrained, daring to take responsibility for his actions, fearless and fearless. That voice was resolute and decisive, with a strong sense of contempt and ridicule, and even a strong sense of disdain. Everything he did today was to break off the engagement. He wanted to prove himself, he wanted to regain his lost dignity and pride, and then he wanted to dismiss Princess Wuxia from her position. A toad trying to eat swan meat? Princess Wuxia muttered to herself, her beautiful face distorted. She was a toad? Most importantly, she couldn't refute it, because Lin Ling had already proven everything. She even said that Lin Ling was prouder than her. She married Lin Ling because she wanted to marry Lin Ling. So now that Lin Ling broke off the engagement, it was an act of disdain towards her. Haha, interesting. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then a loud laughter rang out. The Fire Clan had a history of 10,000 years. Today they invited all the big shots to show the glory of the Fire Clan. But now, the dignified Fire Clan's engagement was broken off. To the Fire Clan, this kind of humiliation was worse than death. The show was very interesting. Lin Ling. The Fire Clan's emperor was trembling with anger. Things had changed beyond his imagination. No wonder Lin Ling didn't mention it earlier, and instead asked him if he was worthy of Princess Wuxia. Everything was for this moment. We lost our dignity in front of the Fire Clan because we were not respected. So today, I'm here to regain our dignity. A toad will always be a toad, how can you want to marry a swan? Lin Ling carried the Fire Clan's emperor on his back and said indifferently. His back was even more arrogant. Bastard. Looking at Lin Ling's decisive action, Princess Hualing clasped her hands together, her face was extremely excited. As for Baiyun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven, they smiled happily. This was the Lin Ling they knew. No matter who you were, as long as you insulted their dignity, even if you were a fairy, such an engagement would be broken off, and the other party's pride would be trampled under your feet. The Fire Clan was a 10,000-year-old clan. They were noble and glorious, but they were not people who could be trampled on. It feels so good to vent our anger. The Fire Clan invited everyone here today to watch a joke. Baiyun Tiandi laughed excitedly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a trick up his sleeve. And this trick was really ruthless. Haha, it seems like today's happy occasion is not going to happen. In the distance, Wuxiang Xiandi also laughed as if he was watching a good show. Then this wedding wine, should we drink it or not? Some people also echoed, causing the laughter of the crowd to become even more like a tidal wave. The Fire Clan's people were all stunned, as if they were being laughed at by everyone in the world. They felt that the clouds in the sky, the wind around them, and even the dazzling sunlight were laughing at them at this moment. Lin Ling, why don't you go back with me? Amidst the ridicule, Wuxiang Xiandi suddenly said. He knew that Lin Ling had completely offended the Fire Clan, so if he continued to stay, it would be dangerous for him. What a good cancellation of the marriage, what a good cancellation of the marriage. After today, my Fire Clan will become the laughing stock of Xinhuangdayu. No, it should be the entire human world. The Fire Clan Emperor suddenly laughed, but his smile was extremely ferocious, as if he was about to explode. Lin Ling, could it be that you only want to live in Shanping Province for the rest of your life? If that's the case, then you can leave with Wuxiang Xiandi. The Fire Clan Emperor stared at Lin Ling. The meaning of his words was very clear. From today onwards, Lin Ling could only stay in Shanping Province. Otherwise he would die. These words carried a strong sense of threat, causing Lin Ling to stop in his tracks. His cold eyes stared straight at the Fire Clan Emperor. How could he not know the other party's threat? But what was there to be afraid of? I, Lin Ling, am the ruler of heaven and earth. The ruler of heaven and earth, this was Lin Ling's martial heart that he yearned for the most. You don't believe me? Just wait and see. Also, Fire Clan Emperor, I want to take the Fire Spirit Princess away. Do you agree? Lin Ling asked again. No. The Fire Clan Emperor replied coldly. I knew you would go back on your words, but I didn't come here today to take the Fire Spirit Princess away. But let me tell you, next time, even your ancestor can't stop me from taking the Fire Spirit Princess away. Lin Ling sneered and said firmly. He came here today to take back his dignity, and he had achieved his goal. The whole world was laughing at the Fire Clan, and this was enough. Chapter 1626. The old ancestor of the Fire Tribe, let's go. Let's go, said Lin Ling indifferently. Baiyun Tiandi and the others smiled and followed him. Their hearts were moved. This was how a cultivator of their generation should be. Did the Fire Clan regret their decision in front of so many people? How courageous. Let's go. Those human realm giants looked at Lin Ling's back and praised him. Lin Ling was saying that he could go wherever he wanted and the Fire Tribe could not stop him. This guy is really stubborn. Let's go. Wuxiang Xiandi smiled bitterly. It seemed like his plan to protect Lin Ling was going to fail. Lu Susu, who was beside him, frowned. She felt that Lin Ling was too stubborn. He knew that the Fire Tribe's emperor was trying to provoke him, but Lin Ling still wanted to go against the Fire Tribe's emperor. If he had compromised and retreated, perhaps he wouldn't have been Lin Ling. Lu Susu shook her head. Lin Ling's way of doing things was hard to understand. However, this was the real Lin Ling. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling as he left. The Fire Spirit Princess was also watching. She ran over and hugged Lin Ling. Her little face was filled with reluctance. Bad guy, you're leaving just like that? This place doesn't welcome me anymore, so there's no need for me to stay. Little girl, I promise you that I will come and pick you up soon. Lin Ling patted the Fire Spirit Princess' head and smiled. He was not worried about the Fire Spirit Princess situation. The current problem was how to take her away the next time he came. I believe that you will come. The Fire Spirit Princess sniffed. She was extremely cute. Then I'm leaving. Lin Ling waved his hand casually. This time he really left. Emperor, are you letting him go just like that? Emperor. Everyone from the Fire Tribe stared at Lin Ling, who was leaving with a smile on his face. They were extremely unwilling. Lin Ling had humiliated the Fire Tribe. How could they just let him leave like that? If they did, the Fire Tribe would lose even more face. What else can we do? Emperor! Shouted the Emperor of the Fire Clan. He thought about how he knew Lin Ling up until now. He didn't think that such a junior would be able to bring such shame to the Fire Clan. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have offended Lin Ling. However, there was no such thing as earlier in this world. The Fire Clan's Emperor glanced around. Even if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, it was obviously impossible. The human world's giants were all gathered here. If he attacked, he would lose even more face. Others would say that the Fire Clan's Emperor was humiliated into anger after the marriage was broken off and killed the person who came. At this time, a crazy scream suddenly sounded. Princess Firecloud, who was wearing a phoenix robe, stood there with a stiff face. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. What? The crowd was hua. Hua fainting hua? At that moment, many people found it funny. Princess Wuxia was a proud girl of Champion University. Many people wanted to marry her. She was a goddess. She was proud and arrogant. Now, someone had broken off the engagement. Nobody wanted her anymore. Princess Wuxia was speechless. Even an ordinary woman wouldn't be able to see anyone for the rest of her life if her marriage had been broken off. She brought this upon herself, said someone. Someone laughed lightly. After knowing Princess Firecloud's temperament, there were probably not many people who sympathized with the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. The 3 Xian cultivators left one by one. Only the members of the Fire Clan and the E Clan were left. They stood there motionless as if they were statues. At that moment, the atmosphere was silent, and the atmosphere was lively. It was like a silent mockery. Kill Lin Ling, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan. He looked at Princess Wuxia, who had fainted. Then he looked at the severely injured Emperor Peerless. He was furious. Previously, there were too many experts around, so it was impossible for him to kill Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling was stubborn enough. Even though he knew he was going to kill him, Lin Ling didn't hide in the Blackping region. This could be considered as challenging him again. He wanted to see what kind of trouble Lin Ling could cause in his territory. Even if he was a dragon, he had to bow down to him. Even if he was a tiger, he had to bow down to him. We can't let Lin Ling leave Shenhuangdayu alive. Lin Ling said he could travel anywhere he wanted. Now everybody is paying attention to him. They want to see if we can defeat Lin Ling. Therefore he has to die, shouted the members of the E clan furiously. The 2 Shi clans wanted Lin Ling dead. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the heaven and earth in front of them shook violently. Flames soared into the sky and volcanoes erupted. The flames burned the clouds in the sky. Croak. There was the sound of a toad, and the aura of fire became denser. The members of the Fire Clan and the E Clan were shocked. They sensed that an ancient aura was awakening. What happened? An old voice filled with authority drifted out. The illusion of a fire toad appeared in the sky. It was hazy and the baleful aura was extremely dense. It was the old ancestor of the Fire Clan. Even the old ancestor of the Fire Clan has woken up. The members of the E Clan all knelt down. One had to know that the Fire Clan, E Clan, and Shi Clan could be called the 3 Shi clans of Shenhuangdayu because their old ancestors came from 10,000 years ago. It was said that they existed since the beginning of the world. In the human world, not many people dared to not give them face. Old ancestor, there are foreign enemies coming to humiliate our Fire Clan. But don't worry, old ancestor. Huayo can solve this. The Emperor of the Fire Clan didn't have a dignified aura. Instead, he knelt down like a junior. His body was also trembling. Are there any ancient characters here? The fire toad in the sky was not interested in the foreign enemies. Instead, it asked a question that was not important. Ancient characters? The eyes of the members of the Fire Clan flickered. The ancient characters mentioned by the old ancestor must be from the same era as him. But the people before him were not qualified to be called ancient. Replying to the old ancestor, there are no ancient characters here. The Emperor of the Fire Clan replied. The fire toad was puzzled. It clearly sensed that familiar aura, but it disappeared now. Could it be that it was too afraid of that mysterious expert in the past 10,000 years, so it created an illusion? Then did anyone use any mysterious methods before? The fire toad asked again. No, it was just some ordinary martial arts battle. The Emperor of the Fire Clan replied again. Finally, the fire toad nodded. If the fire toad was here before, it would definitely recognize Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's eyes contained a terrifying aura. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had left, so the fire toad didn't know any of this. Otherwise, not only would it not dare to blame Lin Ling, it would also vent its anger on the Fire Clan. This was because the shadow of that mysterious expert was too deep in its heart. It would never dare to face that mysterious expert. Although the Emperor of the Fire Clan was surprised by Lin Ling's mysterious methods, he naturally wouldn't say such a shameful thing. If he said that Lin Ling defeated Emperor Peerless, then the Fire Toad would continue to ask until it found out about Lin Ling. Chapter 1627. Heaven and Earth roam, that's good. Remember, don't provoke the ancient existences, especially that person. The Fire Toad warned again, which confused the Fire Tribe Emperor. Why was the old ancestor so careful? Did a powerful being appear before them? However, the most dazzling person was Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had great potential, he had not reached the old ancestor's level. Although he was confused, he did not dare to ask. Wu Ling, follow me to the forbidden area to cultivate. Then, the Fire Toad looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and spoke in a friendly tone. Yes, old ancestor. The Fire Spirit Princess lowered her head and said. She was not in a good mood and was worried about Lin Ling. You little brat. The Fire Toad spoiled the Fire Spirit Princess and said with a smile, which made many people of the Fire Tribe envious. The Fire Spirit Princess was not their bloodline, but the essence of heaven and earth, born in the forbidden area. More or less, they treated the Fire Spirit Princess as half an outsider. The world is going to be in chaos. Fire Tribe, be careful. Don't be arrogant. The Fire Toad said and then disappeared with the Fire Spirit Princess. Farewell, old ancestor. The people of the Fire Tribe did not dare to be negligent. Alright, old ancestor is asleep again. Next, it's time for the Fire Tribe to take revenge. The Fire Tribe Emperor stood up and said coldly. Emperor, old ancestor said before that we should not be arrogant. Remember to pay attention to the ancient existences. We are going against old ancestors' will now. A member of the Fire Tribe reminded. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling is not an ancient figure. He's just a junior. Can't we offend him? Kill. The Fire Tribe Emperor shouted coldly. He was not afraid at all. Kill. The people of the Fire Tribe also shouted. How could they not get revenge for the humiliation they had suffered today? The Fire Tribe and the Yi Tribe issued earth-shattering arrest orders. The entire Shenhuangdayu was in turmoil. Even the mortal world was affected. I heard that Lin Ling from the Seven Emperors' Heavens defeated Emperor Peerless. Although this Lin Ling is also a titled Celestial Emperor, he's only a fourth-layer saint. To be able to defeat someone of a higher level than him, he's truly a monster. What nonsense are you talking about? Rumor has it that Lin Ling was able to defeat Emperor Peerless because of his soul force. Soul force is different from martial arts. It cannot be developed and can only be used once. Therefore, Emperor Peerless lost due to carelessness. No matter what you say, Lin Ling has created a miracle with the greatest difference in cultivation levels. The most important thing is that he broke off the engagement. Haha, he's manly enough. Speaking of breaking off the marriage, it really makes us feel better. Not wanting the fire race, not wanting the princess. How many people in the mortal realm can do that? In the vast mortal world, rumors were spreading everywhere. Even in Shenping province, many people received the news. The people of the rainforest were all relieved, but they were also worried about Lin Ling's situation. The Seven Emperors' Heavens remained silent. That guy is really stubborn. He's going against the Sher clan. He would rather die than lower his head. The Seven Emperors shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling was arrogant, but he was also in danger. The Seven Emperors' Heavens couldn't send people to protect Lin Ling. After all, the mortal world was big, they couldn't find Lin Ling. Besides, Shenhuangdayu wasn't their territory. Champion University would also try to interfere. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Emperor Peerless and broken off the engagement with Princess Wuxia. It was a humiliation for Champion University. Therefore, they could only pray that Lin Ling's life was tough enough. No matter what a cultivator does, if he does something, he has to pay the price. Lin Ling is a real man, he dares to take responsibility for his actions. He'll have to face the fire race's revenge. Will he be able to bear the consequences? Many people in the mortal world were paying attention to Lin Ling. They were waiting for the situation to change. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others were running around in Shenhuangdayu. My people can't come to Shenhuangdayu, the teleportation portal is sealed, said Baiyun Qiandi, looking at the talisman in her hand and frowning. She was a celestial emperor, she had some strong friends. Those friends wanted to come and help, but they were blocked by the teleportation portal. It's the same for the rainforest, said Lin Ling nodding. Master Shui Wu and the other strong cultivators wanted to help him, but they were also blocked. It seems that we're trapped in Shenhuang Dayu, said the 9 spirits of heaven with a wry smile. The fire race, how powerful was it? They actually sealed off the entire Shenhuang Dayu. If we want to play, let's play big, said Little Flame with a smile. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also looking forward to it. Lin Ling also smiled faintly and said calmly, a calm lake can't train a strong sailor. A comfortable environment can't produce a strong cultivator. The path of martial arts is against the heavens. Today's pressure may be a stimulus for us to grow. You're crazy. I kind of understand why your strength is so terrifying despite your short cultivation time. It turns out that you're a monster. Baiyun Chendi and the 9 spirits of heaven shook their heads helplessly. Of course, although they said that, they also agreed with Lin Ling. The path of martial arts was against the heavens. If they wanted to become stronger, they would have to face adversity. Only then would they be able to reach the next level. Moreover, they had humiliated the fire race before. At that time, if they left with the Supreme Emperor, they would be safe. However, today's play wasn't perfect. That's why they had to leave with pride. Only then would they be able to deal a heavy blow to the fire race. They were already unhappy that the fire race had abandoned them. However, in order to please the E-race, the fire race wanted to kill them. This obviously touched the bottom line in their hearts. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Ling took a step forward and flew towards the sky. The 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi looked at each other and had a strange feeling in their hearts. At this moment, they didn't have much fear. It was as if following the man in front of them, they could go through any storm. Unknowingly, he has become our leader. Baiyun Tiandi had always been arrogant, but at this moment he had no choice but to admit defeat. Shenhuang Dayu has been sealed. Tell me, which direction should we break out from? Yes. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. Yes. If we return to Shenping province, we will be like a turtle hiding its head. Therefore I think we can go to Shenyuan realm. The 9 spirits of heaven suggested. Shenyuan realm has the Shenyuan emperor. Don't tell me you are going to ask for help from your family? Relying on external help is not good for our growth. In my opinion, we should go to Devil's Domain. Baiyun Chindi opposed the 9 spirits of heaven's suggestion. From here we will go all the way north and pass through Shenhuang Deyu's Avalon of 5 elements. As long as we can rush out of there, we will be able to do whatever we want. Then we will enter Devil's Domain. Yes. Shenhuang Deyu's Avalon of 5 elements. Yes. Chapter 1628. The trap. Lin Ling was very interested in the demon domain and hoped to find some cultivation resources. One had to know that Lin Ling's physical body had just improved, and his soul force had also improved slightly. The only thing that hadn't changed was his cultivation realm. Cultivation realm was half of Lin Ling's strength, so if he improved, his strength would naturally more than double. That was because Lin Ling could already use a wisp of Yellow Spring's flame. The 4 of them headed north, and to their surprise, their journey was calm and peaceful. However, the calmer it was, the greater the pressure they felt, because the calm before a storm was always the calmest. The 4 of them had just passed through a vast green mountain when a quiet village appeared in front of them. At this moment, a battle was taking place in the village, with the villagers and outsiders fighting to the death. It seems that we've encountered bandits here. The 9 spirits of heaven narrowed their eyes and said. It wasn't difficult to see that there were 2 groups of bandits, but the people on both sides were weaker, with the strongest being only at the transcendent realm. Kill them all, leave all the women behind and take them back to be used as cultivation furnaces. On the bandits' side, a one-eyed burly man with a vicious temperament actually wanted to take the women back to be used as cultivation furnaces. What about the children? One of the bandits with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks laughed. Children's meat is the best, it can replenish one's vitality. Take them back, wash them clean and eat them. The one-eyed burly man laughed. In the village the people were even more panicked. They couldn't stop the bandits. Evil demon Dao. Baiyun Chendi's eyes turned cold as he shot forward, his murderous intent thick. These bandits were actually using women as cultivation furnaces? Even children can be eaten. Big brother, help the villagers. Xiaoyan's eyes also turned cold. After saying this to Lin Ling, he transformed into a giant ape and rushed forward. Only the 9 spirits of heaven hesitated. Right now they were fleeing, so it wasn't good to meddle in other people's business. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, but found that Lin Ling was looking forward with an indifferent face, silent. However, after hesitating for a moment, the 9 spirits of heaven also joined the battle. Although he didn't want to care about the innocent villagers, since Bai Yun Qiandi and the others had taken action, in order to save time, it was naturally better to end the battle quickly. Only Lin Ling still stood there with a cold expression. Evil demon Dao Dai. In the village, White Cloud Celestial Emperor arrived. When she attacked, she erupted with her source power, forming a large area of misty clouds. Boom. Xiao Yin transformed to become a giant ape. His whole body was covered in red scales, majestic. Don't be afraid, we're here to help you. Xinyuan Jiuhun was the last to arrive. The heavenly halberd appeared, and it was extremely domineering. The villagers all burst into laughter, their faces filled with excitement. Kill all these bandits. These bandits commit all kinds of evil and kill people like flies. We must kill them all. In the village, the children and women all shouted. Don't worry, we're here. We'll protect you. Seeing the children and women, Bai Yun Qiandi seemed to have a melody in her heart, so she nodded and said, 9 spirits of heaven, Xiao Yen, go. Following that, Bai Yun Qiandi immediately waved her hand. However, she didn't see that the villagers who had kind faces before had all turned ferocious. We've been tricked, activate the pink-white bone formation. As the voice floated out, the entire village exploded. Black smoke billowed and white skeletons appeared as well as pink beauties. Ancient formation. Bai Yun Qiandi and the others' expressions changed drastically as they sensed the terrifying law of heaven and earth permeating the air. The power of law? Their hearts thundered. The power of laws was not something they could resist. After all, they were currently cultivating the power of origin energy. Haha, we've been tricked, we've been tricked. After killing these people, we can get the reward from the Sher clan. It said that there are black bone sources, time source vines, and other natural treasures. In the village, an old man shouted excitedly. The women and children next to him also sneered, as if they had seen countless treasures being taken away by them. As for the black smoke-filled spirit array, Bai Yun Qiandi and the others had ugly expressions. Obviously, they also knew that they had been tricked. The most important thing was that this spirit array had trapped them, making them feel like they were trapped in a world of black smoke, unable to find an exit. You actually joined forces with the bandits to frame us. Bai Yun Qiandi shouted angrily. Bandits? How can mere bandits be a match for the descendants of the ancient peach blossom? These bandits were lured here by us. Do you think we're just simple villagers at the transcendent realm? You really have a pair of dog eyes. A large number of disdainful voices drifted out from the village. The people of this village obviously had an ancient history. They had used a secret technique to hide their cultivation before, leading Bai Yun Qiandi and the others to think that they were not strong. In fact, there were many Saint Realm masters among them. The descendants of the ancient peach blossom. I didn't expect that the descendants of this ancient peach blossom would still be alive. The 9 spirits of heaven suddenly thought of something and coldly spat out these words. The descendants of the ancient peach blossom were extremely powerful existences 1,000 years ago, but unfortunately, after offending a certain great figure in the heavenly realm, the descendants of this ancient sect had fallen into decline. No one had thought that they would actually be hiding here in seclusion. It seems that the Fire Tribe gave you a lot of rewards, so you didn't hesitate to set up a trap to frame us. In order to make it more realistic, you even sacrificed those children. Bai Yun Qiandi said again because she had seen the villagers being killed before. Otherwise, she would not have taken action. If you can't sacrifice the children, you can't trap the wolf. If I'm not wrong, you should be Bai Yun Qiandi. Your strength is indeed good, but you have forgotten that sometimes in this world, strength is not everything. Sometimes it is not difficult to kill a master. Just like a child, if he wants to kill a burly man, all he needs to do is hide a sharp knife in his hand. An indifferent voice came from the village and everyone was as cold as a wolf. Shameless villain, go die. Little Flame was boiling with anger as he transformed into an ancient ape and constantly attacked the world of black smoke. However, with a large number of skeletons entangling him, he was unable to resist the power of the spirit array. That's Little Flame, he is also one of the wanted criminals. The other one is the 9 spirits of heaven. The most important one is still the felon Lin Ling. The villagers coldly said, but when they looked at the spirit array, their pupils instantly shrank because there were only 3 people there. There is still one person missing, Lin Ling. He did not fall for the trap, where is he? Find him. The old man who led the group shouted angrily. Lin Ling was so cunning he actually did not enter the spirit array. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. What was terrifying was that this voice came from behind them, causing everyone to subconsciously turn their heads and their hearts to tremble. In the distance, a man in blue robes slowly walked over, stretching out his left hand and a flame leaping about, like a god of death descending. I thought that a fifth-layer Saint Realm Master being robbed by a Transcendent Realm bandit was too strange. Chapter 1629. Slaughtering the village. It seems that you are more vigilant than them. But what's the use? You will still die. The village chief slowly turned around. He was holding a simple and unadorned small pot with both hands. The small pot was emitting sinister black smoke. Obviously, the key to the formation was that small pot. Lin Ling stared at the small pot. Naturally, he knew that as long as the small pot was destroyed, the formation could be broken. Kill him. The village chief shouted angrily. Although Lin Ling was not trapped, it was fine as long as he did not escape. They were determined to get the Shi clan's reward. Therefore, if Lin Ling escaped, they would definitely be heartbroken. You are Lin Ling. You have guts to offend the Shi clan. I can tell you that the Shi clan is the oldest clan in Xinhuangdao. They have issued an order to arrest you. You can't escape even if you have wings. Since you can't escape death, why don't you help us? We, the descendants of the ancient peach blossom, have been declining for thousands of years. As long as we kill you, the Shi clan will promise to restore our name and let us become famous again. Brother, please promise us. We shoulder the mission of reviving the descendants of the ancient peach blossom. It's up to you now. The women and children in the village all spoke. They seemed to be seeking Lin Ling's help, but the killing intent on their faces was extremely strong. Perhaps they did shoulder a heavy responsibility. It was precisely to let the pride of the descendants of the ancient peach blossom return to the world. However, they wanted to sacrifice Lin Ling. Someone attacked as soon as he spoke. Boundless Fire Dragon King. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He distorted space and avoided the encirclement of those people. He gently raised his left hand as if he had activated a taboo. Rumble. The void exploded. The power of the origin of fire bloomed. It was destructive and domineering, engulfing everything. The Fire Dragon King roared at the sky. Many of the villagers were submerged in the sea of fire and burned in pain. Little Chui. You killed my wife and you killed my son. My son was only 5 years old, but you were so ruthless. You are the god of death. Many people's eyes were red. Those men raised their weapons to protect their village and pay for their family's blood. Windstrike. Facing the attacks of these powerhouses, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth twitched as he coldly spat out a sentence. His blue robe was extremely dazzling at this moment. It seemed as clear as the clouds in the sky, but it also carried a dense killing intent. The combination of killing intent and purity made him seem like a demon and a god. Bang bang bang. Behind Lin Ling, a large number of clones appeared. One person turned into an army of 10,000. Level this place. All of the Lin Lings opened their mouths, their faces filled with emotionless indifference. This was because the hearts of the people here were far too twisted. Ping ping ping. An earth-shattering battle erupted in the village. The earth split open and the clouds in the sky were blasted apart by the shockwaves. Even the mountains in the distance were smashed open and the mountains collapsed. Although Lin Ling was only at the 4th level of the Saint Realm, his strength was tyrannical. He wasn't even afraid of an 8th level saint, let alone these disciples of the ancient Peach Blossom sect. Therefore, in just a few incense sticks worth of time, the entire village was bathed in blood. Those who attacked were all killed and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. The village chief's expression froze. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Around him there were only the elderly, women and children. At this moment all of them were like cicadas in winter. Earth Tier 10th grade talent, extremely strong physical strength. As expected of Lin Ling. The village chief frowned and said coldly, "However, you're still not leaving? When more powerhouses arrive, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." "Yes. Your strange little pot can refine the people inside the formation. If I leave, then everyone in the formation will die, including those bandits." "Yes." At this moment, Lin Ling walked forward as if he had just walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The smell of blood was extremely thick. "I can promise you to let them go, but you have to leave immediately." The village chief frowned and said, You think it's okay? Yes. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the village chief. His murderous aura made many children in the village tremble. Enough. You've killed so many of our people and we haven't even settled the score with you. What else do you want from us? At this time an old woman angrily shouted. All the men of the Peach Blossom village had been killed by Lin Ling. If not for her lack of strength she would have killed that devil. What do I want? Yes. Lin Ling sneered. His eyebrows twitched and his soul power was released. It carried the chi of nirvana and struck forward, breaking the little pot in the village chief's hand. Everyone was shocked. The Peach Blossom ghost pot, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was destroyed by Lin Ling. You're crazy. You've destroyed the inheritance of our Peach Blossom village. The village chief roared. He hated Lin Ling to death. Woo woo woo. The little pot broke and the black smoke in the distance drifted with the wind. The people trapped in the formation quietly appeared. At first they were confused but gradually they saw everything in front of them. You tricked us. Yes. After Baiyun Qiandi reacted, she immediately shouted. She thought that these people were kind and simple villagers, but who knew that they wanted to kill them? The people of the Peach Blossom village were all stunned. Their plan had been destroyed by Lin Ling, and the experts had finally escaped. Lin Ling, you're so hateful. Yes. The village chief's face was distorted with malevolence. Their ancient Peach Blossom village's inheritor was so close to returning to the world, but now, it was all in vain. Big brother, you've destroyed our efforts. The children's eyes were red as they complained about Lin Ling. They had been instilled with the heavy responsibility of reviving the name of the ancient Peach Blossom village since they were young, but now they had failed. How long have the ancient Peach Blossom village's inheritor been in the world? Yes. Facing the anger of the crowd, Lin Ling asked indifferently. 2,600 years ago, the ancient Peach Blossom village's name shook the world more than 1,000 years ago. The village chief's voice was hoarse, but before he could finish, Lin Ling impatiently interrupted him. Then the ancient Peach Blossom village that has been passed down for 2,600 years will disappear from this world. Humph. What? Humph. The faces of the people of the Peach Blossom village changed dramatically. Lin Ling wanted to exterminate their village? You've killed so many of us and none of you have died. You still want to kill us all. An old woman's face was stiff as she subconsciously shouted. I sympathize with the ancient Peach Blossom village's inheritor, and I also want you to reappear in the world. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked me, and you shouldn't have killed us to let your Peach Blossom village be reborn. When you wanted to kill me, you should have accepted the fate of being killed by others. Kill. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. His eyes were ruthless. We only have the old, the young, the women, and the children left. You dare to kill us? The village chief's eyes widened. At this moment he suddenly panicked. These children only know how to step on other people's bones to achieve their own goals. Such people will grow up to be the black sheep of the village. Kill. Lin Ling mercilessly replied. All of you die. Kill. The 9 spirits of heaven did not speak as much as Lin Ling. He was even more ruthless. As for Baiyun Qiandi, she was not soft-hearted. Because they had gone to save people, everything was just a scheme. The other side wanted to kill them, so how could she let them live? Kill. Kill. Little Flame took a step forward, sweeping away the children and the elderly. Chapter 1630. The 4 Challenge, No. The village chief roared in anger as he watched his bloodline being killed. Not a single one was left alive. You should lead them to the right path. Lin Ling faintly looked at the village chief. If it weren't for the guidance of the elders, how could these children's minds be twisted? He vaguely remembered that a child had asked him why he didn't die and why he didn't help the people of the Peach Blossom village. If this wasn't a twisted mentality, then what was? Then Lin Ling walked towards the village chief step by step. The village chief panicked and his desire to live became stronger. He was about to speak, but Lin Ling coldly said, I wanted to keep you alive and tell the people of the fire tribe that they want to kill me, Lin Ling, or at least let more people come. But you won't have the chance to say it because I don't want to see people like you alive. Kill? As soon as the words fell, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed the village chief's neck. Then with a twist, the village chief died. He didn't expect that after waiting for 1,000 years, he would be able to see the rise of the descendants of the ancient Peach Blossom village. However, he didn't expect that the people of the ancient Peach Blossom village would disappear forever. The entire village, not a single person was left alive. Very ugly people, and I even wanted to help them in the beginning. Bayun Chendi stared at the village full of corpses. She still couldn't vent her anger. These people were too ugly. At the same time, she was secretly grateful. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have been wiped out today. It's very normal. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Lin Ling said indifferently. Although the Peach Blossom village was wiped out, his mood was not calm. This was because he noticed that the Fire Tribe, in order to kill them, had caused chaos in Xinhuangdao. Even the villages that were isolated from the world didn't want to let them go. As expected of the Shi clan. This kind of appeal is very scary. Kill. The 9 spirits of heaven sensed Lin Ling's intentions and spoke up. Xinhuangdao had 3 major Shi clans, the Hua clan, the Yi clan, and the Shi clan. Among them, the Hua clan and the Yi clan had joined hands to kill Lin Ling with the whole of Xinhuangdao. Only the Shi clan remained silent, and the relationship between the Shi clan and the Yi clan was not good. Of course, under the Fire Race's request, it was not impossible for the Stone Race to attack Lin Ling and the others. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Lin Ling immediately left with a few people. He had a feeling that if he was a step late, he would probably be surrounded by experts. This was indeed the case. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a large number of experts arrived. When they saw the massacred village, their expressions turned cold. Too much. Massacring an entire village. He won't even let children and the elderly off. This Lin Ling must be killed. Release the news, let the whole of Xinhuangdao know about their scandal. Those experts all shouted angrily. 5 heavenly kings, Qianzong Jinwang, have you found their tracks? One of the old men looked at another middle-aged man in golden armor. The middle-aged man's eyes were shining with a dark golden color. His eyes flashed through the sky as if he was looking down on the world. What was more terrifying was that his eyes formed 2 golden light pillars, as if he could see through anything in the world. The 5 heavenly kings have all moved out. That's Qianzong Jinwang. His talent is the terrifying Earth-rank 5th grade fiery golden eyes. It said that his eyes can see through the sun. Who dares to look directly at the sun? He can actually see through it. What a terrifying pair of eyes. Many experts whispered in excitement. With so many experts in Xinhuangdao moving out, how could Lin Ling not die? The 5 heavenly kings were equivalent to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Shenping province. However, to the Fire Race they were still extremely insignificant, because the Fire Race's position was the highest position in the human world. Therefore, once the Fire Race's reward was out, how could the 5 heavenly kings miss it? Found it in the north. Yes. After a moment, Qianzong Jinwang smiled faintly, which made the crowd even more excited. One of them laughed loudly and said, Qianzong Jinwang, are you sure? If you are sure, let's go after him now. Yes. You doubt me? Yes. Qianzong Jinwang was still smiling. He looked at that person, causing that person's face to change dramatically. Then, something terrible happened. Under Qianzong Jinwang's gaze, a big hole appeared in that person's chest. He was directly penetrated. All the experts' faces changed and they immediately didn't dare to speak. I heard that Lin Ling's soul force is very strong. I don't know who will be more powerful compared to my talent. Qianzong Jinwang's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile as if what happened before had nothing to do with him. It must be Qianzong Jinwang who is more powerful. Yes. Many people began to flatter Qianzong Jinwang. Although Qianzong Jinwang didn't know any martial arts, his talent was too heaven-defying. With just a pair of eyes, he had defeated countless experts. Okay, let's go after them. Remember, Baiyun Tiandi is also here. Unless we join forces, we can't kill him. Roar. It was one of the 5 heavenly kings, Heavenly King Tsong. In the past, Lin Ling had killed 2 of the 5 heavenly kings. Today he wanted to see how powerful Lin Ling was. This Lin Ling is very bold. All the experts of Xinhuangdao have come out. This is the first time in 1,000 years in Xinhuangdao. Roar. So many people, but we can't kill the 4 of them. If news of this spread out, our Xinhuangdao will lose face. Roar. Catch up to them. Roar. All the experts flew into the sky, forming a terrifying cloud of murderous aura, and attacked Lin Ling's group of 4. Xinhuangdao was like a whirlwind because of Lin Ling's group of 4. At the same time, many cultivators in Shenping province and Shenyuan origin realm of the mortal world were paying attention. To them, It was too crazy for 4 people to challenge an entire region. This Lin Ling is really the representative of miracles. In Xianyuan origin realm, many cultivators admired him. As for Xianping province, people were extremely excited. Lin Ling was the East sovereign. In the past, he had single-handedly conquered Xianping province. Now he was challenging an entire region. In this world, who else but Lin Ling could do such a thing? However, all the experts of Shenhuangdayu had come out. Could Lin Ling win this battle? At this moment, Lin Ling's group of 4 were heading north. Along the way they encountered more and more people chasing after them. Seeing the endless stream of people, even Baiyun Tiandi's expression turned serious. Although she was very strong, she couldn't fight against so many people. Among the 4 of them, only Lin Ling's expression remained calm. His unperturbed appearance made the 9 spirits of heaven admire him. They couldn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. As long as we charge through the Avalon of 5 elements, we'll be getting closer to the devil's domain. This battle will be our victory. Moreover, although there are countless enemies during this period of time, we've also made a small fortune. Yes. Lin Ling said with a smile. The 9 spirits of heaven also found joy in their misery. Of course, other than Lin Ling's leadership, they were able to survive in the hands of tens of millions of cultivators because of Lin Ling's mysterious void gourd. That kind of treasure was extremely precious and could recover spiritual energy in a short period of time. As time passed, more and more people came. Because the cultivators of Shenhuangdayu seemed to know their whereabouts, they gathered in a grandiose manner. There were hundreds of millions of people and countless experts. Chapter 1631. Humiliate Lin Ling? I see them. Those people over there are Lin Ling. In the distant sky, many powerhouses could vaguely see the silhouettes of Lin Ling and the others. None of them dared to kill Lin Ling alone. But with so many of them, they weren't afraid. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he saw the terrifying number of people. Hee, how lively. Lin Ling smiled faintly and continued to lead the group forward. They were getting closer and closer to the border of Shenhuangdayu. In the distance, the Avalon of 5 elements was right in front of them. As long as they could break through there, they would be free to fly. Lin Ling, do you only know how to run? At this time, a loud shout came from afar. Everyone looked over and realized that it was the Emperor Peerless of the E clan. Emperor Peerless is also here. This means that the experts of the fire race and the E race will be here soon. We have so many experts here, plus the experts of the Shi clan. How can Lin Ling not die? Charge. Everyone's fighting spirit was high, but at this moment, they were not in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. Instead, they formed a mighty human formation and walked step by step towards Lin Ling. Obviously, they were forcing him. Right now, Lin Ling didn't have the strength to fight back. However, if they just killed him, it would be too easy for the other party. Therefore, everyone wanted to pressure Lin Ling and slowly suppress Lin Ling. The sky, the earth, and even the wind were extremely oppressive. There were people everywhere. It was as if all the martial artists of Shenhuangdayu had moved out. Their footsteps actually formed a terrifying storm vortex. Emperor Peerless was in the middle of the crowd. He was very excited. To him, losing to Lin Ling last time was a humiliation in his life. So today he wanted to wash away that humiliation. Lin Ling was very pitiful. In the end, he died under the pressure of everyone. This was not a bad way to die. Aren't you going to kneel down? At the front of the crowd, the 5 heavenly kings let out cold and indifferent voices. Their voices were accompanied by pressure as they spread to the front. Aren't you going to kneel down? Everyone followed and shouted, pressuring Lin Ling. They were showing the pride of Shenhuangdayu. Lin Ling shouldn't have fought back against the fire race for the sake of dignity. After offending them, he actually didn't return to Xianping province. It's a pity that a prodigy of a generation has fallen here. However, many people among the 3 mysterious in the mortal realm are paying attention to this matter. Therefore, the Xinhuang domain must not let Lin Ling leave alive. Young's too arrogant. Some of the onlookers were sighing, some were gloating, and each had their own thoughts. In the distant sky, Lin Ling and the other 3 were advancing slowly like dragons trapped in a cage. Even the White Cloud Heavenly Emperor felt that his life and death were at stake at this moment. Is the real battle here? I didn't expect that the last battle of the 9 spirits of heaven would be against the entire region. The 9 spirits of heaven sighed softly, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. You don't have to fight to the death. I can tell you that all the teleportation portals in Shenhuangdayu have been sealed. Unless the 7 emperors come in person, no one can save you. If I were you, I would kowtow and apologize, then commit suicide. At least that's a more dignified death. A majestic voice sounded. It was Tianzong Jinwang. Ah. After this voice, many people roared with laughter. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the mockery behind him. He looked at the Avalon of 5 elements and finally laughed. That ancient iron wall should be the Avalon of Earth. Lin Ling, what should we do? Even if we escape, it'll be difficult. The 9 spirits of heaven whispered to Lin Ling. In this situation, Lin Ling had become their leader. Why should we escape? There's only a bunch of dogs behind us. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling stopped and smiled at the people behind him. Shenhuang Dayu, what a shame. It's fine if you bully us with numbers, but you're so proud and self-satisfied. Is there no one else in Shenhuang Dayu? This Lin Ling is still so arrogant even when he's about to die. Many people's eyes flickered. After all, if they were in Lin Ling's shoes, they would have been terrified. Lin Ling was definitely going to die in this situation. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, his words were full of sarcasm. This kind of courage was rare. Moreover, with so many of you oppressing me, do you think I'll be afraid? Lin Ling spat out again. Since he started learning martial arts, he had faced all kinds of difficulties. How could he not know what the other party was thinking? They were humiliating him and wanted him to regret it. Unfortunately, they had found the wrong person. Lin Ling dared not to fear the Fire Tribe. Even if he died, he wouldn't lower his spine. The faces of the experts in the distance turned cold. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. However, they weren't in a hurry. Lin Ling would be afraid. Lin Ling, don't try to provoke me. I, Shenhuang Dayu, have sent so many people because I'm afraid you'll run away. However, if I really want to defeat you, I alone am enough. Tianzong Jinwang strode forward. He was wearing golden armor and looked majestic. He walked towards Lin Ling just like that. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you're Shenhuang Dayu's enemy. I'm not qualified to kill you. However, I should still be able to teach you a lesson. At least, I'll let you know that the martial artists of Shenping province shouldn't be arrogant in Shenhuang Dayu. This is because they are provoking everyone. For trash like Lin Ling who kills people like flies and ignores the heroes of the world, Tianzong Jinwang, let Lin Ling know how powerful you are. The crowd shouted, causing the surrounding voices to become even louder. Lin Ling was accusing them of bullying him with numbers. Then Tianzong Jinwang would be the one to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I've heard that your soul force is very powerful. Today I'm here to learn from you. Do you dare to fight? The Tiansong Gold King's face was filled with pride as he roared again. Lin Ling almost killed me last time. This time I can borrow Tianzong Jinwang's hand to see Lin Ling's strength. Emperor Peerless was looking forward to it. If Lin Ling used his soul force this time, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of him. Let's see how my talent is. Lin Ling, look over here. Tianzong Jinwang's pupils constricted, forming a powerful beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. Tianzong Jinwang, don't kill Lin Ling by mistake. An expert laughed loudly. He was toying with Lin Ling like a cat toying with a mouse. Lin Ling, be careful. Although his talent isn't as high as yours, his eyes are extremely powerful. They can see through your body. As long as you're seen through, your body will be destroyed. The 9 spirits of heaven frowned and reminded. The opponent's talent belonged to the extreme type, and it was very mysterious. The combination of soul force and talent. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Before the golden beam of light arrived, he had already sensed something. So what if you know? My talent is beyond the realm of ordinary martial arts. It's not something a junior like you can understand. Tianzong Jinwang said disdainfully. Defeating Lin Ling in front of everyone in Shenhuang Dayu was a good honor. Chapter 1632. Who was humiliating who? His eyes actually possessed the aura of a divine tier talent. It seems like his eyes have the potential to reach the divine tier. At this moment, a thought flashed through Lin Ling's mind. His eye of time could see through the origin of the other party's eyes. He knew that Tianzong Jinwang's talent was on the same level as the godly demon tyrant body. His potential was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone when it came to eyes. Eye of time. A powerful soul force gushed out, forming an invisible soul wave. At this moment, time froze. The clouds stopped drifting and the wind stopped blowing. No one noticed that time had been frozen. Everyone maintained a mocking expression on their faces. The only one who noticed it was Tianzong Jinwang. How is this possible? At this moment, Qinzong Jinwang's eyes met with Lin Ling's. He realized that the world had disappeared, and only a pair of cold eyes were staring at him. A feeling of isolation and helplessness rose in him. It was as if he had met his natural enemy, and a voice kept ringing in his mind. In terms of soul power, he was no match for Lin Ling. In terms of the potential of his eyes, he was even more inferior to Lin Ling. He couldn't move. He realized that the power of his eyes had been completely frozen. In reality, he didn't know that in terms of martial arts he wouldn't lose so quickly. But in terms of talent and soul force, how could he compare to Lin Ling? Space distortion. Lin Ling shouted coldly and took a big step forward. He appeared in front of Qinzong Jinwang and threw a punch. Bang! The power of 12 universes erupted, and the void exploded. The heavenly concealed golden flame was destroyed by a single fist. At the same time, time gradually returned to normal. When everyone looked at Lin Ling, their jaws dropped. Blood rained down from the sky. Only Lin Ling stood there alone. Qinzong Jinwang seemed to be dead. There was no fight and he died just like that? It was completely different from what they had imagined. They wanted to see Qinzong Jinwang humiliate Lin Ling. Lin Ling calmly turned around and walked away step by step. But at this moment no one dared to move. They were all intimidated by Lin Ling. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but they were clearly not qualified. Even Emperor Peerless could not understand how Qinzong Jinwang had died. Could it have been his soul power? It was just that he hadn't sensed any soul fluctuations before. He had no idea that in that short moment, time had been frozen by Lin Ling. Freezing time, this was Lin Ling's greatest trump card. What? Not putting on an act anymore? Lin Ling's voice floated over at the same time, mocking the people in the distance. Those people slowly walked towards Lin Ling, wanting to put pressure on Lin Ling, but now who dared to move? There's no need to be afraid of him. Previously it was only his soul power that attacked. Now that his strongest trump card is gone, he's just an ordinary fourth-stage saint. While everyone was shocked, a cold voice sounded as if to give everyone a strong sense of confidence. In the distance, a large number of experts had arrived. It was the Emperor of the Fire Clan and the ancestor of the E Clan. In addition, there were many titled Heavenly Emperors. At this moment, they were all here to watch the show. Lin Ling, we meet again so soon. The Emperor of the Fire Clan was like a volcano with extremely high temperature. He floated in the sky, his long hair fluttering wildly. The dense majesty of fire made it difficult for people to breathe. He was naturally clear about Lin Ling's strength. Only his soul power was terrifying. Although his potential in other areas was not bad, they were not very strong at the moment. His biggest weakness was his low cultivation level. This is Lin Ling? Those heavenly emperors who had come because of his reputation looked forward with great interest, wanting to see what the legendary figure looked like. That's right, we meet again. Lin Ling was still not afraid. He walked forward slowly as if he did not know that death was at hand. As an enemy, the cultivators of Xinhuangdayu could not help but admire Lin Ling's courage because Lin Ling would not be able to survive at this moment. But he was still not afraid. You called so many dogs here just to make me regret, but it seems like those dogs of yours are useless. Lin Ling finally stopped. A wine pot appeared in his hand. After drinking a mouthful, he smiled faintly. He was still as carefree as ever. I know you want to provoke us so that we won't use the human wave tactic to kill you. But do you think that there's no one in Xinhuangdayu? Even if we know about your schemes, it's still not difficult to kill you. The Emperor of the Fire Clan sneered. He was very excited at this moment because he could finally vent his anger. Are you farting over there? If you don't use the human wave tactic, where did those dogs beside you come from? Maybe you think that you'll definitely win, so you hypocritically said that you don't need the human wave tactic and can kill me one-on-one. If you only have 2 or 3 dogs beside you, I guarantee that you won't dare to say that. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His strong counterattack made the crowd's face turn ugly. Lin Ling had called them dogs. The Emperor of the Fire Clan narrowed his eyes. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed very smart. After all, Lin Ling had nowhere to run now. That was why he said that he was not afraid of Lin Ling one-on-one. But if Lin Ling still had a way out, he would not dare to say that. Because Lin Ling was too cunning. If there were not enough people, he might be able to escape at any time. No need for people. I'll kill you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Emperor Peerless walked out. His gaze swept behind the Emperor of the Fire Clan. There stood a woman with a face full of resentment. It was Crimson Cloud Heavenly Emperor. He knew that Crimson Cloud Heavenly Emperor was here to see how Lin Ling would die. Then he would settle everything. Moreover, there were a large number of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses nearby. He had to wash away the humiliation. Emperor Peerless, do you still have any face? Looking at Emperor Peerless coming out, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. The first time you fought with me, you returned with a draw. The second time you fought with me, you were almost killed by me. Now you still have the nerve to come for a third battle? You should throw away this title of Heavenly Emperor as soon as possible. Why make a fool of yourself? The moment Lin Ling's words came out, those Heavenly Emperor powerhouses who were watching a good show could not help but laugh. Clearly, Emperor Peerless had lost again and again. If it were them, they would also be embarrassed to continue fighting. Moreover, in this battle, Emperor Peerless clearly had an unfair advantage. Emperor Peerless had long experienced Lin Ling's venomous tongue. Being said at this moment, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he could not refute. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. People only remember the winner. Emperor Peerless could not care so much anymore. If he did not kill Lin Ling at this moment, how was he going to walk in the mortal world? It was just that he had just taken a step when Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from the front. Remind you, you almost died last time. Bang. Emperor Peerless' heart trembled. The footsteps that he took forward forcefully stopped. Indeed, he almost died last time. That taste of impending death, he still remembered it very clearly until now. Xiao Wushuang, don't be frightened by Lin Ling's words. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. Over at the E-Race's side, an old man said indifferently, the glory that you lost, you must personally take it back today. Yes, Ancestor. I will definitely not lose face for the E-Race. Emperor Peerless took a deep breath and finally stepped forward. How could he be scared away by Lin Ling? He was not afraid of Lin Ling. And the crowd was incomparably expectant. Emperor Peerless seemed to be able to take back that glory in this battle. However, right at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated over again, Blade of Nirvana. Chapter 1633. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Oh no! Emperor Peerless shouted in panic. He knew how terrifying that small knife that could pierce through one's soul was. Hence, when Lin Ling shouted, he subconsciously trembled in fear. Could it be that Tianzong Jinwang did not exhaust Lin Ling's soul power? Or was this all Lin Ling's plan? He was baiting him into battle and then using the opportunity to kill him? In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Emperor Peerless' mind. Then, without any hesitation, he frantically retreated in an attempt to avoid the soul power that could not be defended against. However, under heaven and earth, the wind was blowing, the clouds were floating, and the sun was still shining in the distance. Everything was very calm and no soul power attack appeared. Obviously, Lin Ling did not make a move at all. He was just talking. The crowd was stunned. Looking at the unparalleled Celestial Emperor who kept retreating with a pale face, they felt extremely embarrassed at this moment. Because Emperor Peerless was scared away. Moreover, he was scared away by Lin Ling's words. Shame. The ancestor of the E-Race clenched his fist tightly. Emperor Peerless lost to Lin Ling. Clearly he had an inner demon like a frightened bird. Me? At this moment, Emperor Peerless gradually came to his senses. Seeing the looks around him, he was immediately furious. He had been played. Embarrassing. Even he felt extremely embarrassed. Why did he have to be afraid? Lin Ling had only said a few words and he had already fled. His title as the Celestial Emperor was an undeserved reputation. Whether you admit it or not, you are already afraid of me. This battle I have won again. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled indifferently. In fact, he had used time freeze previously, so his soul power had already been exhausted. Previously, he was indeed scaring Emperor Peerless. I haven't lost yet. Emperor Peerless shook his head continuously. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Was he going to lose to Lin Ling for the third time? Sigh. Emperor Peerless is a new genius of Champion University, but he can't compete with Lin Ling, said the Celestial Emperors shaking their heads. They all thought that Emperor Peerless had lost. The first battle, carelessness. In the second battle, he was completely crushed. In the third match, he was scared off by a single sentence. Emperor Peerless hasn't lost yet? If it was a real battle of life and death, if he didn't have the support of the Emperor Peerless with his mentality, he would have died countless times already. Wushuang, come back. Don't embarrass yourself. The old man from the E-Race said coldly. His words were filled with disappointment. If Emperor Peerless went to fight again, he would still not be able to escape the fate of being reduced to a laughing stock. However, Emperor Peerless gritted his teeth and retreated. Today he had once again lost face. Piss off, the Emperor of the Fire Clan and the ancestor of the E-race are qualified to be my opponents, said Lin Ling, taking a sip of alcohol. He looked like an emperor who controlled the world. He was calm, composed, and proud of the whole world. That guy, why isn't he afraid? White Cloud Heavenly Emperor and the others looked at Lin Ling, and the admiration in their hearts grew even stronger. Apart from Lin Ling, who else could have fought against a group of heroes alone? Lin Ling, you're young but you're very shrewd. You know how to use psychological tactics. Besides, you're smart and brave. You don't lack the spirit of a cultivator. You're qualified to be our opponent, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, taking a deep breath. He admitted that Lin Ling was terrifying. If he hadn't broken off relations with Lin Ling, he wouldn't have wanted to miss out on a young man like Lin Ling. Unfortunately, a broken mirror would never be restored. Since he couldn't have it, he had to destroy it. Do you think you can escape from here? Asked the ancestor of the E-race. The crowd instantly quieted down and sneered at Lin Ling. They already knew the answer, but they wanted to see how Lin Ling would answer. Those titled Heavenly Emperors also smiled. If it were them, facing the ancient experts of the Fire Clan and the E-race, as well as countless cultivators, they wouldn't be able to escape. This also meant that Lin Ling had lost this battle from the beginning. I said that the heavens and earth are mine. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Also, let me remind you, if you want to kill me, many people will die. Lin Ling smiled and said something that shocked countless people. Silence. The world became even more silent. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that not only could he leave, but those who dared to kill him would also die. What right do you have? Just because you're a 4th-level saint? Dream on. What a joke, we can't kill you. Do you think we're all ants? Fire Clan Emperor, please give the order. We'll all move out and kill the 4 of them. The crowd was furious. Lin Ling was about to die and he still dared to look down on them. Ah. The Fire Clan Emperor and the E-race elder looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Now I'm leaving. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the crowd's anger. He waved his hand and called for Baiyin Qiandi and the others to leave. Moreover, his speed wasn't fast. It was as if he was walking in his own garden. This was Lin Ling's confidence in leaving this place? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Lin Ling wanted to leave, but before he left, he reminded everyone that he was leaving. And the so-called leaving was indeed leaving, not escaping at all. What an interesting junior. Those titled Celestial Emperors also laughed out loud. Freak, he was simply a freak. You think you can leave? Kill. Kill? The Fire Clan Emperor felt that Lin Ling was simply crazy. He finally gave the order to kill. It was time for this joke to end. Treat us as if we don't exist. Die. Die. The entire Shenhuang Dayu's martial artists moved out. One-on-one, there weren't many who could defeat Lin Ling, but there were hundreds of millions. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he would still die. We'll see how he dies. The Fire Clan Emperor coldly snorted. Lin Ling wanted to leave? He wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to leave. In the sky, killing intent surged, forming a tribulation cloud that rushed towards Lin Ling. Baiyin Qiandi and the others trembled. What a terrifying killing intent. This battle they couldn't win at all. They suddenly looked at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling's pace was still unhurried. He drank his wine and calmly moved forward. At this moment they were speechless. There's no helper ahead. Sigh. The 9 spirits of heaven stared ahead and then smiled bitterly. There was no one there except for the ancient city wall. Could it be that the 4 of them could stop the army? You'd better speed up and take a look at Shenhuang Dayu. Because we won't be coming back here for a while. Sigh. However, what made the 9 spirits of heaven even more speechless was that Lin Ling actually had a trace of nostalgia for Shenhuang Dayu. If they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, they would have thought that Lin Ling was scared out of his wits. At this moment, Lin Ling wasn't crazy. His face was calm. He finally arrived at the ancient city wall. His hand gently touched the wall, and a long-lost sense of familiarity appeared in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1634. One against the world. The Avalon of 5 elements was built by the Realm Master over countless years. It was built with his own hands to protect the entire mortal world. Therefore, Lin Ling felt nostalgic when he saw the Avalon of 5 Elements again. In his eye of time, the Avalon of 5 Elements was like a friend. He could guess those ancient formation patterns even with his eyes closed. And the Avalon of 5 Elements in Shenhuang Dayu was the Avalon of Earth Element. What is he doing? Is he stupid? I don't know. He's standing below the city wall. Maybe he knows that there's no hope of escaping, so he's reminiscing about the times when he was alive. Look at him. He's actually reminiscing about the past. What an idiot. Those warriors who pounced on Lin Ling started to mock him. The current Lin Ling was too stupid. He was actually touching the ancient wall and looking at it as if he was looking at his lover. It was no wonder that they were mocking him. However, they didn't know what the ancient wall represented. Those who knew were the Emperor of the Fire Clan and other powerful warriors. However, they didn't care about Lin Ling's actions. Subconsciously, they all thought that the ancient wall had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Because the Avalon of 5 Elements was difficult to control, unless he was a powerful warrior with the title of Xian Di, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to touch the secrets of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they didn't know that their thoughts were just wishful thinking. They were about to be disappointed. In Lin Ling's case, everything that was impossible became possible. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient wall surged. War drums sounded and flags flew in the air. Illusions of countless warriors appeared and fought against the world. What? The Emperor of the Fire Clan's expression changed drastically. Was there a change in the Avalon of 5 Elements? Not good. Attack immediately. The elder of the E clan also shouted. He and the Emperor of the Fire Clan became more and more uneasy. Although they felt that everything was impossible, reality told them that something was about to happen. Their hearts were pounding. Even they couldn't control the Avalon of 5 Elements. How could Lin Ling make it resonate with them? What's going on? The crowd was puzzled. What was wrong with the Emperor of the Fire Clan? Why did they look so flustered? Show your pride, Avalon of 5 Elements, immeasurable celestial stone. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling spoke softly. It was as if he was holding an army of thousands of men and horses. At this moment he pointed his sword forward. Boom. The ancient city walls finally awakened. As if the heavens and earth were falling apart, the terrifying power of the law of earth swept out. The city walls rose into the sky, separating heaven and earth. Moreover, huge brown rolling stones began to appear within the city walls. Those rolling stones bloomed with a merciless light and surged towards the people behind. What? The faces of the people who were charging toward Lin Ling all changed. Who would dare to laugh at him now? Rumble. However, the countless rolling stones were still rushing forward. Not only were they massive, but they were also extremely fast, destroying everything in their path. Saint Realm masters who were hit by these rolling stones were reduced to a rain of blood. In a single breath, dozens of experts had fallen. Run. Everyone was in a complete panic and fled one after another. However, it was too late to escape now. The Avalon of 5 Elements was able to guard the mortal realm. How could they withstand its power? Rumble. Countless rolling stones were used from the city walls. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Moreover, they were not afraid of source energy. It was simply an invincible rolling stone array. In just an instant, blood flowed like a river on the ground. More than half of the people who went to kill Lin Ling died immediately. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. Those who dared to kill him were waiting to die. Retreat. Even the Emperor of the Fire Clan and the other experts were afraid and frantically retreated. Rumble. The scene in front could be called hell. The rolling stones rolled over everything. The cultivators who were watching from afar sucked in a breath of cold air. They were lucky that they did not make a move before, otherwise they would have been dead by now. However, they were also fleeing now. Some people looked at the young man below the city walls and couldn't help but tremble. That was a true emperor who could fight against the world alone. As for Xinyuan Jiuhun and the rest, they were stunned as their hearts pounded. Lin Ling had actually hidden such a trump card. Originally, they were definitely going to lose this battle, but who would have known that Lin Ling alone would turn the situation around and sweep through the world, winning the most beautiful battle? Moreover, his opponent wasn't just a single person, but the entire great region. Let's go. Lin Ling stared ahead. He was also surprised by the power of the Avalon of 5 Elements. Then he smiled faintly. The 9 spirits of heaven nodded subconsciously. At this moment, Lin Ling's words were like the sky to them. After this battle, your name Lin Ling will be famous in the mortal realm. Baiyun Chendi said in shock and left with Lin Ling. She looked behind her and suddenly remembered Lin Ling's words. She had to pay attention to Shen Huangdayu. After leaving this time, she would not be able to return for a period of time at least. And now Lin Ling's words were indeed accurate. After a long time, Lin Ling and the rest disappeared. In front of the Avalon of 5 elements, the huge rolling stones gradually dissipated and finally turned into soil that scattered on the ground. Obviously, those stones were formed by the law of Earth. Looking ahead, there were only a few people left. The countless experts from before had now turned into piles of soil. Heaven and earth were silent. Those who were still alive felt a chill in their hearts. They had offended Lin Ling and had been completely wiped out. Lin Ling. In the distance, the 2 Shi clan experts' faces were ashen. They had lost. With all the experts in the world besieging Lin Ling should have died without a doubt. However, who knew that they had failed? Moreover, Lin Ling had successfully left Shen Huangdayu and created the first miracle in the mortal realm. They could imagine that after today the news that Lin Ling had defeated the entire Shen Huangdayu would be sensational in the mortal realm. How can he be so powerful? Princess Wuxia's expression was complicated. She suddenly felt that Lin Ling and she were people from 2 different worlds. She was on the ground and Lin Ling was freely flying in the sky. Was this the youth she had looked down on from the beginning? What a ferocious fellow. The experts with the title of Celestial Emperor trembled. Not only had Lin Ling won, but he had won beautifully and dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. How did he know the secret of the Avalon of 5 elements, and how did he control it? After he left, the sky is high. We can only look for the next opportunity. Let's go. The 2 Shi clan experts left one after another. They suddenly remembered Lin Ling's words. Heaven and earth allowed him to travel. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? Now Lin Ling was a man of his words. No matter how many people there were, they could not kill him. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was not afraid in the face of the threat of the Fire Clan Emperor. It turned out that he had kept such a trump card. However, they had wronged Lin Ling because Lin Ling had not thought of using the Avalon of 5 elements to repel the enemy. He had only thought of it when Baiyun Qiandi inadvertently mentioned it. At this moment, after Lin Ling and the others left, they disappeared without a trace and appeared on the vast red earth. This place was like the Gobi Desert. Sunlight shone from afar, making them feel relaxed. Along the way, Xinyuan Jiuhun and Little Flame were extremely excited, and they chatted incessantly. They were naturally talking about Lin Ling's battle. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Chapter 1635. Stone God, we didn't do anything. Baiyun Qiandi rolled his eyes at Lin Ling. This guy was really considerate of their feelings. The fact that you're standing by my side means that you're supporting me. Without you, I wouldn't dare to face hundreds of millions of experts. Lin Ling still didn't take all the credit, but Baiyun Qiandi didn't believe that sentence, because according to her understanding of Lin Ling, this guy was a fearless master. Even if they weren't here, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. You can control the sky of fire and you can even control the sky of earth. Lin Ling, you seem to be omnipotent. After the 9 spirits of heaven became excited, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. The origin of the 9 spirits of heaven was mysterious, but compared to Lin Ling, he felt that Lin Ling was even more mysterious than him. Not only is he omnipotent, but he is also vicious and merciless. Most of the people who chased after us are now dead. Baiyun Qiandi curled his lips and said. His words made the 9 spirits of heaven tremble. Fortunately, he was friends with Lin Ling. If they were enemies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that there are no longer any pursuers, let's have a good rest. We've been tired enough during this period of time. Lin Ling was completely speechless at these guys. He waved his hand and led them to find a place to rest. At this moment, Shen Huangdayu was in an abyss of suffering. Rumors were spreading everywhere and gradually spread to Shenyuan and Shenpeng province. What? All the martial artists of Shen Huangdayu and the 2 Shi clans were dispatched, but they still couldn't catch Lin Ling? This Lin Ling is too crazy. That's nothing. I heard that not only did they fail to capture Lin Ling, many of Shen Huangdayu's people died. Lin Ling didn't run away, he defeated Shen Huangdayu. Amazing, amazing. The whole mortal realm was in an uproar. The warriors of the great Xinyuan domain were shocked when they received the news, while the people of Shenping province were excited and proud. Their Dongzun had made Shenping province proud. Shenyuan, Shenping and Shenhuang were stirred up by Lin Ling alone. It was a quiet night. The night of the red earth was not dark at all. On the contrary, there was a faint light. There were ancient rocks all around. They were strange and uncanny, causing people to sigh at the power of nature. Martial artists went against the heavens in order to control the world. But sometimes, thinking about it, this world was not controlled by humans. Humans were ultimately too insignificant compared to the heavens and earth. Lin Ling rested his head on his hands and looked up at the stars in the sky. All sorts of thoughts rose up in his mind, but then he smiled. He didn't have the time to care about the secrets of the world. If he had the time, he wanted to increase his own boundary. His current strength was not bad, but compared to the giants of the mortal realm, it was still not enough. If I can step into the 5th layer Saint realm, my fire attribute martial arts will be even more powerful. Moreover, if the Tyrant Song sword can be repaired, my strength will rise again. Unfortunately, the Saint realm is too difficult to break through. The resources required are too great. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. There were too many things he needed to do now. Little friend, do you have time to meet me? Right at this moment, an ancient voice resounded in Lin Ling's ears, and it caused his expression to change. After he sat up, he noticed that there was no one in the surroundings. Moreover, Xinyuan Jiuhun and the others were either cultivating or sleeping, so they didn't seem to have heard the voice. Who are you? Lin Ling asked in his heart. He knew that the other party was communicating with him through soul force. They all call me Stone God. If you are interested, you can go east. After half an hour, you will be able to see me. Moreover, coming here will only bring you benefits, no harm. The voice sounded kind and friendly. It didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Lin Ling pondered, but he felt that the other party didn't have any malicious intent. Moreover, he also wanted to know why the other party was looking for him. He didn't inform Xiao Yan and the others and left alone. His journey was uneventful. After half an hour, a huge mountain range appeared in front of him. This mountain range covered an area of 1,000 li. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Lin Ling stopped in front of the mountain range. Using his soul force, he cautiously scanned the surroundings. After a while, he said, "Senior, I'm here." "Haha. Haha, you must be Lin Ling, amazing, fighting against Shenhuang Dayu alone. More importantly, your cultivation is only at the 4th layer Saint realm. This is definitely the first time in the mortal realm." "Haha." The ancient voice drifted out, causing Lin Ling to frown. He ignored the other party's praise and said indifferently, "Senior, I'm already here. Do you still want to hide?" "Haha. What a cautious little guy. However, I'm not hiding. I'm right in front of you." "Haha." The voice laughed. The words caused Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. Subconsciously, he looked at the mountain in front of him and said in disbelief, "Could it be?" "Yes. Yes, I am the stone deity." "Haha." The voice seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts and confirmed. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. In front of him was the mountain. This meant that this senior was the mountain. However, when he looked carefully, it wasn't a mountain but a rock. It was just that the rock was so big that Lin Ling mistook it for a mountain at first. "No wonder you're called the stone deity." Haha. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He went straight to the point and said, "Then I wonder why Senior is looking for me?" "Haha. There's something I need your help with. Only you can help me with. That is to go to a certain place and get me a stone origin core. As for why I need that treasure, it's because I'm a worldly divine stone. However, after so many years I'm turning into a fossil. I need a stone origin core to maintain my original form." "Haha. Why should I help you?" "It's simple. You want to take away the fire spirit princess. I can help you." "Yes." The stone deity spoke very straightforwardly and went straight to the point. "You can help me?" "Yes." Lin Ling frowned. To be honest, if he wanted to take away the fire spirit princess, he really needed some help. After all, it was very difficult for him to do that with his current strength. "Don't worry, I dare to guarantee that I can do it because I'm one of the 3 great Shi clans in Shenhuang Dayu, the ancestor of the Stone clan." The stone deity continued, "If I show up, the Fire clan emperor will definitely give me face. Most importantly, you have someone's aura on you. Although I've never seen that person before, I'm very familiar with him. I also know that the Fire clan ancestor is very afraid of that person. Therefore, with both of them combined, I should be able to help you." "Yes. The ancestor of the Stone clan?" Lin Ling was shocked. This was a character from 10,000 years ago. He was even qualified to be Lin Ling's grandfather's grandfather. Then Lin Ling frowned. That person's aura? Could it be the Realm Lord? Chapter 1636. Devil Cloud Cave. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. He suddenly thought of the Dark Dragon Emperor in the chaotic demon sea. It seemed that he had to be careful. He suddenly asked, "Since you know that I have that person's eyes, will you harm me?" "Ah, you are really too cautious. You can rest assured that I will not risk my life to attack you because the price is very high. Moreover, I also want you to help my Stone Clan and protect them. Although you are still very weak now, you will definitely return to the throne in the future. This is also the reason why I help you. The reason why I asked you to go to a certain place is because that place is also the place where that man first cultivated, so you should be very familiar with that place. Moreover, the cultivation resources you need now, maybe you can find them there." Stone God continued to speak, making Lin Ling ponder. Finally he nodded. He had an intuition that Stone God did not deceive him. "Here is a memory stone. You can use this stone to find that place. After entering that place, it will depend on you. Moreover, my Stone Clan will also help you. Seeing you is like seeing our ancestors. When you come back, I will take you to the Fire Clan." "Good." Lin Ling took the memory stone. He saw that the stone was red, and there were complicated patterns engraved on it. It should be the totem of the Stone Clan. "Good luck." "Thank you." Lin Ling waved his hand and left. The ancient stone mountain looked at Lin Ling and muttered to itself, "It seems that he has not awakened yet. When he knows who he is one day he will return to the throne. Now that he is weak, I helped him. I hope that in the future he will remember my Stone Clan and protect them." Then the ancient stone mountain fell into a deep sleep again. When Lin Ling returned, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others had already woken up. They were surprised that Lin Ling had disappeared. Lin Ling did not hide anything and roughly told them what had happened. Hearing that, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others were a little excited because they were also lacking cultivation resources. "Where is the stone pointing?" Baiyun Chendi asked as he took the stone from Lin Ling's hand. After pouring his spirit energy into it, the stone immediately produced smoke, forming an ancient map in the sky. Staring at the map, Baiyun Chendi could not help but exclaim, "It's actually the infernal domain." Everyone's expression changed slightly. They never thought that the place with the treasure would be in the demon territory. However, everyone's destination was the demon domain, so they could travel together. Although Lin Ling and the others had escaped from Shenhuangdayu, they knew that the fire race would not let them go easily. Therefore it was safer to enter the demon realm. The infernal domain was not far from here. As they advanced, the temperature gradually increased. At a glance, the red soil disappeared, and a golden desert appeared in front of them. Scorching winds and ancient sand spread across the world. From time to time, a sandstorm would roar in the distance. With the help of the climate of this place, earth and wind attribute martial artists could increase their strength by 10%. And the closest city to the demon domain's teleportation array was a city called Ocean Sand City. This place was filled with all sorts of people, and there were many murderers and criminals who committed countless crimes. Most of them were hiding here. If they were wanted by the highest deacon palace in the human world, they could instantly enter the demon domain and escape their pursuit. What a crazy place. There are many titled heavenly emperors here. Lin Ling, currently, you and the 9 spirits of heaven have the strength of a titled heavenly emperor. However, titled heavenly emperors are also divided into strong and weak. Silver, gold and diamond ranks. I belong to the gold rank heavenly emperor. As the few of them chatted along the way, Baiyun Chendi explained. Baiyun Chendi and Wu Sheng were in the first degree realm. They belonged to the gold rank. This meant that Emperor Peerless belonged to the silver rank. No wonder the difference between them was so great. And Lin Ling's strength should belong to the silver rank heavenly emperor. As for why there was a division of realms, the reason was that there was a huge difference in strength between titled heavenly emperors. Even if they were in the same realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Take Lin Ling for example. Because of his high-grade immortal body and powerful soul force, he could defeat 8th layer saint experts. This was the difference. In addition, there was a time limit for becoming a disciple of the human realm. If one could not become a titled heavenly emperor within 5 years, then one would have to seize the disciple status. However, after becoming a titled heavenly emperor, there was no time limit. Therefore, many of the titled heavenly emperors were older and stronger than the younger generation. This led to a situation where the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Lin Ling, when you reach the 6th layer saint realm, perhaps you will be invincible in the saint realm. Unless you meet a heavenly emperor. Baiyun Chendi said. Lin Ling's talent was not weak, and his Saint Rune martial arts were also very strong. According to her knowledge, silver rank Heavenly Emperor's Saint Rune martial arts were the same as Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial arts, which were at the Great Accomplishment realm. And gold rank Heavenly Emperor's Saint Rune martial arts were at the peak of Transcendent realm. The few of them chatted as they walked. They wore cloaks and straw hats to cover their appearances. However, there were still some blind fellows who came knocking on their door. One had to know that in this place, killing was a common occurrence. The weak had no right to speak. Lin Ling and the others naturally followed the local customs and killed those people. The transmission array gradually came into view. Compared to the transmission array in Ghost Realm, the one in Demon Realm was much bigger and more chaotic. There were many cultivators entering the transmission array. Obviously, the danger in Demon Realm was greater, but there were also more opportunities. Rumble. When Lin Ling and the others entered, the first thing they saw was a dark sky. Demon Chi was rippling in the sky. At any time, cultivators would be swept away by the demon chi and disappear. Demon Cloud Cave, I heard that someone has found the ancient ruins. Many experts are rushing over. The ancient ruins, I'm afraid there are many treasures. Most importantly, this is the periphery. There aren't many powerful demons. From the undulating mountain range, voices could be heard from time to time. The 9 spirits of heaven's faces turned ugly. The Demon Cloud Cave was their goal. They didn't expect this secret place to be discovered by others. Damn it, they were faster than us. Baiyun Chindi said with dissatisfaction. Don't worry. Although they found the Demon Cloud Cave, it doesn't mean they can find treasures. Lin Ling comforted with a smile. The others nodded and then headed toward the Demon Cloud Cave. The Demon Cloud Cave had been discovered, so Lin Ling and the others arrived there without much effort. There was a crazy battle there. Many corpses were left on the ground, and the treasures on them had been taken away. Most importantly, Lin Ling and the others saw that there were many titled Heavenly Emperors among the dead. The Demon Cloud Cave was very big, like an abandoned ancient mine. There were many cultivators walking around, but they didn't dare to get close to the Demon Cloud Cave. 9 spirits of heaven, you abandoned child of your family, get over here. At this time, several figures appeared on a black rock in front of them. These people's strength was extremely terrifying. There were several gold-level heavenly emperors, and their strength had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. It's the Xinyuan family. Someone in the distance exclaimed. The Xinyuan family was an ancient family in the ancient immortal plateau. They were also one of the deacons of earthly paradise. It was said that the people of this family were the descendants of God, and no one dared to provoke them. Chapter 1637. He's the leader. Didn't you hear that? Those experts called the 9 spirits of heaven abandoned. This means that the 9 spirits of heaven have been abandoned by their families. Ah, that's a good show. I wonder if the 9 spirits of heaven will go there on their knees. The crowd began to discuss. At this moment, beside Lin Ling, the 9 spirits of heaven's expression changed. His eyes were cold, but he remained silent. Obviously, he was afraid of the Xinyuan family, and their relationship was extremely bad. Lin Ling did not look at those people. His eyes were still looking ahead. He realized that the reason why no one dared to enter the demonic cloud cave was because there were terrifying demonic creatures in the demonic cloud cave. They were apes with demonic energy rippling all over their bodies. They were extremely strong and could release origin source strength with just a raise of their hands. No wonder so many people had died in front. So that's why. Those demonic apes are very powerful, but their intelligence doesn't seem to be very high. Lin Ling was still watching with his eyes of time. He gradually saw a flaw. Those demonic apes did not seem to rely on aura to detect their enemies, but on their sense of smell. This meant that as long as one could hide from the demonic ape's sense of smell, they could enter the demonic cloud cave. Then Lin Ling stared at the corpses of the demonic apes in front of him. Although the demonic apes were terrifying, the titled Celestial Emperor's counterattacks were also very powerful. Therefore they had perished together with the demonic apes. Aren't you going to get over here? So you're with Baiyun Tiandi? No wonder you're so confident. But do you think Baiyun Tiandi can protect you alone? Baiyun Tiandi, we respect your strength, but this is a matter of the Xinyuan family. You'd better not interfere. Those from the Xinyuan family said indifferently. Their leader, a handsome young man with long green hair, spoke coldly. He was Xinyuan Jiuxing, a gold-level titled Celestial Emperor. Their words were obviously a heavy threat. They wanted Baiyun Tiandi to leave by himself. The white-robed celestial emperor is not a fool. She will not offend Shenyuan Jiuxing for the sake of the 9 spirits of heaven. I'm afraid she will leave soon. It was not difficult for many people to guess Bai Yun Tiandi's decision, and there were many gold-ranked titled heavenly emperors who were gloating, because if it were them, they would not offend the Shenyuan family for an ant. At this moment, Bai Yun Tiandi's brows were tightly knitted. Obviously, she didn't want to offend the other party, but she couldn't abandon the 9 spirits of heaven. This made her very difficult. The 9 spirits of heaven didn't want to make things difficult for Bai Yun Tiandi, so he smiled and said, Bai Yun Tiandi, you should leave. This is my business. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to choose. If you don't leave, don't blame us for killing you. In the distance, Shenyuan Jiuxing smiled coldly. His words were extremely domineering. They had more people on their side, so killing Bai Yun Tiandi wouldn't be difficult. Although the 9 spirits of heaven were members of the Shenyuan family, for some reason, the 9 spirits of heaven were abandoned by the family. In addition, the 9 spirits of heaven had offended many people in the past, so the younger generation of the Shenyuan family wanted to teach them a lesson. 1, 2. Shenyuan Jiuxing counted. The surrounding people were even more expectant. Although they were all heavenly emperors, strength still represented everything. The 9 spirits of heaven were extremely loyal and didn't want to implicate Lin Ling and the others, so Bai Yun Tiandi remained silent. Let's go, Bai Yun Tiandi, Lin Ling, you too. 3. At this time, Shenyuan Jiuxing's cold voice sounded as if he had opened the door to killing. It seems like you've chosen to help the 9 spirits of heaven. Shenyuan Jiuxing nodded and raised his right hand. 9 stars aligned and an ancient Shenyuan aura filled the air. He's dead. Bai Yun Tiandi is so scared that he doesn't even dare to say a word. Many people shook their heads, but they felt that it was normal. Who would dare to speak when facing a member of the Shenyuan family? Get the fuck out of here. However, at this time a cold voice sounded. It was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Get the fuck out? Someone asked Shenyuan Jiuxing to get the fuck out? The crowd looked at the person who had spoken and found that it was a young man in the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. Although this young man had been there all along, they had ignored him because his cultivation was too low. However, no one had expected that the young man would speak when Bai Yun Tiandi hadn't said a word. Who gave him the right to speak? Shenyuan Jiuxing was also very surprised. He stared at the young man and said, When you said get the fuck out, are you talking about me, Shenyuan Jiuxing? The young man was none other than Lin Ling. Although Bai Yun Tiandi didn't say anything because he was afraid of the other party, the leader of the 4 was Lin Ling. The 9 spirits of heaven had gone through life and death together. In Lin Ling's heart they were already brothers. How could Lin Ling swallow his anger when his brothers were insulted? So your name is Shenyuan Jiuxing. Very well, Shenyuan Jiuxing, get the fuck out of here. Lin Ling's mouth twitched as he spat out another sentence. He didn't know the grudge between the 9 spirits of heaven and the latter, but as brothers, he wouldn't back down. Boom. Many people's hearts exploded. This time he had called out their names. Good. Bai Yun Tiandi, you are the strongest. You don't dare to speak, so you let a junior speak? Shenyuan Jiuxing was so angry that he laughed. He thought that it was Bai Yun Tiandi's idea. I'm sorry. Among the 4 of us, he is the leader. This time, Bai Yun Tiandi spoke without any hesitation. He's the leader? Everyone was surprised again. They carefully looked at Lin Ling. If they didn't know that Bai Yun Tiandi was arrogant and wouldn't lie, they would even think that they were dreaming. Most importantly, they noticed that after the young man spoke, Bai Yun Tiandi didn't seem to be afraid of Shenyuan Jiuxing anymore. What kind of person was this? His cultivation level wasn't high, but his words were like a stabilizing needle. Even a gold-level titled Celestial Emperor listened to his orders. This was too fake. They didn't know that Bai Yun Tiandi had witnessed Lin Ling's miracle. At this moment she was completely convinced by Lin Ling. In addition, seeing that Lin Ling was so fearless, she knew that Lin Ling definitely had a way to deal with Shenyuan Jiuxing. Shenyuan Jiuxing was also shocked. This was the first time he looked at Lin Ling. However, he found that Lin Ling didn't have anything special about him. Do you know the price of telling me to fuck off? Shenyuan Jiuxing said coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. There's no need to put on an act in front of me. If you dare to touch my brother, I only have one word for you, fuck off. Lin Ling was still unafraid. His frivolous and domineering attitude caused more people to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. At this time Lin Ling spoke again, None of you know how to enter the Devil Cloud Cave, but I have a way. However, there are ugly flies buzzing around. Before they are dealt with, I won't announce the method to enter the Devil Cloud Cave." Silence. The moment Lin Ling's words came out, the crowd fell into silence. They had long wanted to enter the Devil Cloud Cave, but there was a terrifying devil ape outside, so they couldn't do anything about it. But now the young man said that he had a way to enter. How could they miss such an opportunity? "Are you lying to us?" an expert said indifferently. This person was very old with white hair, but his strength wasn't much weaker than Xinyuan Jiuxing. "If you have a way, I can promise you," another expert said. Chapter 1638. Brothers, even at the cost of their lives. Since I dared to say it, I naturally won't lie to you. Of course, words are not proof. I will verify it myself, but before that, you trash have to get out of my sight. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had been so confident before because he had thought of a way to deal with it. Regardless of the other party's background and strength, if they dared to touch Lin Ling's brother, Lin Ling would still dare to challenge them. "Lin Ling, thank you." The 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. Their eyes were red. Lin Ling waved his hand and looked at the crowd indifferently. The crowd fell silent as they analyzed Lin Ling's words. No matter how they looked at it, they could still participate in the bet because Lin Ling wanted to verify it himself. Since Lin Ling had failed and was torn apart by the devil ape, how could they not dare to take the bet? "Xinyuan Jiuxing, get out of my sight." An expert shouted angrily. "You're courting death." Xinyuan Jiuxing's face turned ferocious. He was a descendant of God who gave him the guts. "Get out of my sight." However, the crowd shouted angrily. They wanted Xinyuan Jiuxing to get out of their sight. "If you don't get out of my sight, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers." An old man said coldly. No matter how strong Xinyuan Jiuxing was, he would still die if he offended the crowd. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to choose. If you don't leave, don't blame us for killing you." At this time, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Xinyuan Jiuxing's eyes narrowed. He had said those words before, but Lin Ling had returned them to him. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a 4th-layer saint. This was the first time in his life that Xinyuan Jiuxing dared to threaten him with such strength. "Do you think you can kill me?" Xinyuan Jiuxing gritted his teeth. 1. Lin Ling ignored him and counted out the number. 2. Xinyuan Jiuxing's heart skipped a beat every time he counted out the number. He could feel that the murderous aura of the crowd was getting thicker and thicker as if they were being summoned by Lin Ling. 3. Lin Ling finally spat out a word coldly. "Kill?" The crowd's murderous aura surged. Only by driving Xinyuan Jiuxing away would they be able to enter the demonic cloud cave. Xiu xiu xiu. One after another, masters rushed out. All of them were at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage, and there were even 1 or 2 10 directions martial emperors. Crazy. A mere 4th-level Saint Realm ant had actually summoned a martial emperor expert. "Leave." Xinyuan Jiuxing roared. What else could he do? "You're lucky that you're fast enough." Xiu 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 of xiu xiu of xiu xiu, guys. Such words undoubtedly caused Xinyuan Jiuxing to feel like spitting blood, and he wished for nothing more than to make a move and annihilate that ant. Of course, he could only think about it. After all, the people in the surroundings wouldn't agree to it. Gradually, Xinyuan Jiuxing and the others left. Xinyuan Jiuhun looked at Lin Ling gratefully. Previously, when the Xinyuan family had arrived, he had thought that he would definitely be taught a lesson. At that time, he didn't want to involve Lin Ling, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would stand up for him? Lin Ling had called him brother, and in the end, Xinyuan Jiuxing, who he feared, had fled. Xiu 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 was willing to sacrifice himself for him. The 9 spirits of heaven remembered this favor and willingly regarded Lin Ling as their boss. He had been bullied his whole life, but now he had a boss to help him. "Haha, big brother is the best." Little Flame laughed. He had long regarded Lin Ling as his big brother. Now Lin Ling had fulfilled the responsibility of a leader. "I was just lucky." Lin Ling shook his head. He was indeed lucky. If he hadn't found a way to enter the demonic cloud cave, Xinyuan Jiuhun would have been taught a lesson. However, he was also secretly shocked. Xinyuan Jiuhun's origin was very powerful. Those people from the Xinyuan family were obviously extremely terrifying existences in the mortal world. "Your Excellency, can we start now?" The surrounding warriors came back and looked at Lin Ling. They had no friendship with Lin Ling. they would not hesitate to kill Lin Ling. However, in this world there were no eternal friends or eternal enemies. There were only eternal interests. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and walked to the front of the demon cloud cave step by step. Then he came to the front of a dead demon ape. He tore open its black fur and smeared a large amount of blood and flesh on his body. This? Bai Yunqiandi's eyes twitched. What is Lin Ling doing? It's too disgusting. The crowd also widened their eyes. Smearing a corpse's flesh on one's body was indeed a bit difficult for noble warriors to do. This guy is ruthless. An old man shook his head helplessly. However, he was also curious about what Lin Ling was doing. However, Lin Ling was extremely patient. He smeared the demon ape's flesh all over his body, leaving no holes. Only then did he let out a light breath and strode forward. Previously, he had seen with his eye of time that the demon ape's nostrils twitched slightly before attacking the warriors. It seemed that they were searching for the enemy through their sense of smell. He's going to enter the demon cloud cave just like that? If he fails, he will die. With his courage, even if he fails, I was willing to help him before. Many warriors voiced their opinions. That young man was simply a madman. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, demonic chi billowed out. On the ground, terrifying demon apes crawled out. Their bodies were completely black, and only their eyes were blood red. That aura made people tremble with fear. The warriors became nervous. They stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see the result. Pa. However, Lin Ling was fearless and took a step forward. The surrounding demon apes roared, erupting with a ferocious aura that could tear apart heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling took another step forward. What surprised everyone was that the demon apes seemed to be blind. After roaring, they only sniffed around. Even when Lin Ling walked past them, they did not seem to notice. Same kind. The demon apes regarded Lin Ling as their own kind. Amazing. Seeing Lin Ling walk past the demon apes, the warriors became excited. They could enter the demonic cloud cave. Then they looked at Lin Ling with deep gratitude. No matter what, Lin Ling had risked his life to open the key to the demonic cloud cave for them. At this moment, Lin Ling was excited. This method had succeeded. The reason why he had announced this method was that no one knew what dangers lay within the demonic cloud cave. Therefore, the more people that entered, the safer it would be. Moreover, even if more people entered, Lin Ling believed that the real treasure would belong to him. This was because the demonic cloud cave was the first place that person cultivated. Big Brother succeeded. Let's learn from him and smear the demon ape's flesh and enter. Little Flame chuckled. Everyone was surprised by Lin Ling's courage and attentiveness. Only he felt that it was normal because his big brother was omnipotent. No, I don't want to. Bai Yunqiandi kept shaking her head. She was a woman and had mysophobia. Did she want to smear dirty things on her body? The 9 spirits of heaven smiled bitterly. It seemed that in order to become stronger, one had to pay a lot. Chapter 1639. Treasures left behind by the former world lord. The demon cloud cave was like an abandoned mine. On the hard rock walls there were large and small holes. They were like demons with their mouths wide open, luring everyone in. Lin Ling's footsteps came to a halt. The Eye of Time appeared and he quietly observed. Finally, a sense of familiarity arose. It was as if he had been here a long time ago. He knew that this was the power of the Eye of Time. Because this was the place where that person first cultivated, the eyes he left behind for Lin Ling contained the secrets of this place. It also allowed Lin Ling to know where the treasures were hidden. So he was alone at the start, like an abandoned child of the heavens and earth. He was chased by countless powerhouses and finally fled here. He also preserved the cultivation treasures in case he needed them. But in the following days he grew even stronger. Thus, he didn't come back to take the treasures he left behind. Lin Ling finally saw that person's youthful appearance. At that time, the world lord was only 15 or 16 years old. His features were childish and his lips were pursed. He had a stubborn and unyielding will. And this was also the place where the young world lord rose to prominence. He didn't know why, but looking at this youth, Lin Ling felt like he was looking at himself. They had the same martial arts heart, the same persistence and tenacity, and their willpower slowly grew stronger. The difference was that this youth eventually became the #1 world lord of the heavens and earth. As for Lin Ling, he was still fighting and hadn't reached the peak of the heavens and earth. I'll catch up to you, Lin Ling muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a confident smile. Lin Ling, what should we do next? The 9 spirits of heaven had been waiting for Lin Ling. When they entered this place, Lin Ling had stopped. This left them with no choice but to wait in place. They also saw that in the distance, there were martial artists who had entered even deeper. They had likely already obtained some good treasures. This made them very jealous. They only obtained some small benefits. The real treasures will belong to me. At the same time, Lin Ling laughed, causing the 9 spirits of heaven to be excited. They liked hearing Lin Ling's confident words. Follow me. Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. He led the group in another direction. Along the way, the 9 spirits of heaven almost fainted. Finally, they arrived at a valley. The surroundings were quiet. There were pitch-black caves on the walls. However, they could see that outside some of the caves, there were large amounts of corpses lying on the ground. Clearly, there were people who wanted to enter the caves, but they were killed by the dangers inside. The 9 spirits of heaven sucked in a breath of cold air. What was this mysterious cave hiding? Then, just as they were about to ask Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling had already stepped into one of the caves. This made them nervous. It's fine, come in. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice came from within the cave. Moreover, an arm stretched out from the darkness and waved at them. Big brother, you're too bold. However, he doesn't seem to have encountered any danger. His luck is pretty good. Little Flame and Baiyun Tiandi said to each other and hurried over. If there was no danger in that cave, there must be some great treasure. Sure enough, after they stepped into the cave, the treasures inside caused them to suck in a breath of cold air. Heavenly Milk Sacred Stone. Whirlpool Essence Brain. There's even a Mother of Iron. We're rich, we're rich. In just a moment, the group let out a crazy laugh. This was a treasure trove. Even the knowledgeable Baiyun Tiandi was incoherent at this moment, dancing with joy. It had to be known that ordinary treasures were nothing to a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. Their cultivation effects were also poor. However, the treasures in this cave were of the utmost importance. They could be used to break through realms easily. Moreover, many of the treasures were rare materials for refining weapons. For example, the Mother of Iron. Although its name seemed ordinary, it was the mother of all iron ores. According to legend, it was born when the heavens and earth were split apart. In the mortal world, only one piece had ever appeared. As for the Heavenly Milk Sacred Stone, it was a stalactite hanging from the rock wall. At the tip of the stalactite, the milk dripping down was the half-saint's essence. Most importantly, this half-saint's essence was inexhaustible. Sure enough, we're rich. Lin Ling's heart was also jumping. Although he already knew that there were countless treasures in the cave, seeing it with his own eyes still made him excited. He had always lacked cultivation resources. Therefore, when facing strong enemies, he had to rely on other methods to deal with them. But now he had the qualifications. He wanted to see how many powerhouses existed in the Heavenly Emperor's world. Collect them. 9 spirits of heaven, why are you being so careful? There are countless treasures here. What's the big deal if you destroy a few? The group began to get busy. Lin Ling saw that the 9 spirits of heaven was collecting some kind of heavenly rare herb while he was lying on the ground slowly digging. This made Lin Ling grumble. Ah ha ha, boss is right. I forgot that we're rich. The 9 spirits of heaven awkwardly scratched the back of their heads and laughed. While Lin Ling and the others were collecting treasures, Little Flame, who was guarding outside the cave, had a conflict with someone else. What do you want? Nothing, just looking around. You should know that the demonic cloud cave is not your home. You don't have the qualifications to monopolize this place. Besides, if you don't let us go in and take a look, do you have anything to gain? The voices from outside the cave made Lin Ling frown. He ordered the 9 spirits of heaven to continue collecting and strode out. Sneaking around, what kind of warrior are you? Get out of the way, I want to enter the cave and take a look. That's enough. The cave has always been here, but you didn't dare to enter. Now that we've entered, you're making trouble. The voices continued to come from outside the cave. Are you done with your nonsense? Let me tell you, I've had my eyes on this cave for a long time. It's just that you've beaten me to it. I haven't blamed you for snatching my cave. Now get out of my way, or don't blame me for being rude. Your Excellency, we just want to enter and take a look. We won't make trouble. You'd better get out of the way. There were many voices outside, each with their own opinions, but their goal was the same. They all wanted to enter the cave. Who dares to mess around? Lin Ling quickened his pace and appeared outside the cave. The appearance of the ancient divine emperor shocked the outside of the cave into silence. It's you, Lin Ling? After a while, A surprised voice came from the crowd outside the cave. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Minister Yu, the number one in the West Mountain of the 7 Emperors of the world. This surprised Lin Ling. However, Minister Yu was even more surprised, and there was a cold smile on his face. It was as if he had been looking for Lin Ling for a long time and finally found Lin Ling. However, Minister Yu was even more surprised, and there was a cold smile on his face. It was as if he had been looking for Lin Ling for a long time and finally found Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "Lin Ling, it's rumored that you died in Shenhuangdao. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to appear here." Obviously, he didn't know that Lin Ling had fought Shenhuangdao alone, because he had already appeared in the demon area at that time. Lin Ling sneered and didn't say anything. He took a step forward and punched out with the ancient divine emperor's fist. Chapter 1640. Weaklings have no right to choose. Pop, 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 pop. With a punch, the space exploded. The ancient god emperor appeared, and it was even clearer now. He had bronze skin and solid muscles, appearing behind Lin Ling like a guardian god. Earth Tier 10th grade talent. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect this youth who suddenly appeared to be so strong. Minister Yu's expression changed drastically. Last time he lost to Lin Ling under the 7 Emperors' heaven. At that time he felt that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. But who knew that Lin Ling's strength increased again, and it actually gave him a strong sense of oppression, as if he was the sky above his head. Boom. With a punch, Minister Yu's origin energy was destroyed, and he was smashed to the ground, causing the earth to crack. With the power of 12 universes, plus the power to collapse space, the current Minister Yu was as weak as a dog when facing Lin Ling. Lin Ling stepped on Minister Yu's body, and looked at the crowd indifferently. "Is there anyone else who wants to go in?" His voice was calm, but it carried a strong sense of viciousness, and was overbearing beyond compare. The reason why Lin Ling was so violent at the beginning and defeated Minister Yu ruthlessly was because he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The surrounding martial artists were silent. They were mostly disciples of the mortal realm, and there were a few heavenly emperor powerhouses among them. But at this moment they were all extremely fearful. "Lin Ling, kill me if you have the ability." On the ground, Minister Yu's bones were broken, and he spat out blood as he roared. He still wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he was easily taught a lesson by Lin Ling. "All of you don't have to be afraid of him, he's only strong in appearance. Think about it, he's guarding the cave entrance so overbearingly, then there's naturally countless treasures in the cave. And he's just one person and you have so many people, why are you afraid of him?" Minister Yu roared again, bewitching everyone. Lin Ling wanted to teach him a lesson, so how could he let Lin Ling have it easy? He wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful look, regret offending him. When the surrounding people heard that, they became restless. Indeed, they had more people. Who dares to mess around? Little Flame also roared furiously. In front of a treasure, these people would obviously take the risk. Therefore he was already prepared to fight to the death. "If you're not afraid of death, then come at me." At this moment, Lin Ling's body trembled, and numerous figures appeared behind him. Those figures were none other than Lin Ling himself. One man turned into an army of 10,000, and all of them looked around coldly. Lin Ling wanted to see who had more people. Unless there was a gold-level heavenly emperor powerhouse here, otherwise he was not afraid of anyone. So fierce. A terrifying aura surged toward them. At a glance, they could see that the crowd was densely packed with venerable sovereigns. The crowd around them gaped and didn't dare to move. If it was just Lin Ling, they could still win by relying on the advantage of numbers. But was there even a single Lin Ling? "I'm not participating. He's already unleashed such terrifying strength when we just met. If we really fight, he might be able to unleash even more strength. Not worth it." Many people turned around and left. At the same time, they were curious about who that young man was and why he was so strong. "Bastard." Minister Yu immediately gritted his teeth. Previously he had bewitched everyone to use the numbers tactic, but now Lin Ling had given him a slap in the face. Comparing numbers, Lin Ling turned into an army of 10,000. "Lin Ling, kill me if you have the ability." Minister Yu also knew that the demon domain was not the same as the 7 Emperors' heaven. If he met Lin Ling, he would definitely die. Therefore he also threw caution to the wind. If he wanted to kill him, then kill him. He would not lower his head and beg for mercy. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He kept his doppelgangers and walked back. He squatted down and looked at Minister Yu. At the same time he patted his face. In this world, strength represents everything. The strong can dominate anything, including the lives of the weak. Do you want to die? Unfortunately, in front of me, you can't die even if you want to. After saying that, Lin Ling punched out and shattered Minister Yu's dantian and meridians. Minister Yu let out a painful cry. His entire body was crippled. Lin Ling. Minister Yu's heart trembled. Lin Ling was humiliating him. In front of Lin Ling he couldn't die even if he wanted to. He had no choice. Let's go, Little Flame. Lin Ling beckoned to Little Flame, leaving Minister Yu lying on the ground. He could use him to intimidate everyone. This method is ruthless enough. He can't even choose to die? The people in the distance narrowed their eyes. They didn't dare to touch that cave. After Lin Ling returned to the cave, Baiyin Chendi and Little Flame laughed. They weren't worried about Lin Ling because they knew that this guy wasn't a pushover. Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the harvest on the ground. In the eye of time, this cave had the most treasures and the most expensive ones. He hoped to find the Heart of Rock origin. Did you find the Heart of Rock origin? Is it this treasure? Yes. Baiyin Chendi took out a gray stone. The stone was emitting smoke and looked very mysterious. This is a treasure that can greatly help Earth attribute martial artists. It can increase their martial arts comprehension and talent. The 9 spirits of heaven said. Unfortunately, he wasn't an Earth attribute martial artist, so the treasure was useless to him. Ah, it's this. Yes. Lin Ling quickly stepped forward and took the Heart of Rock origin. He had promised to find this treasure for the Stone God. Now that he had found it, he could ask the Stone God to help him go to the Fire Tribe. After the Stone God's task was completed, the several people immediately divided the treasures. Lin Ling, this cave was found by you. You can take the biggest share. Baiyin Chendi said to Lin Ling with a smile. She didn't expect that when her sister introduced Lin Ling to her in the past, not only would Lin Ling help her improve her talent, he would also give her a great harvest. She looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes, and a thought flashed in her mind. For the first time she had a strange feeling. Then she blushed. I am a Gold Celestial Emperor level expert, his senior sister. How can I be tempted by him? She didn't know why, but she liked to stay by Lin Ling's side. This made her feel extremely complicated. Unfortunately, the feelings between men and women were subtle, especially after experiencing life and death together. Feelings were even more uncontrollable. Lin Ling was handsome and had all kinds of mysterious methods. Any woman would be tempted by him. Baiyin Chendi was no exception. It was just that she didn't want to admit it. No need. Since we've gone through life and death together, we'll split the harvest equally. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. In the Fire Clan, Baiyin Chendi and the others could leave by themselves, but they didn't. They accompanied Lin Ling to face the oppression of the Fire Clan, so Lin Ling wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. This? Baiyin Chendi said awkwardly. Baiyin Chendi, I say you don't have to be so pretentious. We're brothers, there's no need to be like this. Also, why is your face so red? The 9 spirits of heaven weren't polite. In front of the boss, if they were polite, how could they still be brothers? Ah! Baiyin Chendi exclaimed. Previously she was thinking about a mess of things, which caused her face to unconsciously turn red. It was worth mentioning that she wasn't very beautiful, but her complexion was very good, giving people a clean feeling. Chapter 1641. On the road again, in addition to the cultivation items, Lin Ling also collected many fire attribute treasures. What was even more precious was that he found many materials for forging divine weapons. During this period, Lin Ling had been fighting with the flames with his fists because the tyrannical song sword was on the verge of shattering. Now, the tyrannical song sword could slowly be repaired. I wonder who the owner of the demonic cloud cave is. He actually collected so many treasures. Yes, our cave is only one of them. There are many treasures in other places. Baiyin Chendi and the others all spoke. Their cave was obviously the one with the greatest harvest. Lin Ling smiled. He naturally knew who the owner was, but he didn't say it because there was no need to. Then Lin Ling suggested, next I'm going to go to a place alone. I'll be separated from everyone for the time being. In the demonic cloud cave there was a place Lin Ling had to go. One of the most important treasures of the Realm Lord was left there. That place was not very useful to Baiyin Chendi and the others, so Lin Ling planned to separate for the time being. Okay, we'll wait for you outside the demonic cloud cave. Yes. The 9 spirits of heaven didn't ask for the reason and directly nodded. He guessed that Lin Ling had his own things to do. There are many treasures in the demon region. We'll also look for other treasures outside. Lin Ling, come find us after you leave the demonic cloud cave. Bai Yun Qiandi said. They soon separated and Lin Ling went on alone. Now that he had cultivation resources, it wasn't difficult for him to raise his cultivation level. However, he had to get the most important treasure of the demonic cloud cave immediately. Otherwise, if it was taken by others, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although he knew where the treasure was, it was possible for others to find it by accident. Along the way, more and more memories appeared in Lin Ling's eyes, making him more familiar with this place. Even so, he was still careful because so many years had passed and no one knew what had changed here. It was right to be careful. After passing through several caves, Lin Ling blasted open the rock walls and found another path from the caves. After turning left and right, he finally appeared on top of a cliff. He walked along the cliff and there was a small winding path at the edge of the cliff. The sky was the rock wall and it was pitch black as if there was a terrifying danger. In such a place, Lin Ling naturally Lin Ling you as they moved forward, the thick smell of blood permeated the air. Lin Ling looked at the bottom of the cliff, where there were layers of ancient stairs leading upwards. However, at that moment on the stairs, broken flesh and bones were scattered everywhere. Moreover, there were large numbers of black exotic beasts feasting in groups of 2s and 3s. It made one's scalp tingle. Obviously, there were people here but they encountered the rats of the demon territory so they were all wiped out. As he moved forward, Lin Ling saw several powerhouses desperately resisting. In front of them was a dense swarm of demon rats. These demon rats had extremely strong defenses and were not afraid of source energy attacks. They were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling saw a Peak Saint Realm Heavenly Emperor being bitten by a demon rat. He immediately lost the ability to fight. Obviously, these demon rats were poisonous. Even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse would fall here. The demon territory was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. If he had not walked on the cliff with his current strength, it would have been difficult for him to escape death. In the end, Lin Ling watched the powerhouses die. He shook his head and continued on his way. The demon territory and the ghost territory were the same, but the ghost territory had the Yellow Springs Mountain so it didn't look terrifying. However, if he entered the Reincarnation City it would be different. There were many ghost clans in the Reincarnation City, and they were as strong as the demon territory. As he moved forward he seemed to have reached the top of the mountain. There were black clouds and dense demon chi. He could faintly hear voices. Who are you? How did you get here? Now piss off or you'll die. Shenyuan Jiuxing, given the current situation you will definitely die if I leave. This lightning demon celestial stone is currently being supported by the strength of both of us. If I'm not around, can you block it alone? You're not bad, you're a gold cultivator, but how come I've never heard of you? When did you enter the great emperor's world? I'm Dugu Kong Lei from Champion University. Let's not talk about useless things. The most important thing is to get the treasure. There weren't many people at the top of the mountain, only 2. They weren't from the same group. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. He had heard from them that he had seen them before. One of them was Shenyuan Jiuxing, the other was Dugu Kong Lei. Back then, when Lin Ling had challenged the Shen list, Dugu Kong Lei was a strong celestial emperor. However, the 2 of them seemed to be in trouble. Lin Ling jumped down from the cliff and landed on the top of the mountain. He glanced around and saw that there was a gigantic black thunderbolt at the top of the mountain. It was falling down but 2 people were blocking it. Those 2 people were Shenyuan Jiuxing and Dugu Kong Lei. In the distance there was a stone house. It looked peaceful but it looked mysterious. The stone house was where the treasure was but nobody could get close to it. Shenyuan Jiuxing and Dugu Kong Lei were blocking the gigantic black thunderbolt. Senior Windchaser's treasure, my Shenyuan family spent a lot of resources to finally find it. Dugu Kong Lei, you should back down and hold on to the magic stones for me. As long as I get the treasure, I'll give you enough compensation. Shenyuan Jiuxing, as far as I know, Master Zhui Feng's historical remains were announced by an old man from the great region of Shenyuan. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, you didn't open the demon cloud cave so you're lying to yourself. Bastard, I'm telling you that treasure is mine. The 2 people were still talking, neither of them was willing to give way to the other. Hehe, you're fighting so fiercely, why don't you give it to me? At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared, walking forward with a smile. It's you? The 2 of them exclaimed at the same time. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. How did you get here? You should know that the road here is full of danger. Several experts of my Shenyuan clan died before I could reach the top of the mountain safely. Shenyuan Jiuxing's eyes narrowed in shock. Dugu Konglei's expression also changed slightly. He could see that Lin Ling was only a fourth-layer saint. This kind of strength belonged to the lowest realm in the Devil Cloud Cave, but he had still come this far. Could it be that he knew some kind of shortcut? Get lost. I didn't kill you last time, but now you dare to appear again. Don't make me angry or I'll kill you immediately. I can tell you this Demon Cloud Cave belongs to my Shenyuan clan. Shenyuan Jiuxing didn't know how Lin Ling could get here. His face was full of killing intent. If it weren't for the magic stones above his head, he would have killed Lin Ling already. Hehe Shenyuan Jiuxing, you're really thick-skinned. I opened the Demon Cloud Cave, but now it's your home? Chapter 1642. Entering the stone house, get lost. Shenyuan Jiuxing became even more furious. Was this guy trying to take advantage of the situation? Hehe Shenyuan Jiuxing, you can kill him, but the result will be mutual destruction. You can see that the ancient thing above us is not something I can block alone. Dugu Konglei said with a smile. His sword was blocking the demon stone in the sky, so if Shenyuan Jiuxing went to kill Lin Ling, all three of them would die under the demon stone. Shenyuan Jiuxing did not dare to move and stood there in a daze. Lin Ling continued to move forward, taking advantage of their fear, so he dared to approach the stone house. Lin Ling, be careful, that stone house was left behind by Senior Wind Chaser. It is not easy to get close to it. Dugu Konglei said with the intention of helping Lin Ling. Hehe, only a fourth-layer saint, to be able to reach here is already not bad. You actually want to obtain Senior Wind Chaser's treasures? You really don't know your own limits. Shenyuan Jiuxing calmed down and did not get angry because he felt that Lin Ling would die in front of the stone house. Senior Wind Chaser? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The demonic cloud cave was left behind by the Realm Lord. How did it become Senior Wind Chaser? Then he guessed that no one knew that the so-called Senior Wind Chaser was the Realm Lord. The reason was simple, because this was the place where the Realm Lord broke through his bottleneck when he was young. At that time he was not famous. But as Lin Ling moved forward, the tranquil stone house emitted a powerful pressure that prevented anyone from approaching, causing Lin Ling's steps to become heavy and his body to tremble. Go, we will join hands to block the demon stone for you and watch you snatch the treasures. Shenyuan Jiuxing sneered. His words carried the intention of ridiculing Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him and continued to move forward. Every step was as difficult as ascending the heavens, and the ancient power of the stone house seemed to want to tear his body apart. Fortunately, Lin Ling's body was extremely strong, otherwise he would have suffered. Moreover, the stone house had been submerged for 100 years and seemed to have its own consciousness. Seeing that it could not destroy Lin Ling, a terrifying willpower turned into an awe and attacked Lin Ling's soul. Unfortunately, compared to his body, Lin Ling's soul was more terrifying. Therefore, that willpower's willpower was unable to shake Lin Ling's soul. After an unknown period of time, the heavy burden on Lin Ling's body finally disappeared. His entire body was dripping with sweat. In this short period of time, he had actually fought several battles with powerhouses. But in front of him, the ancient stone house remained motionless. The door opened, revealing pitch-black darkness within. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he stepped in. Bastard. Seeing Lin Ling's action, Shenyuan Jiuxing finally let out an angry voice. He saw Lin Ling step into the stone house with his own eyes, and he could do nothing. Dugu Konglei's eyes flickered. He did not expect Lin Ling to succeed. He and Shenyuan Jiuxing had helped him. However, what surprised the two of them was that after Lin Ling entered, the stone house fell silent, and no strange scenes appeared. Looks like he's dead. Shenyuan Jiuxing's expression changed quickly, and he laughed gloatingly. He did not think that Lin Ling could obtain the ancient treasure. Dead. Dugu Konglei frowned. At this moment, after Lin Ling stepped into the stone house, it was as if he entered the water. An indescribable feeling hit him in the face, causing him to cry out in pain, and then he fainted. Time seemed to be frozen, and it was as if thousands of years had passed. When Lin Ling woke up, he found that there was a sudden change in him. Although the change was not big, it was still noticed by Lin Ling. His soul force unknowingly reached level 137, continuously increasing by 5 levels. Moreover, a memory that did not belong to him quietly appeared. The memories were fragmented and incomplete, but it allowed Lin Ling to be more familiar with the Sector Lord when he was young. The young man was hunted down and hid in the Devil Domain. He almost died many times, but in the end, he obtained a treasure in the Devil Domain and narrowly escaped the disaster. The memory made Lin Ling mutter to himself. He had experienced a trip to the Ghost Domain and reincarnated once. It could be said that he had seen a lot, but compared to the young man's life, he still sighed at the other party's bumpy youth. At such a young age, he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and had fought thousands of battles. The Shenyuan family, I didn't expect it to exist 10,000 years ago. It had a conflict with the young realm lord. The young man was hunted down, and it was because of the Shenyuan family that he hid in the Devil Domain. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. The Shenyuan family was known as the descendant of God, and was one of the deacons of the heavenly earth. It seemed that their origin was indeed ancient. However, the realm lord eventually became the lord of heaven and earth. Why did he not obliterate the Shenyuan family? This made Lin Ling somewhat puzzled, but he guessed that there must be a hidden story. Perhaps the Shenyuan family was avenged by the realm lord, but the descendants hid their names. After the realm lord fell, they once again appeared in the world. In general, the Shenyuan family was also the enemy of the realm lord. When an expert rose to the top, there would definitely be many enemies in the process. Hence, the Shenyuan family might be one of them. Entering the Devil Domain, the people of the Devil race once again hunted down the realm lord. The process of the realm lord's youth is somewhat similar to mine. Lin Ling spoke again. Unfortunately, the memories disappeared here. Other than that, there were many memories of cultivation. However, they were extremely blurry, causing Lin Ling to shake his head. His gaze finally turned to the front, only to see that the surroundings had already returned to normal. In the stone house, there was a gray-colored egg. It was half a meter tall and quietly laid there. At this moment, there were cracks on the eggshell, and there was moss on the surface as though it was a dead object. This was the treasure that the young realm lord valued the most. That year he left it here. Unfortunately, because of fate, he didn't come back to take it. As for the reason, Lin Ling guessed that it should be that the young realm lord had obtained an even stronger treasure, so he gave up on this item. However, with the young realm lord's vision, he might have already looked down on this treasure, but Lin Ling could take it all. I wonder what treasure it is. Lin Ling was filled with anticipation as he slowly walked forward. Your Majesty, this is a dragon egg. At this moment, Violet Elder, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. Dragon? A real dragon? Unfortunately, this dragon egg is already dead. Moreover, it was refined into a treasure by someone using cruel methods. Violet Elder said with some regret. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't know who did it to actually use a dragon egg to refine it. However, he guessed that it shouldn't be done by the young realm lord because at that time, the young realm lord didn't have such strength. Open it and take a look. Violet Elder said to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod his head. He carefully walked forward, his palm caressing the uneven surface of the eggshell, slowly channeling his energy into it. Gotcha. The eggshell shattered and black scales appeared. It was actually a dragon claw. This? Lin Ling's expression drastically changed. He suddenly felt that the dragon in the eggshell was cruelly killed by someone, but the dragon claw was allowed to grow, all the way until today. Chapter 1643. The mysterious man makes a move. Your Majesty, Dragon Claw, I understand. Elder Z suddenly shouted in surprise, which surprised Lin Ling. The dragon claw was obviously an inanimate object, so what was there to be excited about? An expert was lucky enough to obtain a dragon egg, but he didn't need a dragon claw, so he used an evil technique to forge the dragon claw for his own use. Elder Z explained, this kind of physical body cultivation method appeared in the star-picking nation in the past, and it was recorded by the great emperor of the star-picking nation. It's a method to instantly become stronger, also known as grafting. The difficulty lies in finding the best materials. If your Majesty refines this dragon claw, then your Majesty will have a dragon claw. Boom. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart exploded. This meant that the dragon claw was a precious treasure. How do I refine it? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. He urgently needed to improve his strength. It will take a long time to refine the dragon claw, but your Majesty has the Purple Mansion, so time isn't a problem. Plus, you have a lot of cultivation resources, so you don't lack them. You just need to find a suitable place. Elder Z said excitedly. During this period, he had seen that Lin Ling was still weak when facing the giants of the mortal world and the experts of the Heaven and Earth Emperor's world. But now he was qualified to become stronger. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded hurriedly and carefully collected the dragon claw. He didn't even let the eggshell go. Just as Lin Ling finished collecting the treasures, the stone house suddenly swayed and showed signs of breaking. At this moment, outside the stone house, Xianyuan Jiuxing and Dugu Konglei were still holding the demon stone, looking for a way to break it. At this moment, the stone house swayed and even the demon stone above their heads swayed. What's going on? Is that guy still alive? Both of them were stunned for a moment and they were shocked. Boom. Almost at the same time, the stone house shattered. A figure slowly appeared amidst the dust that filled the sky. He was dressed in a blue robe and was extremely handsome. However, he also carried an ancient aura. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This guy really isn't dead yet. Xianyuan Jiuxing and Dugu Konglei's eyes widened, especially Xianyuan Jiuxing. He felt as if he had eaten a fly. Lin Ling was still alive, and the stone house had been destroyed. This meant that Lin Ling had obtained Senior Windchaser's treasure. Anger. Unprecedented anger. Not long ago he was still thinking of a way to crack the spell and how to obtain the treasure. However, someone else had already beaten him to it. Most importantly, he was stupidly holding on to the magic stones outside. He was basically paving the way for Lin Ling. At the same time, the magic stone above their heads began to crack, as if it was about to collapse and disappear like the stone house. At this moment, Lin Ling was also surprised by the disappearance of the stone house. Then he saw the scene in front of him. His expression changed slightly. Currently, he lacked nothing but time, so he had to leave this place immediately. Thank you for holding on for so long. Goodbye. Lin Ling left behind these words and distorted space, disappearing before the two of them. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Lin Ling? Xianyuan Jiuxing roared hysterically. Almost at the same time, the huge magic stone above his head exploded. Ignoring the scene in front of him, he moved and chased after Lin Ling. As for Dugu Konglei, he frowned, but considering the horror of the demon cloud cave, he didn't dare to chase after him. Lin Ling, don't run. Xianyuan Jiuxing's cold voice sounded like thunder. How could he not be angry? During the whole process, he felt as if he had been played by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling jumped onto the cliff and ran all the way. He also noticed Xianyuan Jiuxing behind him, but he still wanted to fight him. Your Majesty, this is not a suitable place. If we fight, the demon rats at the bottom of the cliff will rush up. Moreover, there is Dugu Konglei. Although he seems to be helping us, his heart is unpredictable. In front of treasures, no one knows whether he will be tempted or not. Elder Z hurriedly reminded Lin Ling Xianyuan Jiuxing had many trump cards, and all of them were powerful. If they really fought, Xianyuan Jiuxing might not be able to completely suppress Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling only needed a little more time. As long as he broke through, his strength would increase crazily. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and ran again. Lin Ling, let me tell you, in the Demon City I am not the only one from the Xianyuan family. My eldest brother and third brother are here. You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. If I don't let you leave this Demon City, you will never be able to leave. Behind him, Xianyuan Jiuxing was furious. Lin Ling had taken his treasure, but now he didn't want to fight. He had come in vain today. Squeak. At this moment, a large number of demon rats were surprised by Xianyuan Jiuxing's voice and climbed up the cliff. Bastard. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Xianyuan Jiuxing was shouting and yelling. He wanted to die together with Lin Ling. He couldn't help but speed up. If he was caught by Xianyuan Jiuxing and then surrounded by the demon rats, he would have to die here with hatred. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the movement behind him gradually became smaller. The demon rats didn't chase after him, and even Xianyuan Jiuxing seemed to have disappeared. Although Lin Ling was puzzled, he didn't hesitate and ran forward again. Now, leaving the demon cloud cave was the right thing to do. Behind him it was quiet. The terrifying demon rats fled as if they had met their natural enemy. In front of Xianyuan Jiuxing, a burly figure stood there, blocking Xianyuan Jiuxing's way. This person looked to be about 40 years old. His face was calm and his skin was gray. He stood there quietly like a giant. His aura was very calm. If one didn't see him with their own eyes, they wouldn't have noticed him at all. However, the calmer he was, the more terrifying this person was. Senior, why are you stopping me? Xinyuan Jiuxing's face changed dramatically. There was a strong sense of fear in his heart. It came from his bones and internal organs. At this moment he felt like he was being crushed by an ancient boulder. If he was careless he would be crushed. Based on his current strength, he was at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage and was a gold-grade heavenly emperor. Even so, he still felt the immense pressure. This showed how terrifying this person was. It was highly likely that this person was a titled celestial emperor. In the mortal world, there were only a handful of titled celestial emperors. Moreover, these titled celestial emperors were all ancient existences. For example, the people from the Xinyuan clan, the Yu clan, the Dragon Gate's heavenly armor, the three great ancient clans, and so on. Xinyuan Jiuxing couldn't resist such a person. However, the person still didn't move. He just looked at Xinyuan Jiuxing indifferently. Senior, I'm from the Xinyuan family. I'm sure you've heard of the descendant of God. Xinyuan Jiuxing said again. There was a hint of respect and fear in his tone. You can't kill him. The person finally spoke. His voice was low, as if stones were rubbing against each other. Him? Who is he? Xinyuan Jiuxing's voice became even more terrified. In fact, he knew that the him mentioned by the mysterious person must be Lin Ling. However, he couldn't understand why such an ancient figure would appear when that guy had an ordinary background. In his mind, even if that young man was somewhat famous, he was still a beggar in front of the Xinyuan family. Senior, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. I'm from the Xinyuan family. Chapter 1644. Claw of the Raging Dragon. I know, but you shouldn't have provoked him. No one can provoke him. He's the Lord above me. That person's lips moved slightly as he spat out a sentence. It was like a thunderclap that caused Xinyuan Jiuxing to raise his head. Such an ancient figure with unfathomable strength actually claimed to be the young man's subordinate? I'm the patriarch of the Shi clan. That person said one more sentence, turned around and left. Shi clan? Xinyuan Jiuxing's jaw dropped. The Shi clan was one of the three ancient clans in Xinhuangdao. It was called the Shi clan because it was an ancient clan with a history of 10,000 years. It wasn't any worse than the Xinyuan clan. What Xinyuan Jiuxing couldn't figure out was that the person in front of him was the emperor of the Shi clan, an existence comparable to the emperor of the Fire clan. Such a person was Lin Ling's subordinate? Ka. At the same time, a mysterious aura filled the air. A lifelike stone statue appeared on the path beside the cliff. Upon closer inspection, it was Xinyuan Jiuxing. A gold-level titled Heavenly Emperor had fallen here. No one had seen how he had died, but they could be sure that it was definitely caused by that person. That person walked into the cliff and disappeared. He only left behind a sentence. Is he the person the ancestor wants to protect? The path regained its tranquility. The only difference was that there was an additional statue. However, after a short while, Dugu Konglei couldn't hold back his curiosity and chased after Xinyuan Jiuxing. When he saw the scene in the path, he was stunned. Xinyuan Jiuxing is also dead? He couldn't help but be shocked. What happened? He had a feeling that Xinyuan Jiuxing's death was related to Lin Ling. Bang. On the other side, Lin Ling smashed the rocks in front of him with a punch. He went back along the path he came from and finally found a cave. He covered the entrance with rocks and sat down cross-legged. Soon after, Lin Ling entered the 5th level of the Violet Palace realm, the world of the living earth. At this moment, a large number of void mystical gourds had appeared. Moreover, there were heavenly milk sacred stones planted on the ground. At this moment, a small pond of half-sage true fluid had been condensed. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh at this. He was not lacking in cultivation resources. Your Majesty, let's make a breakthrough first before refining the dragon claw. Moreover, you can also study the Tyrant Song sword and see what materials you lack to reach the level of a divine weapon. Elder Z said with a smile. His Majesty had gained a lot this time. Lin Ling chuckled and nodded. He didn't consume the half-saint's essence and dived into the pool. Rumble. Lin Ling was like a sponge as the half-saint's essence nourished his entire body. His fleshly body strength, soul power, and cultivation realm were all slowly increasing. Among them, the effect of his cultivation realm was the most obvious. A moment later, a massive boom rang out as if the heavens and earth were being split asunder. The Holy See in Lin Ling's Dantian region expanded. Boom. Another explosion rang out as Lin Ling stepped into the 5th layer of Saint Realm. His strength had greatly increased. However, this kind of crazy increase in strength was not over yet. Lin Ling was still absorbing the energy like a sponge. Elder Purple was standing to the side. He was very excited. Lin Ling was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. He had to balance the three realms. Previously, Lin Ling's physical strength and soul power were too strong, but his cultivation realm was too low. This caused Lin Ling to be unable to display a large part of his strength. After all, this was also the wooden bucket principle. A person's upper limit was their talent, while the lower limit was their cultivation realm. Now that Lin Ling had broken through, his strength had naturally doubled. Chi. The half-saint's essence was still nourishing his body. Gradually, Lin Ling's body began to transform once again. Rumbling sounds rang out like thunder. Lin Ling's cultivation realm rose once again. 6th layer of Saint Realm. Good. Your Majesty actually broke through 2 layers. Elder Z was even more excited. As expected, His Majesty had been stuck at a bottleneck for too long. As long as he had enough cultivation resources, his cultivation would naturally increase crazily. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. There was joy in his eyes. 2 layers in a row. He was excited, but at the same time he felt that everything was normal. With enough half-saint's essence, if he could not increase his strength crazily, then there was no need for him to continue cultivating. At the 6th layer of the Saint Realm, my Saint Ocean strength has increased tremendously. Now that I've reached the major completion stage, I can use the Saint Runes several times and its power has increased as well. As for the minor completion stage, I can use it several hundred times. Lin Ling thought to himself. Although he had the Void Mystic Gourd and could rapidly recover his spiritual energy, in a battle between martial artists, the situation would change in an instant. His opponent would not wait for Lin Ling to recover his spiritual energy. But now this weakness no longer existed. Moreover, with his cultivation realm rising, his fleshly body and soul power had also become stronger. Right now, if he were to meet Emperor Peerless, he would be able to defeat him without using his trump card. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the dragon claw on the ground with excitement in his eyes. He wondered what kind of power the dragon claw would bring to him. Your Majesty, according to my humble opinion, the next forging of the tyrannical song sword can be done in the space domain and give up on the fire domain. As for the dragon claw, it can be developed in the fire domain. This way Your Majesty's 2 domains can be balanced. Elder Z suggested. Lin Ling nodded. Elder Z was very experienced. Naturally, he had thought long and hard about the path of martial Tao that he had pointed out. Then what should we do with the dragon claw? Your Majesty, graft it and refine it with your blood. During the process, add a large amount of fire attribute treasures and turn it into the claw of the Fire Dragon King. All right. The Star-Picking Nation was an ancient country and had a lot of knowledge about grafting. Therefore, Elder Z quickly found a way. Lin Ling cut open his left arm and let his blood flow into the dragon claw. Sizzle. 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 The dragon claw seemed to have come alive. It was actually absorbing Lin Ling's blood crazily. Moreover, it was absorbing more and more blood. Your Majesty, this is a process of flesh and blood connection. You must hold on. Elder Z said. If one wanted to graft the dragon claw, they must have a feeling of flesh and blood connection. Therefore, the dragon claw had to absorb a large amount of blood. Fortunately, Lin Ling's body was strong. In the process of being continuously absorbed, he was also constantly recovering. After a long time, a familiar feeling rose in Lin Ling's heart. It was as if the dragon claw was his left hand. At this moment, Elder Z threw a large amount of fire attribute treasures at the dragon claw. The dragon claw seemed to have awakened and was also devouring those fire attribute treasures. During this trip to the demonic cloud cave, Lin Ling had obtained many fire attribute treasures, but he had thrown all of them into the dragon claw. Gradually, the dragon claw turned red and flames spread out. It was as if it was a dragon bathed in anger. After an unknown period of time, a burning sensation surged into Lin Ling's left arm. On his left wrist, a dragon tattoo appeared. His entire arm was red as if it was on fire. As water dripped down, the water droplets instantly evaporated. At this moment, smoke also spread out. However, a moment later, his left arm recovered to its original state. The grafting was successful just like that? Sensing the changes in his left arm, Lin Ling said with a frown. At the same time he tried to give a low shout. Suddenly, his left arm felt as if it was about to be torn apart. Moreover, it was incomparably hot, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. Bang. It was extremely painful. It seemed that he was not used to controlling the dragon claw for the first time. Lin Ling groaned in pain. He bent over and lowered his head. His right hand tightly grasped his left wrist. He did not notice that within the smoke, flames spread out, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Boom. Chapter 1645. Divine Weapon Palace. Lin Ling roared towards the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His blue robe was like a blazing flame, and below his feet, the fire origin energy was burning the earth, forming a fire dragon king that spiraled in the air, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Soaring Dragon Universe. All of a sudden, a low voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. Lin Ling was still clenching his left hand, but the flames under his feet were even more violent. A towering pillar of fire shot up into the sky from his feet. That pillar of fire was a towering fire dragon, and it was almost 1,000 miles long. It turned the area around Lin Ling into a forbidden zone of fire, and even the void exploded. Saint Rune Martial Art Peak Realm. In the distance, Elder Z's long hair was also burned by the flames, and his face changed dramatically. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the entire growing earth shook violently, as if it was about to split open. From this, one could see how terrifying that towering pillar was. Worthy of being called Soaring Dragon Universe, soaring through the 9 heavens. Elder Z kept retreating and his heart was filled with excitement. This Saint Rune martial art was extremely powerful, and it was probably close to the transcendent realm. Only a 6th layer saint, but he was able to erupt with a transcendent Saint Rune martial art. This was unprecedented in the mortal world. Of course, there were 2 reasons why it was so powerful. First, the effect of the dragon claw contained dragon's aura, and the dragon claw had devoured a large amount of fire attribute treasures. Second, it was the yellow spring's flame hidden within the flames. Rumble. The towering pillar was still burning, exuding a majestic aura. However, a figure slowly walked out from within. This person had a slender figure and a handsome face. The most shocking thing was that his left arm was in the shape of a dragon claw. Moreover, there were flames burning on it. It was a shocking sight. Apart from the pain of using this dragon claw, everything else is good. It's powerful and allows me to release Soaring Dragon Universe, and it also saves me a lot of Saint Ocean's energy. Even if I don't use Soaring Dragon Universe, the Dragon Claw allows me to release Saint Rune martial arts at the major success stage, and it also helps my physical strength. The person who had come was Lin Ling. He spoke as he walked. At this moment he didn't seem like a human, but more like an ancient fire dragon king. It was just like his martial art, Dragon Soars to the Universe, which allowed him to soar into the 9 heavens. Obviously, with the Dragon Claw, Lin Ling's fire attribute martial art peak realm. At present he had the Yellow Springs flame. Although he did not control much of it, his fire attribute source strength was powerful. If he added it to his physical strength, there was no one in the Saint realm who could match him. Strong, an unprecedented sense of power arose spontaneously. Your Majesty, the comprehension of fire attribute martial arts is like 100 flowers blooming at the beginning, each with its own martial Tao, such as the instinct to control fire, etc., but in the later stages they all converge, going through creation, transformation, virtual fire, and finally Yang Yen. Your Majesty's current comprehension is at the initial stage of Yang Yen, but it's the final stage of fire origin. If you take another step forward, you will reach the world's fire principle, a power that surpasses the fire origin. Old Z said. Any martial art would be specialized in the end, and there would be various realms of comprehension, which also represented the comprehension of heaven and earth. Yang Yen was the supreme realm, and only by reaching this realm could one display Saint Rune martial arts. If one's comprehension of this realm was even stronger, one could even gain initial control of principal power. Lin Ling was overjoyed. The fire martial Tao was his first martial Tao, and after countless tempering, it had reached a height beyond his imagination. What about after Yang Yen realm? Yes. Lin Ling asked curiously, yearning for the power controlled by ancient cultivators. Fusion of void and reality. Old Z said word by word, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble fiercely. First void fire, then Yang Yen, forming the fusion of void and reality. Was this the principle of heaven and earth? Your Majesty, rice must be eaten one bite at a time. No one can become strong in a single step. Your Majesty has experienced countless hardships since you started learning martial arts. In the future you will definitely be able to reach that realm. Your Majesty, there is no need to be anxious. Old Z said again. Lin Ling nodded and looked into the distance. Right now he was one step closer to the peak of heaven and earth. He didn't know when he would be able to catch up with the owner of the Eyes of Time. He was very grateful to the owner of the Eyes of Time because without the Eyes of Time, there would be no Lin Ling today. Therefore Lin Ling would follow in the footsteps of that person and learn everything he had. Perhaps this was also one of Lin Ling's goals. With Your Majesty's strength, there are few opponents in the Saint Realm. However, Your Majesty can take a look at the materials needed to upgrade the tyrannical song sword. Right now you can enter the 6th layer of the Purple Palace realm, the Divine Weapon Palace. Old Z looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel excited. Could the Purple Palace realm enter a new world? He couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't have the Purple Palace realm, he didn't know how much time he would have needed to cultivate. The Purple Palace realm was of great help to him. Lin Ling walked towards the 6th layer with Old Z. What surprised him was that the 6th layer was actually a world of night. The entire sky and earth were pitch black. Lin Ling felt as if he had arrived in the universe. When a divine weapon descends, it is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Therefore, the divine weapon tribulation must be terrifying. However, in the Purple Palace realm, because it is a world of its own, it can block the divine weapon tribulation from the outside world. Your Majesty, please take out the tyrannical song sword. The 4 symbols constellation, the 28 constellations, the 72 heavenly trigrams will calculate how to upgrade the tyrannical song sword to a divine weapon. This is also the place where star-picking nation forged their divine weapons in the past. The previous emperor used this divine weapon to reward his civil and military officials. Old Z's voice constantly drifted out. Lin Ling took out the tyrannical song sword and let it float in the sky. Endless ripples surged out and the stars in the sky bloomed, enveloping the tyrannical song sword. After an unknown period of time, heavenly books began to float down from the sky. Lin Ling caught them with his hand and roughly looked at them. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The heavenly books recorded the direction that the tyrannical song sword could be developed. There were fire, strength, space and so on. The introduction was very thorough. As expected of the Divine Weapon Palace, Lin Ling couldn't help but be excited. The might of a divine weapon was extremely rare to him. He had only met a limited number of people who had it. But now, the Divine Weapon Palace could actually forge the tyrannical song sword. This meant that Lin Ling could choose how to forge it. The Divine Weapon Palace would produce the corresponding heavenly book, and Lin Ling would be responsible for forging it. Let's develop it towards space. Space was also the void. Lin Ling was currently not weak in this field. For example, distorting space and collapsing space. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The heavenly books were densely packed like scrolls. After Lin Ling caught them, he checked them with his soul force. His face slightly changed. The number of runes needed to be carved into a divine weapon was more than 10 million. This was an astronomical number. Moreover, the materials needed were also very diverse. Many of them were simply unheard of. Heavenly meteorite divine iron, space stone, mother iron, void divine spider silk. Lin Ling read them one by one. Fortunately, his harvest this time was not bad. He had gathered many materials. Only a few rare materials needed to be collected slowly. After that, Lin Ling memorized the required heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He patted his clothes and planned to leave the Z mansion. Chapter 1646. Devil's Domain, where the strong are as numerous as clouds. This stone god is really mysterious. Lin Ling mumbled. The other party seemed to know that he would definitely be able to find the stone origin heart after coming to the Devil Cloud Cave. However, this was indeed the case. Because the Devil Cloud Cave was left behind by the young world overlord, even if the stone deity was here, he might not be able to find the stone origin heart. However, things were different for Lin Ling. What surprised Lin Ling was that stone deity actually knew about this. Bang! Lin Ling blasted away the rocks outside the cave, and Lin Ling stepped out. At this moment, it was somewhat peaceful outside, as if all the treasures of the Devil Cloud Cave had been plundered. Lin Ling didn't stop. He took out his jade token and started to track down the figures of the 9 spirits of heaven. Before they separated, they had left tracking jade tokens with each other in case they lost track of each other. At this moment, outside the demonic cloud cave, it was getting more and more lively. On the ground, in the sky, and in the mountains there were experts everywhere. It was as if all the experts of the mortal world had gathered here. What's going on? More and more strong cultivators are coming. Look, that's Jiao Xiong Dao, a strong cultivator with the title of Celestial Emperor. He actually came too. This is nothing. Even Swordsman One Step is here. This person is a true swordsman. And the unhindered Heavenly Emperor of the Seven Emperors Heavens, the Spacetime Heavenly Emperor. Cries of astonishment could be heard from time to time. Many people smelled a hint of oppressive atmosphere. Those pinnacle Heavenly Emperor powerhouses of the mortal world all appeared at this moment, forming a rare Heaven and Earth Emperor world. The reason is very simple. The seal on the Devil's domain has weakened, and it has to be sealed once every 100 years. Now is the time to seal it, so the highest Deacon Palace of the mortal realm has issued an order to mobilize experts to seal the Devil's domain. A voice drifted over from the distance, making many people nod. So it was like this. The demon domain and the human realm were very close to each other. They relied on the seal to form the boundary, but the seal was too weak. If it was not strengthened, then the powerful demon race would definitely invade the human realm, causing a great deal of suffering. Dugu Konglei, the new Celestial Emperor, Silver Rank 8th Layer Saint. I would like to test your depressing sword. Your Xinyuan Juyue? Why should I fight you? You have to fight even if you don't want to, because I heard that you seem to have seen my second brother. You should give me an explanation. With powerhouses gathered in the Fiend region, there was naturally no lack of conflict. Some powerful heavenly emperors were even sparring with each other. There's a silver-ranked heavenly emperor fighting. Many people stared at the great battle in the mountain range. Their emotions were stirred up and some even looked up. When would they also become so powerful? Sword of Sorrow. In the sky, a dark aura filled the air. It transformed into a sword, and with a terrifying speed, it slashed towards a distant person. This was Dugu Konglei's sword. This person had entered the Tao through dark aura, and his sword technique was extremely powerful. The color of 9 moons. In the distance, moonlight descended, source force erupting, forming the power of a great success realm, resisting that sword. So powerful. Both of them are great completion St. Mark martial arts. Many people's pupils constricted. Even some of the titled heavenly emperors had looks of reverence in their eyes. The grand accomplishment stage of a Saint Rune martial art was very rare even among silver rank heavenly emperors. Moreover, there weren't many Saint Realm powerhouses who had reached this stage. The further a cultivator progressed, the more difficult it became for them to cultivate. They had to search for cultivation resources, upgrade their weapons, improve their talent, and so on. These areas took a lot of time, and coupled with the comprehension of martial arts, not everyone could reach the great completion St. Mark martial arts because there wasn't enough time. Xinyuan Jiuyu, you're weaker than your second brother, Xinyuan Jiuxing. You're still relying on the weapon in your hand. I think it's a semi-divine weapon. It can increase the power of your St. Mark martial arts by 1 realm. Unfortunately, it's a waste for such a treasure to be on you. Cut the crap. Where is my second brother? You have to tell me even if you don't want to. The battle in the sky became more and more intense, causing many people to squint their eyes. It turned out that the people from the Xinyuan family had also come. Look, there's also a great battle on the other side. It's a battle between centenarians. Another 2 heavenly emperors were fighting, but they were both older heavenly emperors. At that moment, the demon area had become a world of great emperors. The strongest cultivators of the human world had gathered there. The battle in the surroundings did not affect the 2 figures in the distant mountain range. I wouldn't have thought that the human world would send an order for us to seal the demon area. I wonder if it's dangerous or not. Who cares? I'm just wondering where my brother is now. Did he leave the demon cloud cave? The 2 of them were Little Flame and Xinyuan Jiuhun. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their auras had changed. Clearly, their strength had greatly increased with the help of the treasures in the Devil Cloud Cave. Baiyun Qindi didn't use the treasures to practice cultivation. On the contrary, he went to look for the celestial emperors. He said it was the order of the 7 emperors. Said the 9 spirits of heaven. However, at that moment, a large group of people arrived. They were all disciples of Champion University. Some of them were even celestial emperors. They glanced around. One of them seemed to know the 9 spirits of heaven. He whispered a few words and they all came over. At that moment, a thick and terrifying qi filled the air. Xiao Yan and the 9 spirits of heaven narrowed their eyes. They weren't stupid, they could see that those people didn't come with good intentions. However, they were confused because they had never seen them before. Run. Why aren't you running? Before he even got close, a cold voice was heard. It was a thin and weak man who was talking. Most importantly, there was a familiar person beside him. It was Minister Yu. At that moment, Minister Yu was pointing at them, as if he were telling those people who the 9 spirits of heaven were. After a short while, those people stopped Shenyuan Jiuhun and Shenyuan Jiuhun, causing the atmosphere to become even heavier. In the distance, demon qi was rolling in waves. A large number of people were stationed there. They looked down at the mountains, they knew something good was going to happen. The leader of that group is Tiandi. He's a famous strong cultivator in Champion University. He's from the Deacon Palace in the human world, said Minister Yu. Someone said with a faint smile. His words made the others squint their eyes. One must know that after reaching their level they could do whatever they wanted in the mortal world. However, there was one place that they didn't dare to violate. That place was the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. Those who had connections to the Deacon Palace were all incredible people. They represented the 3 Shen cultivators of the human world. Those 2 guys are in trouble. Someone sneered. Now that they were going to seal the enchantment of the Devil Domain, the Supreme Deacon Palace of the mortal world had begun to pay attention to this place. Therefore, the massacre here had also been restrained. However, the Supreme Deacon Palace of the mortal world wouldn't care about killing some small characters. It's Shenyuan Jiuhun. I remember now. He's the guy who challenged the Shenhuang Big Region not long ago. No wonder he was stopped by some people. Someone said. Because those people were from the Yi clan, one of the 3 Shi clans in the Shenhuang Big Region. I'm from the Yi clan, said the leader of the group. He had long green hair. Then he waved his hand and said, kill them. They're from the Yi clan. The 9 spirits of heaven's expressions changed. No wonder those people were targeting them. Chapter 1647. You're looking for me? 9 Qi Beast King. Xiao Yan knew that a great battle was inevitable. He turned into a gigantic ape and his qi rose to the skies. After absorbing so many treasures from the Demon Cloud Cave, he had become much stronger. It was the same for the Shenyuan 9 souls. The heavenly halberd appeared and turned into the 9 souls. The ancient generals appeared. Die. They didn't show any mercy because their opponents wouldn't show them any mercy. Boom boom boom. At the foot of the mountain, explosions continued. It was as if the sky and the earth were collapsing. The members of the Yi clan's facial expressions changed drastically. They hadn't thought the 9 spirits of heaven would be so strong. A few of them had already died. The 9 spirits of heaven have the strength of Tiandi the Celestial Emperor, and they're silver cultivators. They're not weak, said someone in the distance, frowning. They didn't want the younger generation to catch up with them. Don't worry, there are only 2 people from the 9 spirits of heaven. They can't stop those guys from Champion University, said someone else. The leader of the Yi clan, Tiandi the Celestial Emperor, had his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm and serene, but he looked furious. He hadn't thought that 2 dying cultivators would kill a few members of the Yi clan. Xiaotianlu, go and kill them. The heavenly emperor of the heavenly lake added, his eyes turning colder. Many people are watching us. We're representing the Shenhuang region. Don't embarrass us. Roger, Master. Behind him, a titled Celestial Emperor powerhouse walked out, a cruel smile on his face. His steps moved slightly and a heart demon appeared. This was a rare talent of the 6th grade of the Earth Step. Moreover, there was a giant hammer in his hand that was releasing ripples. It seemed that this was also an extremely precious weapon. Many people shook their heads. They knew that strong cultivator Tiandi the Celestial Emperor Tianlu. He was one of the 3 Shen cultivators in the world of humans. In the Yi clan he was just below Xiao Wushuang and Xiao Tianqi. If Lin Ling were here he would be strong enough to fight against me. You 2 are too weak. Boom. Xiao Tianla took a step forward. The holy body's heart demon formed the power of the earth element. It had almost reached the great completion of the origin power. Amazing. Many people narrowed their eyes. The members of the Yi clan were all earth elemental talents and were blessed by the heavens. This caused Xiao Tianla's strength to be slightly stronger than ordinary celestial emperors. The 9 spirits of heaven did not show much fear. He laughed boldly and held the heavenly halberd in his hand. He was not afraid of a battle. You talk too much. You don't have the qualifications to fight with my big brother. Little flame, you block those trash. I'll deal with him. This 9 spirits of heaven just has the strength of a titled celestial emperor, but they are very arrogant. Is big brother Linling? The guy who challenged Shen Huangdayu alone? But he's not here right now. Could he be dead? The crowd began to discuss animatedly, looking forward to the upcoming show even more. Currently, the enchantment that sealed the devil domain was imminent. However, it did not prevent them from seeing how strong these heavenly emperors were. Pop, pop, pop. The battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Xiao Tianle was earth-shattering. Both of them were in the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. Their Saint Rune martial arts were on par with each other. Their talents were also on par with each other. What a waste. He still hasn't killed them. In a mountain range, a large number of figures appeared. They were the people of the Fire Clan. The leader was Princess Wuxia. Apparently, she had also heard the news and came here. However, she did not make a move for the time being because she found that more and more people were gathering. There were even many gold-level titled celestial emperors. If she went out, she would definitely become a laughing stock. After all, Linling had broken off the engagement. Who in the mortal world did not know about it? What made her angry was that Xiao Tianle did not kill the 9 spirits of heaven. Obviously, in a short time in the Devil Cloud Cave, the 9 spirits of heaven's strength had greatly increased. The 9 spirits of heaven are becoming fiercer and fiercer. The crowd stared at Xinyuan Jiuhun. They were even more surprised by the latter's strength. They had heard that Xinyuan Jiuhun was Lin Ling's little brother. If his little brother was so strong, then what about the rumored frivolous Lin Ling? Some people had heard of Lin Ling's name but had never seen him before. They were curious. Bastard, you can't even defeat one of the 9 spirits of heaven? At that moment, Tianqi's celestial emperor pulled a long face because the battle had been going on for too long. He felt humiliated. Master Tianqi, why don't you attack? If this continues, the Yi clan will lose even more face because more and more people are watching. Said Minister Yu smiling. He was just the first king of West Mountain. In front of a celestial emperor, he could only flatter him like a dog. Isn't that Minister Yu? Isn't he one of the 7 emperors of heaven's disciples? How come he's helping Champion University? How humiliating. Someone who knew Minister Yu said disdainfully. However, Minister Yu didn't care about that at the moment. If I attack, it'll be bullying. When Tianqi heard Minister Yu, he frowned. Actually, he wanted to kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang. If he killed Lin Ling, he would be a hero in Shen Huangdayu. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had disappeared, which disappointed him. Shenyuan Jiuhun is a weakling. If Tianqi attacks, nobody will think that you're bullying him. After all, Shenyuan Jiuhun is weaker than you, everybody knows that. Said Minister Yu smiling again, trying to persuade Tianqi to attack. Then he looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and said, "Where is Lin Ling? If you don't tell me, don't blame me if I kill you. Speak." His voice was full of righteousness as if he was looking for Lin Ling. Then he gave the celestial emperor of Heavenly Lake a look. What he meant was that if they attacked now, no one would say that they were bullying them with numbers. You're smart. The celestial emperor of the Heavenly Lake sneered. Minister Yu was very suitable to be a dog. He took a step forward and the Heavenly Lake descended. There were mountains and rivers. The original strength was terrifying. 9 spirits of heaven, if you don't tell me where Lin Ling is, you'll die here. I'm not joining hands with Xiao Tianlu to kill you. I want you to tell me where Lin Ling is. Boom boom boom. Tianqi attacked even more ferociously as if he had found an excuse. At this moment, Shenyuan Jiuhun was evenly matched with Xiao Tianle. How could he stop the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake? This caused him to frown. On the other side, Xiao Yan shouted anxiously, "Despicable." It was a pity that his voice couldn't change anything. Another expert who has just become a Heavenly Emperor has fallen. The crowd shook their heads when they saw Tianqi attack. The 9 spirits of heaven were obviously no match for Tianqi. However, at that moment, a majestic aura arrived. A punch broke through the void and collided with Tianqi's original strength. This punch came like a flash of lightning. Are you looking for me? As soon as the fist touched the original strength of Tianqi, a cold shout was heard. Fast, incomparably fast, the space was distorted. Under countless gazes, Tianqi's celestial emperor was hit by a punch. His body was sent flying and smashed into the mountains. Tianqi was defeated in one move. What happened? Chapter 1648. Just one punch, it's Lin Ling. Princess Wuxia shouted from afar. She did not expect that Lin Ling would arrive at such a crucial moment and in such a shocking manner. This guy seems to be Lin Ling. He's the Lin Ling who challenged Shenhuang Dayu alone. Many people's eyes flickered. They came to the demon realm later and naturally knew about Shenhuang Dayu, but they did not expect that Lin Ling would be so young. The whole battlefield became silent as countless eyes stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. Many people were curious. It turned out that the guy who caused such a commotion in Shenhuang Dayu was this guy. However, no matter how they looked at him, he was just an ordinary sixth-layer saint. Big brother. The 9 spirits of heaven and Xiao Yan also stared at the figure in front of them excitedly. You guys really made it difficult for me to find you. Lin Ling's feet landed on the ground and he did not look at the people around him. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yan and Princess Wuxia and walked towards them with a smile. Previously, he had been looking for the 9 spirits of heaven. He did not expect that he would come at the right time. You're the Lin Ling who defeated Xiao Wushuang, broke off the engagement with the Hua clan and challenged Shenhuang Dayu? At this moment, Xiao Qianle, who was fighting with the 9 spirits of heaven, frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time he saw this legendary figure. There seems to be more people in the demon realm. You guys are quite unlucky to meet these guys. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him and instead said to Xiao Yan and Princess Wuxia. Lin Ling obviously also noticed the changes in the demon realm. The world of heavenly emperors had descended and there were many strong cultivators. Xiao Qianle was stunned for a moment and blue veins appeared on his forehead. Lin Ling was actually ignoring him. Although Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang, he was not qualified to ignore him. Did Lin Ling think that he was an invincible silver heavenly emperor? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling was indeed one. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Xiao Qianle roared again. Bang. Lin Ling took a step forward and the ancient divine emperor descended. The strength of 12 universes erupted, breaking space and directly bombarded Xiao Qianle's body. Boom! Under the countless gazes of the crowd, Xiao Qianle was blasted to explode into pieces. The entire process was quick and efficient. Xiao Qianle was killed in less than 3 breaths. Bang! The crowd's hearts exploded. No one looked down on Lin Ling because everyone knew that Lin Ling had defeated Emperor Peerless. However, Xiao Qianle was also a titled heavenly emperor. Although he was not as strong as Emperor Peerless, he was not easy to kill. However, Lin Ling killed him with one punch. Even the 9 spirits of heaven sucked in a breath of cold air. They noticed that Lin Ling's realm seemed to have increased. As expected of the boss. The 9 spirits of heaven smiled bitterly. During this period, his strength had also increased. Who knew that Lin Ling's improvement was even greater? He was proud of himself when he fought Xiao Qianle to a draw. However, Lin Ling killed him with one punch. This made his pride seem to have been splashed with cold water. But soon he became excited again because that was his brother. How could he be his boss if he was not strong? Where's Baiyin Tiandi? Yes. Lin Ling came in front of the two with a smile on his handsome face. She received news from the 7 emperors of heaven. Now she has gathered with the unhindered heavenly emperor and the others. I heard that they are going to seal the demon region barrier. The 9 spirits of heaven said. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the experts of the demon region came together. So this was the reason. Little Flame, not bad. Your strength has increased. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame and said. Little Flame smiled and touched his bald head. How can I be compared to Big Brother? Wow. The experts around were all stunned. Lin Ling was too arrogant. After arriving, he ignored everyone and talked with the 3 brothers. Did he think that the people around him did not exist? Bang. At this time, the mountains in the distance exploded. A figure shot out like a meteor and finally hit the ground. It was the heavenly emperor of Heavenly Lake. However, at this moment, his face was extremely ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong that he was defeated in one move. You sneak attacked me. Roar. The heavenly emperor of Heavenly Lake roared. He did not believe that Lin Ling was stronger than him. The most important thing was that Lin Ling defeated him in front of everyone. He had lost face. However, Lin Ling ignored his anger and continued to talk with the 2 brothers. You sneak attacked me. The Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake said again. The people around them were silent. When they saw that Lin Ling did not dare to speak, they subconsciously thought that Lin Ling had sneak attacked the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake. Even Princess Wuxia thought so. Although Lin Ling had defeated Xiao Wushuang, everyone knew that he had relied on his soul force. Therefore, if Lin Ling wanted to defeat the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake in one move, he would have to use his soul force. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake was defeated by a sneak attack because Lin Ling did not use his soul force at that time. Enough! Shouted the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Lake furiously. The more Lin Ling remained silent, the more convinced he was that Lin Ling had attacked him by surprise. Lin Ling, you're a disciple of the Celestial Emperor of the Seven Emperors, you're too audacious. You attacked the Celestial Emperor of the Seven Emperors by surprise. Do you want the Celestial Emperor of the Seven Emperors and Champion University to become enemies? Shouted Minister Yu furiously. With his strength he couldn't see how strong Lin Ling was. He was convinced that Lin Ling couldn't compete with the Celestial Emperor of the Seven Emperors. Are you done talking? At this moment, Lin Ling finally turned around slowly. He seemed to be a little impatient. He took a step forward and the void rippled like water. He punched out. I want to kill you. Nobody in the world can save you. Everyone heard the same sentence. Lin Ling was magnanimous, upright, and incomparably domineering. You're dreaming. The Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake hadn't thought that Lin Ling would attack him. He released his full strength and original strength rolled out. Boundless Fire Dragon King. ///. However, at this moment the flames around his body started to boil. Countless Fire Dragon Kings surrounded him, making it hard for him to move. The ancient illusion of the Heavenly Lake was trapped by the Fire Dragon Kings. It was like a heavenly prison. If they did not allow him to move, he could not move. Almost in the next moment, the ancient god Empyrean arrived and punched out. Boom boom boom. The Heavenly Lake's Celestial Emperor was unstoppable under countless gazes. Even his origin energy was destroyed by the punch. Finally, his body swayed a little before exploding. Another punch. The Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake, who was stronger than Xiao Tianlu, had also died. This time it was a surprise attack? Nobody could refute that. Nobody could say anything. The atmosphere of the demon region was deathly silent because everybody had seen that Lin Ling had defeated the Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake. The most important thing was that he had told the Celestial Emperor of Heavenly Lake that he wanted to kill him. Nobody in the world could save him. If that was a surprise attack, then every battle was a surprise attack. Of course, the most astonishing thing was that Lin Ling had become so strong. Chapter 1649. Demon of the Heart. Du Gukonglei's strength was already half a step into the ranks of gold-rank Heavenly Emperors, and Lin Ling was only a bit weaker than him. In that case, among the silver-rank Heavenly Emperors, Lin Ling was ranked at the top. In other words, if Lin Ling went to the Shen ranking list, he would definitely rank high. Xiao Yan, the 9 spirits of heaven, kill those people from the evil clan, said Lin Ling, ignoring the people around. His enemies had come to kill them, so Lin Ling wasn't going to be merciful. Yes, father. Xiao Yan and Du Gukonglei were extremely confident. They were fearless. In the distance, people's expressions changed. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so insane. He dared kill people from Champion University in front of them. The Great Deacon Palace was paying attention to them, but Lin Ling still dared kill people. You're Lin Ling, right? You're from the 7 Emperors, Celestial Emperors? You should know that the Celestial Emperors are supposed to protect the human world. You killed people from Champion University in public? That's against the rules of the human world, said a Celestial Emperor at that moment. That person was old and didn't belong to the group of peerless geniuses, but he had a lot of prestige in Champion University. When they killed my brothers, why didn't you say that? Said Lin Ling, raising his head and smiling icily. Ah, said the old man. He couldn't refute that. After all, Xiao Yan and Du Gukonglei were from the evil clan. Therefore, when Xiao Yan and Du Gukonglei were killed, they didn't care. Even though that's true, but... The old man wanted to say something, but Lin Ling shouted icily, "Piss off." In this world, strength was everything. Lin Ling did not care about the rules of the mortal realm at all. If there were rules, why didn't the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm say anything when hundreds of millions of people from the Shenhuang domain came to kill him? Therefore, rules and hypocrisy were useful to other people but not to Lin Ling. You don't know what's good for you? The old man's expression changed. Lin Ling was telling him to scram? The members of Champion University looked at Lin Ling icily. Lin Ling was insane. He had just become a celestial emperor, nothing more, and he dared talk to a celestial emperor of the previous generation. Who gave him the audacity? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then shut your mouth. Lin Ling ignored their anger and roared again. With his current strength, he really didn't need to be afraid of too many people. In the past, he was chased by hundreds of millions of people from Shenhuangdao. Now, he also wanted to see if hundreds of millions of people could kill him. How arrogant. The distant crowd narrowed their eyes, and the fury on their faces was extremely obvious. It should be known that when placed in the mortal dimension's three mysteries, every single one of them was an existence that ruled over everything. When had they ever been reprimanded by a junior? But they were convinced that they didn't need to do anything, someone would teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling, we're from the Seven Emperors world. Today you've made the Seven Emperors world famous. I admire you, I admire you. When Minister Yu saw how aggressive Lin Ling was, he was shaking violently. He hastily knelt down and started flattering him. He knew that he had no chance to defeat Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled and looked at him indifferently. Before you were with the people of Champion University, you were like a dog. You don't have the same pride as the Seven Emperors world. Dog, yes, I'm a dog. Minister Yu smiled and kept kowtowing. I'm a dog. Seeing his respectful appearance, many people shook their heads and laughed. This Minister Yu was really a coward. He was scared by Lin Ling's boldness. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything. But at this time his pupils flashed. His soul force sensed that a powerhouse had arrived and was about to deal a fatal blow to him. Wind, sand, storm. Just as that feeling arose, the earth began to tremble. An endless sandstorm suddenly appeared, engulfing Lin Ling and wrapping him up in layers. The person who came was obviously very insidious. It could be considered an assassination. Rumble. The sandstorm appeared and turned into a lion. Then it condensed into an ancient desert mountain. Beside the mountain, a majestic figure appeared. He was wearing a loose robe and his long hair was casually scattered. He had a domineering aura. He stared at the desert mountain and could not help but laugh. Haha, Lin Ling, you're just SOSO. That laughter seemed to be pouring out, and it also seemed to release the demons in his heart. That person stretched out his hand, and there seemed to be countless fine grains of sand in his hand that were gently sprinkled down. That was the attitude of a winner. Many people were staring at that person. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Surprisingly, it was Emperor Peerless. All right. In the distance, Princess Wuxia's face was tense, but at that moment she couldn't help but laugh. She was extremely happy. Even though Emperor Peerless' attack was extremely ugly, he had killed Lin Ling and that was enough. She also knew that if they had fought, Emperor Peerless wouldn't have been able to compete with Lin Ling. The only way was to use a sneak attack. Emperor Peerless, the new genius of Champion University, the one with the Earth Essence, the one with the Celestial Emperor's Earth Essence. But that's a bit ugly. What's the big deal? The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Ling for being too arrogant. Hee, ridiculous. Lin Ling was so arrogant before, but now he's been killed in one attack. How ironic, how ironic. When they saw that, some people looked at him disdainfully, some people mocked him, some people took joy in his misfortune. Haha, from now on, I'm Shenhuangdao's hero. Haha, said Emperor Peerless, laughing loudly. He ignored those who looked at him disdainfully. On the contrary, he was enjoying the glory of being the winner. He knew that if they had fought, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Lin Ling. Therefore, he had chosen to ignore the pride of a cultivator and use a sneak attack to determine the winner. However, at that moment, smoke rose up in the air. In the middle of the desert, flames were burning the sand. The gigantic mountain looked like an iceberg melting. Then a silhouette came out of the desert and sighed. What a pitiful guy. Did he have to resort to a sneak attack? The saddest thing is that a sneak attack can't kill me. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling walked out of the desert mountain. His long blue robe and long flowing hair were a shocking sight to behold. All the various voices stopped at that moment. What level had Lin Ling's strength reached? Why was he so abnormal? Is his talent more powerful than Emperor Peerless? Said an old man with a frown. This was the only explanation that could explain why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the sandstorm. As for Heavenly Emperor Peerless, he stood there in a daze, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. He didn't even dare to move, and cold sweat quietly flowed out of his forehead. He was fine. Why was Lin Ling fine? Compared to the last time, Lin Ling's strength had increased so much. He stared at Lin Ling, afraid that it was an illusion. Perhaps he had hoped too much, which led to his disappointment. Lin Ling was also looking at him. His eyes were calm, but there was a powerful pressure coming from him. Chapter 1650. Edited by Red Emperor Peerless. You didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements. Suddenly Lin Ling said softly. Fwop. Everybody saw Emperor Peerless take a step back, as if he was afraid of something. It was just a simple question, and Emperor Peerless reacted so strongly? Many strong cultivators' facial expressions changed drastically. After all, Emperor Peerless was made of the essence of the earth, and his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. Why was he afraid of Lin Ling? I won't lose to you. Lin Ling, you're only strong because of your trump cards. I'm stronger than you in everything else. I'm the new Celestial Emperor of Champion University, and I'm made of the essence of the earth. Everybody in the human world knows how strong I am. Shouted Emperor Peerless as if he were trying to cheer himself up. He was made of the essence of the earth, and his future was limitless. He had never been defeated before. He was one of the proudest cultivators in Shenhuangdayu. If Lin Ling hadn't been there, he would have been proud of himself. However, Lin Ling had stolen his bride and made him lose face. He had fought against Lin Ling and he had almost died. However, Lin Ling was still standing there calmly. He didn't say anything. One was calm and unmoved like a mountain, while the other was hysterical and angry. Everyone seemed to be able to see who was more afraid of the other. Fight! Shouted Emperor Peerless ferociously. His strength exploded. Die, Sand God Lion. Die! The sandstorm swept over and turned into a lion. Following his punch, it surged towards Lin Ling. The powerful Celestial Emperor could turn the sky and the earth upside down in the blink of an eye. Facing the earth-shattering sand source, Lin Ling didn't move. His cultivation realm was slightly weaker than Heavenly Emperor Wushuang's, but his physical talent and fire attribute talent were both stronger than his. In addition, his martial arts comprehension was also superior. Therefore, he really didn't need to fear anything. Boundless Fire Dragon King. The flames suddenly floated up. It was so crazy and domineering as it swept in front of Lin Ling, blocking the sandstorm. After those lions met the Fire Dragon King, they were all burned. Cha twist. Emperor Peerless' expression changed when his attack failed. His hands moved rapidly as he used his killer move. Sizzle. Endless sand drifted out and enveloped Lin Ling. It had the power to seal the world. The essence of the earth was indeed extremely powerful. Emperor Peerless' strength, among the Silver Celestial Emperors, I'm afraid he can be ranked in the top. The most important thing is that he rose to power in such a short period of time. To have such strength at such a young age, his potential is indeed not bad. However, Lin Ling is also stronger than we imagined. Look at his battle, he's unperturbed and calm. The people all around were making noises. They were shocked by Emperor Peerless' strength, but they were even more shocked by Lin Ling. Break. Lin Ling let out a low shout. His face was still as calm as an ancient well. He took a step forward. It looked like a simple step, but it was extremely mysterious and profound. It caused the space to distort. The most terrifying thing was that the Fire Dragon King would mysteriously appear around him and engulf everything. That feeling was as if Lin Ling could control the origin of fire at any time, and it was as easy as pie. Amazing, he can flick the origin of fire. His martial arts comprehension is very deep. Some strong people said in admiration. Ordinary punches and palms carried the origin of fire. How could such a martial artist not be strong? Boom. What surprised everyone was that Lin Ling's origin of fire was not only powerful, but his comprehension of the void was also very powerful. When his fist hit empty air, the void exploded, and the shattered void separated all the sandstorm. What other skills do you have? When everyone heard this sentence, they suddenly understood that Lin Ling wanted to see what kind of powerful capital the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor had, so he let him take action. However, the truth was that Emperor Peerless was helpless against Lin Ling. Emperor Peerless was trembling all over. Only when he faced Lin Ling personally did he know how terrifying he was. He could be called an invincible existence. This also meant that Lin Ling wasn't just soul power that made him afraid. He could also crush him in other areas. In the distance, Princess Firecloud's face was also ugly. She didn't expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Compared to her, his strength wasn't much weaker. However, she quickly comforted herself. She had a heaven-class talent. As long as she strengthened her comprehension of martial arts, she could easily kill Lin Ling. What other skills do you have? At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling was invincible. Step by step, he walked towards Emperor Peerless. His eyes were very calm without any joy. It was as if in his heart, Emperor Peerless was as weak as a dog. Lin Ling. Emperor Peerless continued to roar. Fire Dragon King. Lin Ling's right hand slapped out, and the origin of fire was easily suppressed. Dang, dang. Emperor Peerless retreated. He couldn't block it. Spatial storm. Lin Ling punched again. The void exploded and a spatial storm appeared, causing Emperor Peerless to retreat again. Crazy. The crowd gradually became numb. They even saw that Lin Ling's punch had destroyed Emperor Peerless' weapon. It was an Emperor-class Heavenly Soldier's halberd. What a strong physical body. Some people were shocked. Lin Ling was telling them that other than the Holy Sea, the physical body also had its own world. What other skills do you have? Lin Ling's voice continued to reverberate through the ground. Emperor Peerless was covered in wounds. His face was gloomy and he was spitting blood. He was in a sorry state. You think you've won after a sneak attack. You're pathetic. Also, you didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements. You should have hidden and stopped provoking me. At that time, the grudge between us would have been blown away by the wind. It's a pity that you came looking for death. Lin Ling finally revealed a cold smile. He took a step and leaped high into the air. His fist was behind and like a meteor, he smashed towards Emperor Peerless. The ancient god sovereign also appeared proudly at this moment. His bronze skin and tall body made him look like an indomitable giant. Wait, I admit defeat. On the ground, Emperor Peerless shouted anxiously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body was suppressed by a strong aura. He fell to the ground and spat out blood. How dare you? In the distance, many people from the E clan shouted coldly. Was Lin Ling going to kill Emperor Peerless in front of everyone? If you dare to kill him, it's equivalent to challenging the 3 Sure clans. An old man in a green robe shouted angrily. How embarrassing, how could the #1 genius of the E clan be suppressed like this? Am I not challenging the 3 Sure clans right now? In the sky, a disdainful sentence floated over, causing the old man's face to stiffen. Indeed, when Lin Ling challenged Shenhuang Dayu alone, he had already challenged the 3 Sure clans. Hence, the old man's words were useless. Don't kill me. Emperor Peerless shouted crazily. He was formed from the essence of the earth and had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die here. He suddenly realized that Lin Ling's words were correct. He didn't die in the Avalon of 5 elements, so he shouldn't provoke Lin Ling again. He shouldn't even think that he was lucky because Lin Ling wasn't someone he could provoke. Boom. Chapter 1651. Xinyuan Jiuyu's arrival, dead. Many heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes. For the first time they felt that Lin Ling was difficult to deal with. Currently he had already killed 3 heavenly emperors. Killing heavenly emperors was as easy as chopping vegetables and cutting melons. Most importantly, apart from Xiao Tianle, the other 2 had illustrious reputations. Therefore everyone was puzzled. What realm had Lin Ling's strength reached? How long has it been? Lin Ling went from being able to defeat Emperor Peerless by luck to being able to suppress him. Princess Wuxia had seen the battle between the 2, but the result this time was too big. She could not understand even if she was beaten to death, how could Lin Ling's strength increase so quickly in such a short period of time? Could it be that Lin Ling had obtained some kind of opportunity? Woo woo woo. While everyone was staring at Lin Ling, the sound of a flute suddenly came from the front. A large number of figures stepped on the clouds and arrived majestically. The person in the lead was extremely handsome. He had a kind of feminine beauty. His body was thin but he was extremely slender. In addition to his feminine aura, he was obviously a rare handsome man. At this moment he was like a moon surrounded by stars, looking at everything in front of him with interest. Another expert has come. Many people exclaimed. Too many heavenly emperors had gathered in the demon area. The strongest giants of the human world seem to have appeared here. Young Master Shenyuan, it's young Master Shenyuan. Yes. On the ground, Minister Yu stared at the sky with anticipation. Suddenly he pointed at Lin Ling and said, "He is the Lin Ling you are looking for." Yes. The person who came was Shenyuan Jiu of the Shenyuan family. Many people in the demon area knew that he was looking for Lin Ling because Lin Ling seemed to know the whereabouts of Shenyuan Jiuxing. "You're Lin Ling?" "Yes." In the sky, the feminine young master revealed an interested expression. His body moved and shot towards Lin Ling from the sky. At the same time, a miracle appeared. One side of the world turned into a blazing sun, and the other side turned into a bright moon. The sun and moon combined to form the power of 9 yin and 9 yang. Heavenly Emperor Jiu, 9th layer Saint Earth Realm, 10th grade Earth Realm talent, Saint Martial Arts great success. The crowd was in an uproar. Among the silver rank Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor was ranked 3rd. He could be called a peerless figure. Most importantly, they saw that the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor also attacked Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling seemed to have offended all the powerful Heavenly Emperors. That Minister Yu really has the life of a dog. At first, he flattered the Heavenly Lake Celestial Emperor, then he flattered Lin Ling, and now he's flattering the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor like a fence-sitter. However, someone stared at Minister Yu with disdain in his eyes. "Haha, Lin Ling, do you know where Shenyuan Jiuxing is? Let me tell you, you better tell me obediently. I will put in a good word for you in front of the 9 Moons Celestial the Arch and spare your life." At this moment, Minister Yu did not pay attention to the words around him. He was in high spirits, as if he had reversed the universe and dominated everything. The change in his face was even more disgusting. One must know that Lin Ling could have killed him before, but because they were both disciples of the 7 emperors, he had spared him. It was fine if he was not grateful, but now he felt that he was the master. Lin Ling glanced at Minister Yu and did not speak. That calm look made Minister Yu laugh, thinking that Lin Ling was afraid. However, in his heart, Lin Ling could kill Emperor Peerless. No matter how monstrous he was not a match for the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor because the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor was several times stronger than Lin Ling in terms of talent, realm, and martial arts. Among the crowd, Dugu Konglei was the most clear about the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's strength because he had fought with the latter before. If he did not say that the last person to see Shenyuan Jiuxing was Lin Ling, he would not have been able to escape this calamity. 99 Yang Flute. Dugu Konglei muttered to himself, knowing that the weapon in the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's hand was a semi-divine weapon. Then he looked at Lin Ling and shook his head. He did not think that Lin Ling was a match for the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor because Lin Ling was weaker than him. Even he was not a match for the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor, so it was even more impossible for Lin Ling. Where is my big brother? In the sky, the 9 Yang divine miracle still shocked everyone. That was the 9 Yang divine body, but what surprised everyone was that the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's attack suddenly changed direction and shot towards the 9 spirits of heaven. You bastard of a family, you are actually here. A flute, burning the sun and moon with extreme yin rain and extreme yang qi, shot towards the 9 spirits of heaven. No one could react in time to his move. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he dashed toward Shenyuan Jiuhun without hesitation to lend him a hand. However, just as he was about to approach the 9 spirits of heaven, the flute changed direction and shot towards Lin Ling wherever it passed. Colorful clouds, the sun, moon, and stars also appeared. Do you think I want to kill the 9 spirits of heaven? Ignorant. The 9 spirits of heaven are not qualified to make me use my true strength. My goal is you. When the crowd heard the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor's words, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They had heard that the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor was neither yin nor yang, and his temperament was the most unpredictable. He clearly wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he used a diversion tactic. He was so strong, yet he still used schemes. He was clearly an extremely difficult opponent. Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. He was too close to the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor, so everyone could see that his situation was extremely troublesome. You want to touch my big brother? Dream on. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven on the ground stepped out. His figure flickered, and he actually blocked in front of Lin Ling, causing everyone's expression to change. The 9 spirits of heaven was very close to the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor before, so it was not strange for him to appear in front of Lin Ling. What was surprising was that he actually fearlessly blocked that attack for Lin Ling. This brotherly love is enviable. Lin Ling has a good brother. Many people's eyes flickered. In this ruthless world, even blood brothers would turn against each other, let alone verbal brothers. For the 9 spirits of heaven to block an attack for Lin Ling, this also showed Lin Ling's courage. Then many people shook their heads, feeling that the 9 spirits of heaven was going to fall there. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the 9 spirits of heaven to be so loyal. The 9 spirits of heaven did not know that he did not have to do this, because the 9 moons celestial emperor might not be able to hurt him. Boom. The distance was too close. The tyrannical force attacked the 9 spirits of heaven's back, causing his bones to crack and he to spit out a mouthful of blood. On the ground, Little Flame anxiously shouted, his eyes red, 9 spirits of heaven. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's right hand quickly reached out, grabbed the 9 spirits of heaven's clothes, and suddenly pulled behind him. The strength of the force was like the claw of a demon beast, allowing the 9 spirits of heaven to avoid the 9 moons celestial emperor's attack. The 9 moons celestial emperor sneered. The flute in his hand made an ear-piercing sound, and he gave up on the 9 spirits of heaven. After pulling it back, he shot it at Lin Ling. He grabbed the flute's tail with one hand and fiercely stabbed it out. The void immediately collapsed and the whistling sound was like thunder. Chapter 1652. Expert Stopas for Lin Ling. The situation was getting more and more troublesome because he had to save the 9 spirits of heaven and face the tyrannical attack of the 9 moons heavenly emperor. How could he be happy? This move is sinister enough. The 9 moons heavenly emperor is facing someone who is so much weaker than him and still plays such a sinister method. This is Xinyuan 9 moons. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ling met force with force, he was not a match for the 9 moons heavenly emperor, let alone in a bad situation. You don't understand. What do you know? In my opinion, the 9 moons heavenly emperor can calculate a perfect battle plan in a short period of time. This is what we need to learn. The people in the distance had their own opinions, but they all knew that Lin Ling could not escape this calamity and would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Good. Princess Firecloud's face was full of resentment and anger, causing it to be extremely ferocious. Spatial storm. At this moment, Lin Ling knew that he had met a powerful heavenly emperor powerhouse, so he used his physical strength to the limit. The ancient god emperor descended once again, his right hand still holding the 9 spirits of heaven, while his left hand punched out fiercely. In his body, those small worlds all exploded, rumbling like thunder. Without a sword, Lin Ling was not used to exploding with his peak attack in a flash, but the situation did not allow him to think too much. His left hand suddenly erupted with flames, and a fire dragon king roared. Even on his arm, scales were faintly discernible. What? The combination of physical strength and Saint Rune martial arts? The pupils of a powerful martial artist changed. Lin Ling's Saint Rune martial arts were too powerful. He could use it with a flip of his hand. Although because of the short time, the degree of use was only close to the large success stage, but with the addition of physical strength, this punch could be said to be a peak punch. Boom. Under the gazes of everyone, the 9E9 Yang flute and the fist collided. The void was like a wave rolling in all directions. Amazing to be able to react in such a situation and condense the strongest attack. This Lin Ling is definitely a top-notch strength among Silver Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Most importantly, he's only a 6th-stage saint, a newly risen Celestial Emperor, while the 9 Moons Celestial Emperor is a 9th-stage saint. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Although this terrifying confrontation was short, it was extremely exciting. It could even be considered a textbook in the battle between Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouses. How did he react so quickly? Princess Firecloud's ferocious face stiffened. She was boiling with anger. Every time she thought that Lin Ling would die, Lin Ling would always be able to escape. It was as if he had given her a ruthless slap in the face. I've heard that when a person is nearing death, they can erupt with their maximum potential. Today you've shown me that. At this moment, the 9 Moons Heavenly the Arch maintained his attacking stance. His pupils were cold and different. One was like the sun and the other was like the moon. Thanks for the compliment. On the other side, Lin Ling was still attacking with his fists. Flames were burning as he fought against the semi-divine weapon. He sensed a terrible origin power coming, but this power could not hurt him. No need, because every one of my praises has gone to hell. The 9 Moons Heavenly Thearch's feminine face smiled. His pupils revealed killing intent as an even greater power swept out. I've heard such words many times. I hope you can do it. Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. The ancient god emperor roared towards the sky. Edge, this is a collision of edges. This Lin Ling has unknowingly caught up to the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Looking at the two in the sky, many people's mouths were dry and they forgot to breathe. They had never thought that Lin Ling would not die at the hands of the 9 moons heavenly the arch and could even fight back. One had to know that the 9 moons heavenly the arch was a descendant of a god. There were very few in the same realm who could do this. Lin Ling was the only one. Alright, the human realm's highest deacon palace is watching this place. The two of you should restrain yourselves. At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded. An old man in a loose robe appeared between the two. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling. You better stop. You've gained an advantage, so you should be obedient. This person was clearly from the ancient rhyme Immortal platform, so the moment he appeared, he reprimanded Lin Ling. However, because he was apprehensive about the earthly paradise above him, he still stopped the two from fighting. He held the flute of the 9 moons heavenly the arch with one hand, and a tyrannical force forced the flute to retreat. Xiaojiu, you want to make a move? This is not the right time. You don't need to go against the orders of the human realm's highest deacon palace for an ant. The old man spoke politely to the 9 moons heavenly the arch. Then he grabbed Lin Ling's wrist with his right hand. You two. Remember, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise you won't know how you died. A powerful force immediately surged over, causing Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. A thought arose in his mind. This person, a diamond-level heavenly the arch, was definitely at the level of Wu Sheng. However, while he was shocked, the old man was even more shocked. It could be said that he was shocked like thunder. Previously, he thought that because Lin Ling was from the human realm's highest deacon palace, he would not die here today. He also wanted to stop the 9 moons heavenly the arch from attacking Lin Ling. However, when he stopped him, he realized that the wrist in his hand was like a dragon that could never be grasped. Compared to the 9 moons heavenly Thearka's semi-divine weapon, it was actually stronger. In that case, could it be that the person he saved was not Lin Ling, but the 9 moons heavenly the arch? Because if the battle continued, the 9 moons heavenly the arch would definitely lose. Swoosh swoosh. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling and the 9 moons heavenly the arch had already separated, and then they floated down to the ground. Lin Ling is lucky. If the battle continued, he would definitely die. Yes. His peak attack was only barely able to block the 9 moons heavenly the arch. However, just as the 9 moons heavenly the arch was about to unleash his full strength, that old man appeared. He dared to provoke the Shenyuan family. He's just a piece of trash. The people in the distance did not know these small details. Some were dissatisfied and some were still excited. The battle before was wonderful. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had become famous today. In the heavenly Thearka's world, he had become an existence that could not be underestimated. So its brother immortal ancient. At this moment, another voice drifted out. A large number of people walked in the sky. Many people looked carefully and found that they were the experts of the 7 Emperors world. Although these people were also titled heavenly Thearchs, they were clearly at the top of the pyramid of the heavenly Thearchs. They were diamond-level experts. Brother Zongheng, you guys came late. Hand Spacetime Heavenly the Arch, I didn't expect you to receive orders to come here. The immortal ancient Heavenly the Arch suddenly laughed. He had taken action before because he knew that even if he did not take action, the people of the 7 Emperors world would take action. Therefore he did not want the Jianghu immortal stage to have the ugly reputation of bullying the weak. Therefore he took action. Chapter 1653. Those two people couldn't be offended. Hee, the demon region's enchantment is imminent, how could we be careless? In the sky, the people of the 7 Emperors world walked down. The unhindered Sky Emperor smiled and looked at Lin Ling, his heart trembling violently. He had heard the news and immediately rushed over. He was worried about Lin Ling's safety. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be alright? Tiandi was facing Yungu's Celestial Pedestal and Champion University. Since the last time they had met, that little boy had become much stronger. Hee, not bad, you didn't lose face for the 7 Emperors world, said Tiandi nodding. He looked excited. The crowd in the distance sighed softly. Now that the people from the Seven Emperors world had arrived, no one would be able to touch Lin Ling anymore. Lin Ling, are you alright? Asked Tiandi. The voice of the White Cloud Celestial Emperor came from the group below the Seven Emperors sky. I'm alright, said Tiandi. Said Lin Ling smiling. When he saw the Seven Emperors world's people, he felt relieved. Then he looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and shook his head. You idiot, you were so reckless before. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have died, said Tiandi. At that moment, the 9 spirits of heaven were sitting cross-legged and recovering. They smiled and said, Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you, said Tiandi. Lin Ling was stupefied. His heart was pounding. He was extremely touched. Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you. Because of that promise, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for yours. Haha, from now on the 9 spirits of heaven are also my brothers, said Xiaoyan. Little Flame also ran over and said excitedly. Although Xianyuan Jiuhun did not help much, the brotherhood between them can be seen by the sun and the moon. I've been treating you like my little brother for a long time, and Lin Ling is my big brother, said the 9 spirits of heaven smiling. Bullshit, I'm the second brother, you're the third brother. Little Flame laughed heartily and punched the 9 spirits of heaven in the chest, causing her to suck in a cold breath. I'm seriously injured. I don't even know how many bones are broken and you're still punching me? The 3 brothers immediately laughed out loud. Baiyun Qiandi also walked over and joined them. The 4 of them had gone through life and death situations together. Now that they had such a relationship, they were the envy of others. The conversation between the 4 of them could be said to be unbridled, which undoubtedly caused the 9 Moons Celestial Thearcha's expression to turn ugly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many powerhouses present, he really would have killed Lin Ling and the others. At the same time, more and more heavenly emperor powerhouses arrived. They were all diamond level. Clearly they were the leaders of the operation this time, representing the world's 3 great legends. Those powerhouses were talking. Although they were afraid of each other in their hearts, they were still extremely polite on the surface. This was because above their heads were the highest deacon palaces of the mortal world, so no one dared to act recklessly. What they were talking about was the next matter of the Demon Domain enchantment seal. Lin Ling didn't have time to care about those things. His gaze wandered. First it landed on Minister Yu, then he walked over step by step. At this moment Minister Yu was like an ant. There were too many powerhouses. He only had the status of a disciple and didn't have the qualifications to speak. However, when he sensed Lin Ling walking over, his expression changed drastically. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Senior brother Lin Ling is indeed worthy of his divine might. Previously, you had greatly raised the prestige of our 7 emperors' heavens. His words were heard by many people. The crowd immediately revealed looks of disdain. This Minister Yu was really despicable. Previously he thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, so how arrogant was he? However, seeing that he had failed, he once again kowtowed to Lin Ling. What was the use of such a person if he didn't die? Lin Ling stood in front of Minister Yu and smiled slightly. The dignified first king of the West Mountain is as despicable as a dog. You really disappoint me. In the past, the 2 of them had met under the 7 emperors' heavens. At that time Minister Yu was still a little arrogant. However, now he was really as despicable as a dog. Senior brother is right. Minister Yu immediately smiled apologetically. At the same time, he glanced at the experts of the unhindered Sky Emperor and knew that they would not help him. Because compared to Lin Ling's potential, unless they were idiots, if they really wanted to be sacrificed, it would naturally be him. Didn't you have a trump card in your hand before? Now what trump card do you have? Lin Ling smiled again. Minister Yu was so embarrassed that he could not say anything. He could only smile apologetically. Junior brother was joking with you just now. Senior brother is a magnanimous person. Please don't take it to heart. After saying that, he kowtowed heavily again. Baiyun Qiandi and the others snorted coldly and were extremely disdainful. Alright, I hate bullying the weak the most. I will give you a chance. As long as you scold me, I will spare you. Lin Ling said indifferently. Junior brother will definitely do as you say. Senior brother, please tell me who you want me to scold. Minister Yu patted his chest and said bitterly. In the past, he and Lin Ling were of the same generation. Today when he saw Lin Ling, it was as if he saw his master. He could only bow respectfully. Lin Ling pointed at the distant feminine prince and said with a smile, "Scold him for being inferior to a dog or a pig, and I will spare your life." Minister Yu followed Lin Ling's finger and looked over. He immediately sucked in a cold breath of air. The one Lin Ling pointed at was precisely the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. "Aha, this move is vicious enough." Many people watched the liveliness and said. Before, Minister Yu was flattering the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Now Lin Ling was forcing him to scold the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Then let's see what Minister Yu's choice was. This, senior brother, this is not good, right? Minister Yu's face paled. If he scolded the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, would he still be alive? Your distinguished self, right now, the 3 great legends of the human world are working together to seal the Devil Region barrier. Please do not do anything that will affect our unity. At this time, that immortal ancient heavenly emperor said coldly. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Haha, immortal ancient old brother, you have also cultivated for 300 years while he is only 20-something years old. By interfering with the matters of these juniors, this is affecting our unity. Let the matters of the younger generation be solved by them. As soon as immortal ancient heavenly emperor's words fell, the unhindered heavenly emperor spoke in place of Lin Ling. Immortal ancient heavenly emperor immediately became silent. He sensed a message, which was that Lin Ling was greatly valued by the 7 emperors' heavens. The other experts also did not speak. First, Lin Ling had someone behind him supporting him. Second, this was indeed a matter of the younger generation. If they interfered, then it would be a bit unsightly. What is this? Minister Yu was looking forward to those experts stopping Lin Ling's arrogance, but in the end, none of them said anything. Junior brother Yu, you don't dare to scold me? You have to know that I am your senior brother. If you make me unhappy, I will slap you to death on the spot. Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder. Minister Yu opened his mouth wide, hurriedly looking towards the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor, only to hear the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor coldly say, "Try scolding me." Threat. Thick threat. On the left was Lin Ling, and on the right was the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor. Both of them were masters that could not be provoked. It was difficult to choose. Minister Yu was extremely regretful. He should not have held the thought of getting lucky and provoking Lin Ling. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. At this time Lin Ling spoke again. If you want to die, then scold me. On the other side, the 9 Moons Heavenly Emperor seemed to want to continue fighting with Lin Ling. They opposed each other with equal harshness. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.